Good morning and welcome to the Sambazon Morning Update here on Saturday morning on the North Shore of Oahu for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Connor O'Leary right next to Gabby Bryan. And also noticing the GOAT going out for an early morning surf. Dora family on the beach this morning, checking out the conditions. And how about this man, Crosby Colapinto, getting shacked in the morning session as he prepares for Heat 2 this morning with Jack Robinson and David Silva. The entire North Shore of Oahu calming down from gigantic surf over the last couple of days. All the Warriors at Waimea Bay had a blast the other afternoon, and things are calming down just enough to have some really fun conditions out here at Sunset. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier. Morning Flick after all those lay days. Looks like we're on.
Yeah, I'm excited to get it underway. It was really cool to see that really big swell hit the North Shore. It was the biggest one of the winter. Yeah, things are settling down. It's looking a bit more organized out there and be underway.
Didn't know what to expect first thing in the morning, but all reports were seeing spray flying off the top, and looks like it'll be a big day for the men today.
For sure, really big day for the men, and it's looking really contestable out there. It's looking really fun. Yes, you can still see there's a little bit of that jumbledness nature because of this big storm sort of front that's rolled through, but I think it's probably only going to get better as the day goes on.
Opening round heat features Connor O'Leary representing Japan, but also enjoying his best start to his career, a semifinal finish at Pipeline. Imai Kalani Duvall right behind him, coming in as equal fifth, losing out to a Maui boy named Ian Gentile. Starting off the year, number 5 in the world, and Cade Manson had a laugh at his opening day performance when he fell out of the sky on a bomb at backdoor, but he has a lot to be proud of, got some great looks, he survived the elimination round, and was knocked out in the round of 32. Getting the message in from our officials, it'll be 30-minute heats today, scored on their top 2. No restarts throughout the day, and I don't think we'll have a problem with that. There's a lot of energy in the ocean today.
Oh, there's so much energy, and even just watching the free surf this morning, we saw so many rides. Some really good rides too, some guys absolutely lighting it up. I saw Connor get a couple of really nice waves this morning early. He always looks really good out here on his backhand. Just a real power surfer. So yeah, no shortage of waves, and I don't think we'll be getting, obviously no restarts, so plenty of opportunity.
Cade Manson, Championship Tour rookie this season. I asked him what his kind of amp-up song would be for today, and he's actually like, well, I'm actually trying to calm down. He already has the adrenaline going, so he put on a song by Zach Bryan, Burn, Burn, Burn. It's a song that Taj Lindblad shared with him about 5 years ago. Said to actually bring the calm factor into his veins because he's jumping out of his skin this morning.
Well, that's just one of the things, like some athletes really like to be sort of fired up and ready to go and put the headphones on and get really jacked up, but then other ones, really need to like bring that level down and really, that is their zone where they really perform, is feeling more calm and confident. I feel like we've seen almost more of a swing towards that sort of attitude in the last sort of couple of years, especially with people like Jack Robinson really tapping into that sort of meditative state as well as Griff.
Exactly. It's going to be fun to watch all those names you just mentioned. Imai in the water now in blue, Connor O'Leary in the red jersey, and Cade Manson looking to try to get a big start in the opening round to skip the elimination round. Elimination round has been called on for today, so we're already making our eliminations later today on Saturday. Conditions looking even bigger tomorrow on Sunday. And we have all the way to the last day of the waiting period on February 22nd. As you can kind of see the positioning just getting started. Connor sitting super deep, wearing the red jersey, and he might be starting us off this morning. He will get the roll in with the whitewater. The big goofy foot, raised in Cronulla in Australia, representing Japan on tour. Sweet bottom turn and a big air dropping backhand attack off the lip line. Very aggressive approach. Connor famous for that, especially on his backhand.
For sure. Wow, that was, if he would have made that last turn there, I think he was probably on his way to a pretty nice score, but he just went so critical and so late on that last section, and that sort of airdrop to finish just coming unstuck there. And I mean, we're going to see a lot of that today, I think, because it is so warbly, it is so big that you can still see it's not groomed right there. I mean, you have a look at that shot, you can just see there's a lot of jumble in this lineup still, and timing is going to be everything today and having a really good read on those sections.
Connor's a classic. I was like, hey, Connor, what do you love about Sunset on your backhand? He just laughed. And I think maybe since you're goofy, you know why that laughter was there, Flick.
Oh, it's just Sunset, and we're going to probably say it a lot this week, but Sunset is a really, really hard wave to surf. I mean, it's a massive playing field. You've got so many different places to sit on this reef, and depending on swell conditions and a lot of different things, right? But on your backhand, I mean, it's just so difficult. But yeah, forehand slight advantage.
And we'll break that down a bit further as we get the official word from Travis Logie. He's with AJ.
That's right, Joe. So Travis, obviously, first heat of the men are in the water. Been watching the waves for days now. Finally getting the competition started today. What do you like about today running the men's opening round in elimination?
Yeah, there's tons of opportunity out there this morning. It's actually a little bit better than what we anticipated. Some really decent 8-foot sets. It's kind of as you would expect after all that storm and onshore. There's a little bit of jumble to it, but some really fun waves. So an easy call today to get going.
So Flick was just talking about how big this playing field is, and that's one of the things that we're going to be watching today is just sort of how the surfers attack it. What are you sort of seeing in terms of that?
Yeah, so surfers will be surfing the main peak at Sunset today mainly. There's supposed to be a new push of the North Swell maybe this afternoon, which might activate the bowl a little bit more, but when the good sets come, there's still lots of opportunity out there.
And then the rest of the waiting period, we know we're keeping an eye on the forecast. What are you seeing as the days move on?
Yeah, so tomorrow's a bit of a wild card. We have another really big North Swell coming in with a super short period. The storm's really close, so it's kind of a tricky one. We'll see what it looks like in the morning. There could be some wash-through sets. It just could affect the quality of the waves a lot. But if it cleans up enough, it could be another great day. Monday we can't run because it's President's Day. It doesn't allow us, the permit doesn't allow us to run. But Tuesday and Wednesday look like 5-star sunset days, so to speak. So really looking forward to that. And then Thursday, the last day of the window, looks a little bit down from those 2 days, but still great.
All right, so keep an eye on the forecast, but getting action underway today. Joe, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks so much, AJ. No, always great to hear from Travis Logie, a guy that made the semifinals in the Code Red year 2011 in Tahiti. Got the call up late, didn't even have any surfboards to ride, borrowed Alan Rayu's, and turned in his best result of his career over that shallow reef, which we'll be heading to later on this season. But always great to chat with Trav. Doing a great job now with his position at the WSL that we've enjoyed working with him over the years. As we look at numbers now, Flick, 1.83 from Connor O'Leary. I was kind of beginning that story of the conversation of him talking about the love-hate relationship he has with Sunset. But he also reminds us that he can square up pretty well on his backhand. He did get a 9.43 out here in competition. As we look at Imai, great start to the year, getting that equal fifth at Pipeline.
Yeah, that's an amazing start for Imai, and I think it was super exciting for me watching that all Maui heat as we see Connor up and riding.
So now a little setup work for O'Leary. Down to the bottom, clean sweep, but nothing left to work with. See a lot of different types of waves today. There's a couple of nice slingshots, so like little wedges that are coming down the point. And some good barrels that we saw in the free surf and even from Crosby Colapinto just moments ago.
For sure. I think sometimes, when it's like this and it is a bit jumbled, I mean, we heard Trav say it too, but today could be one of those days you kind of just take off and it sort of might look really good down the line, and then all of a sudden there's a break in that wave, there's a little bit of a lump, and it just dissipates and doesn't turn into anything. So Connor just kind of rolling the dice there. You could kind of see, obviously he faded back on that first turn and maybe just thought that wave was going to stand up a bit better and give him that, that second section. But yeah, a couple of really small scores for Connor, and you've got to be thinking that those are going to, they're just not going to factor in at the end of this.
Yeah, just getting started. Imai and Cade still scoreless at the moment. As we take a look at this big playing field that we have here for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Competitions have been happening on this wave for a very long time, and big performances have been discussed really since the 50s with, big wave legends like Greg Knoll making a name for themselves on the North Shore of Oahu. The Duke Invitational event was the most prestigious event to be involved with. We talk about the Eddie Aikau event. Eddie had a huge win out here, and it was a championship tour rated event. when he won at Sunset. As we'll get a little more familiar with this lineup with the Hurley virtual line breaking down this wave at Sunset Beach. We're about a mile away from Pipeline where we kicked off the season, but a totally different type of surfing. And that's what makes the North Shore so brilliant. Lots of different types of waves. And we really zone in from the sky. Let's see how this wave works.
Yeah, this wave, you can just see the big playing field here. You've got that inside bowl, you've got the West Peak out the back, you've got Sunset Point as well. So depending on different conditions, it depends where you're going to sit on this reef. I have personally loved this event because it really tests your watermanship skills. Obviously looking for that northwest swell. You've got two really big deep channels, the one on the right there being the deepest. That's where you get our caddies sitting in the lineup, caddies/coaches on that backup board. So yeah, it really is a unique wave here where, those caddies are in the water. They're able to communicate with the surfer who's in the heat. But yeah, you've got really deep ocean wave here, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's so different to Pipeline.
As you can see, that real deep water effect out here at Sunset Beach. You're not always hitting the bottom out here compared to backdoor and pipe. It's that deep water type setup. Can do some of the biggest turns of your life out here, get the odd barrel, but also just shows how well you can master a lineup and be comfortable when the conditions are trying to make you feel uncomfortable. One of the best at that, an Australian named Gary Elkerton Kong, was one of the most dominant surfers in Sunset Beach history. Loved riding longer equipment, would sit way outside and do these big fades and get really barreled and have some real stylish power moves along the way. There was a period of time he was almost thought to be unbeatable, especially in '87 when he went back-to-back out here.
Yeah, this is what I personally love, this wave on the championship tour. I come from Western Australia. I love those sort of, waves that really test your watermanship and knowledge of the ocean. I think there's no way around getting good in waves like this, but just putting serious time in. If you want to get good, it just takes years and years and years to sort of hone your skills out here and have a really good understanding. It's not an easy wave to surf, depending on so many different conditions. You can see the guys right now always having to reposition. There's still those bigger sets coming through and a lot of whitewash to contend with, a lot of lump, a lot of bump, riding bigger boards as well. And, if you don't come from a place like that, you've got a lot of, a lot of things to make up for when you do hit the tour, because you're a product of your environment, right? So wherever you come from, you get really good, I guess, at surfing those waves, obviously. But then you've got people who sort of have that natural ability when they do sort of hit these waves. But you think about people like, your Jack Robinson, obviously coming from Western Australia, surfing really good out here, won out here before. But yeah, that comes from putting a lot of time in at waves like this.
It's also an interesting discussion. It's probably why we're on it, because Sunset does make people feel uncomfortable. Even on the championship tour, I got to hang out with Ace Bucket yesterday, and one of the most solid goofy foots that celebrated great longevity on tour, wins at Tahiti and France over Kelly. And when I asked him about what do you think about Sunset Beach, he's like, I love that it's on tour. He just loves the challenge of it, loves how they have to be comfortable with riding longer equipment and really just mastering an open ocean wave like this. So it's the surfers that really dive into the challenge and then end up getting the best waves out there because they're comfortable in these types of situations.
For sure, and I think there's a couple of ways you can look at this. You can either sort of really embrace it and look at it as a challenge, or sort of run away from it, right, and sort of try and avoid it. But one thing that I also like about this event is it sort of forces you to go through different boards in your quiver, from all different sizes, right? Sometimes you might go to an event, obviously surfers are coming to all these events with multiple boards, but really being able to have the ability to jump from, your regular shortboard, up 4 inches, 6 inches, and then all the way back down is something so unique about this wave, depending on what the swell forecast shows.
As we check out the leaderboard, we've got Baron Mamiya back in yellow. We've seen this before, back when he won as a wild card at Sunset Beach. He got to feel what it's like to lead the tour. So already new discussions in the world title race early on, with Imai Kalani DeVault just getting started. Nice fading work right there. A little bit of backwash kind of popping up along the way, so it probably felt like he just wanted to get started. So now priority will go to Kate Madsen. Talked to Imai the other day, said he loves Sunset. One of those guys on tour that really enjoys it. He said, even though I haven't had a great result out here, he loves feeling the power of this wave. Surfs it a lot. Even on a couple of days where everyone was warming up at Pipe, he just saw an opening to go to Sunset and get some early reps in for stop number 2 of the season. Imai wearing the number 22 because that was the year he originally qualified. We saw Imai then fall off tour at the midseason cut. His best result at Bells Beach when he got the equal 9th and did get past Kelly in the early rounds. Went through the heartbreak of getting sent back to the Challenger Series. But I think there was a turning point I noticed with Imai. Came to the Haleiwa Challenger a couple years back when it was looking like he was maybe going to re-qualify. Didn't go all the way, but his confidence looked different. He wasn't taking unnecessary waves. His maturity was going so quickly with such a smart heat IQ. As we see just a short ride for Cade after waiting a while. He's just going to have a small score. And this tends to be a bit of a tradition flick, as you know. Morning session, everyone's getting barreled, some really incredible maneuvers, and then there's kind of a settling period in the first heat of the morning.
Yeah, you tend to see that happen quite a lot. I mean, we even saw it happen at Pipe. You know, we're watching the free surf and like, oh, there's a wave. Someone just got spat out of a tube. And much like this morning, we saw Crosby get that amazing one. And there's so much surfing going on. But I feel like, you know, this is sort of the first heat of the day. Judges are setting their scale. Everyone's sort of easing in, you know. And, I mean, they're all really small scores. I mean, nothing over a 2 just yet. You got to think, like, when Cade took off on that one, I actually thought, okay, here we go. This one looks like, you know, a proper wave. He hit that first turn, but got caught behind it. Actually looked like that wave did run off quite a bit and had offered a bit more, so he was a little bit deep. But, I mean, yeah, all surfers sort of easing into it. This is obviously not an elimination round, so still another opportunity if you didn't get through this heat this morning. But someone just having a look there.
That's right. You just don't want to end up in third or you're surfing in that elimination round later on today. Priority to Connor O'Leary now with a 1.83 and a 1.3 as we have a very special guest joining us on the set. Lead forecaster from Surfline, Kevin Wallace. Kevin, always great seeing you, my friend.
Yeah, good morning. Good to be finally kicking this thing off here, too.
Yeah, what's it been like for you in anticipation of calling the event on?
What's been an interesting last few days, I think we went from about as small as it ever gets in the middle of February to about as big as it ever gets, and we're finally settling down now. I wouldn't call it a settled ocean yet, but we've settled relatively speaking, and it's actually a little bit better than I thought it was going to be this morning, given what we've seen the last couple of days. So good to see some at least decent waves out there and still pretty good size.
I do enjoy talking through the maps, but you're here. So do you mind walking us through all the reports that you've been sending us?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had, what we've got now is a mixture of swells out in the water. The tail end of that, the big swell that we saw on Thursday and Friday, which was out of the northwest. We've got some new north swell coming in from kind of the tail end of that storm. And then we've got more swell coming up over the next couple of days. The storm you can see very close to Hawaii, that's going to set up a big swell tomorrow on Sunday. Actually, probably going to be borderline washed out again, if not washed out early in the morning. Wind's going to be improving slowly over the next couple of days, but still really big. And then that big storm out in the Northwest Pacific, the far north corner of the Northwest Pacific, that's what's going to be setting up our surf on Tuesday, Wednesday, and into Thursday. You know, we can see here 12 to 18 foot faces. That's actually probably a little big. It's probably more 10 to 15, like the waves competitors are riding today, double overhead. You know, give or take a little bit. We've got trades coming up out of the northeast, going to be picking up throughout the day today. So that's like side shore conditions, pretty decent. And then going through the next couple of days, big surf again tomorrow, pretty good wind. And then finally settling down a little bit. We should see a cleaner ocean as we move through the middle of next week. You know, we're off on Mondays for the holiday, but like Tuesday, Wednesday, into Thursday, not a big swell, but a cleaner swell and a more settled ocean.
Wow, that sounds really exciting. And just to reiterate, it's President's Day Monday. The permit doesn't allow us to run, but we've got great waves to follow with really clean conditions as well. Could be a lot more settled than what we're seeing today. And I know, Kevin, you were up early last couple of mornings, down at Waimea Bay and doing a lot of big reports for the media as well. I mean, what really impressed you about the energy that we had on the North Shore the last couple of days?
I think just any time you see a huge swell like this, seeing reefs pop off, like, I mean, it feels like it's like 5 miles out to sea. You know, you just this lines of whitewater everywhere, and then going down to the bay on Thursday afternoon and Thursday evening and seeing a handful of people try and tackle it. It's always humbling to see that type of energy out in the ocean.
Yeah, and then obviously yourself, a lifelong surfer, and you must get so excited to report on days like that as we see some great moves from Cade, and right there, just getting clipped. Looked like there's just a bump in the face coming towards him that slowed down his momentum. Best couple of hooks we've seen so far in this opening heat of the morning. So Cade should take the lead with now 12:15 to go, Flick.
For sure. Obviously, the best score of the morning is, have a look at Connor.
Connor O'Leary, world number 3, on a big wind-up section. Clean carve and able to keep his board from sinking there on that bowl. Well-read wave, Connor's best so far, along with Cade's factoring in with 11:50 on the clock. And the Water Patrol already active this morning on the Red Bull skis. The goal there is to see a lot more wave riding, a lot less duck diving that we have to break down.
For sure. It's a great addition. Obviously safety, but yeah, just getting these surfers back out into the lineup and more action for us to watch. But Connor had that was a really difficult wave to surf. I mean, when Connor took off on that, it sort of looked a little bit fat, a little bit slower, that one cutback maneuver, and then he went up to hit that second section. As we break down Cade's wave, now this one, he got a really nice carve here, but I really like that variation that he got in that layback snap, and then all of a sudden it just got taken out by what looked like an invisible ninja. But yeah, Connor, really good read on this one here, but just a couple of maneuvers. Obviously, those 2 scores are going to come in at the best of this heat so far. But, yeah, Connor, that one, he went up for that turn and that bottom of that wave just fully dropped out and it became really sucky. So he negotiated that really, really well.
So 10:45 to go. Numbers will be dropping in. Kevin Wallace, head forecaster, thanks so much for joining us. Always love our catch-ups, by the way. And you probably feel like a hero a bit when you're delivering a great forecast like this.
I don't know about a hero, but I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to provide the information. I'm glad to see us off and looking forward to even better waves next week.
Well, we're all super grateful for your presence. Thank you so much. Kevin Wallace will be joining us throughout the broadcast here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. We'll give you an update on the numbers from the judges upstairs when we come back. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the WSL. And by 805 Beer, properly chill. Welcome everybody to the show once again. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach on for the opening rounds. Happy to get started here on a Saturday morning. As you can see the setup here right on Kamehameha Highway. Got such a great crew that set up this entire venue as Pipe is finishing. So great job to everybody as we have this wave ridden during the break. Imai Kalani Duvall getting a float, and also Connor O'Leary back to work, Flick.
Yeah, both surfers just sort of rolling the dice here. Connor chipping away with a couple of nice turns there. Was a smaller wave from Connor. As we have a look, all surfers getting pretty active. Beautiful first turn there from Cade, but all those waves kind of not really offering that sort of second section. As we see Cade out in the lead, so judges deeming that his wave has been the best of the heat. That was that two-turn combo with that layback snap as the second one, 417.
Cade happy to be a Hurley team rider. Staying at the Hurley house for this trip, so spending a lot of time with guys like Brett Simpson, who was a Triple Crown Rookie of the Year back in the day, longtime competitor on the championship tour as well, soaking in all that knowledge from Simpo. And also hanging out with Taj Lindblad, who's Sawyer's brother. Sawyer, the rookie on tour this year from San Clemente. Taj is out hanging out in the North Shore as well. So Cade and Taj having some great surfs, being teammates together on the Hurley program. And his score's coming through, 417. Cade's got the best numbers so far in the matchup as he's looking for a key heat win in the opening round as a rookie this year. Connor O'Leary with priority got a 3.5 and then a 2.5, which we just saw. And Imai down to third, chasing just a 2.94. So really small scores. One wave could take you from third to first really easily in this situation, basically on just one big turn when we're talking about needing a 3. And Imai is definitely one of the most powerful surfers on tour. Watching Connor now roll in on the wedge. Nice sweeping cut back for O'Leary. Clean re-entry off the top for a nice combination of maneuvers, chasing a 2.51 for the lead.
Yeah, two turns, and he read that really well, that last section. You could really see that he was like, okay, I just need to nail 2 turns here, and I'm really going to wait for that second section. Could have gone up a little bit earlier, but yeah, you could just see he just delayed that bottom turn a little bit more just to really make sure that he was going to make that turn. I think he's had a couple of close calls already in this heat where that bottom of the wave has sort of just dropped out from underneath him. So sort of smart surfing, rolling the dice. But yeah, like you said, Joe, honestly, one wave can switch it in this heat. As have a look here, and you could really see this was like a real wedgy sort of wave, kind of really delaying that bottom turn. And then here is where that's where he repositions one more time just to hit that second section.
And now back to live with Imai. Solid size on this one. Lays back into that first section, now floats it off the top. Wild ride to show the judges he's got control. And did well to be strong on his feet on top of that Channel Island surfboard. So Imai was chasing a 2.94 at that stage to move into the top 2. Connor's score already in at a 3.57, so Connor did take the lead off Madsen.
Yeah, Connor's out in the lead right now, but I've got to think that one from Imai is going to be a nice wave. I mean, you could just see how hard that wave was to ride. I mean, there was so many wobbly sections. It was like he was riding a bucket ball. Went up for that first turn and then came down, and yeah, I mean, he surfed it really well for how hard it was to surf, and even ended up right where the Red Bull skis are, so obviously right out into that channel, which means it's going to really deep water, right? So there's a lot of like lump and a lot of bump there. But I'm interested to see where this score goes. It was one of the bigger waves, and he got a couple of turns on it.
Imai Kalani, meaning descendant from heaven, name given by his great-grandmother to himself. His family, for many generations, comes from the island of Maui, from the west side to also the northeast end. Proud to be representing all of them on the championship tour. With now 3:30 on the clock, numbers coming in for last of Imai, which should change things big time, all the way from third to first. Kind of like what we were expecting there from Imai. 4.13. Cade's now down to third with priority. Still only needs a 2.9.
Yeah, you got to be thinking Connor right now, even though he's in second, I mean, he's not safe, right? Cade's got priority. As we have a look at Imai.
Scrapping into this one at the 3-minute mark. Throws down a quick fading cutback. back up into the lip. Great connection there, and he'll step off. I like the intensity of the turns, even in a small space. He knew he was going to run out of room, so got the combo in, managing the clock well.
I mean, it's also, you know, they're all really aware that they're such small scores right now. Imai's just paddled out the back. Even though he's in first, he's thinking, okay, if Cade or Connor get a wave here, I could be pushed back down into third, so I may as well just roll the dice. And you can see he looks like he's surfing like with a lot of assertion and aggression, which is really good. Sort of maybe getting on a bit more of a roll after that last 4-1-3. But yeah, like, I mean, Connor's not safe. He's sitting out there in second, but Cade's got priority, and he's actually got the highest wave of this heat, that 4-1-7, only needing a 2.9 to go into that advancing position. So, I mean, I think it's going to come down to the wire here. We've only got 2 minutes left on the clock, and I think we're going to see a lot of waves.
Cade trying to play catch-up to his good friend Crosby Colapinto in the Rookie of the Year race early. After stop one, Crosby out in front, getting an equal 9th. So Cade trying to avoid the elimination round at stop 2. He had to deal with it at Pipeline, but he did get the advancement into the round of 32. Interesting, just thinking about his rookie class compared to Connor O'Leary, who had surfers like Joan Duru, Ian Govea, Zeke Lau, and even Ethan Ewing back then. That was when Ethan finished 34th in the world. It ended up coming down to Connor and Frederico Moraes for the Rookie of the Year race. And he beat Fred by 50 points. Connor getting that, making the final at Cloudbreak that season. It's amazing how much growth can happen, though. Ethan 34th in the world, and now Flick's pick for a world title this year.
For sure, Ethan is up there with one of my top picks for sure. I just think from what I saw, you know, all through last year, the progressive nature of his calves during finals and how he had the ability, you know, he obviously got injured in Tahiti. At that back injury, was able to rally and then just put on such an amazing performance. He's just looking so strong, and even physically as well. I just think like he's even stronger than last year, and just adding so much more power to his turns. And he looks really, really focused. Obviously, he was working with Shane during Pipe, and yeah, just two really focused people coming together. And yeah, look out this year, because I think it's going to be a threat.
30 seconds to go. Priority with Madsen as he's chasing just a 2.9. Imai's rookie class had Carlos Munoz, Luca Macinas, Joao Chianca, Jake Marshall, Callum Robson, Sammy Pupo ended up beating out Caltex for Rookie of the Year. And a few stories there where they had to fall off and come back even stronger. And Imai's a part of that story as well, as we're going to wind this one out in a few seconds. Opening round, heat number 1, about to come to a close. Did Cade get up in time? Judges will be looking closely at that. He's only chasing a 2.9, but showing some frustration. And he's still going to go to work just in case this counts. Throwing down a carve. And we'll give you the word if this was just too late for Cade. And he'll be potentially in the elimination round. Stand by for the update.
It's going to be really tough. I mean, you can see him, they just a little bit of a splash of the water, and even halfway through that wave, like, come on, like, give me something to work with here. And we even said, I mean, he had the highest single wave score of that heat, that 4.17, and knowing that, only knowing you need a 2.9. But I mean, it is difficult today. It's very jumbled. I mean, we saw a lot of waves in that free surf this morning, but guys and girls were sitting all throughout this lineup, so not one wave was going to waste, right? And you can't sit everywhere in a heat. You can only sit in one spot. So, yeah, I mean, that's going to be really frustrating for Cade. We'll have to wait and see if that counts.
Yeah, still taking our time to get that update, so they're probably looking at that vision. They do have the advantage of a video replay and with the timers, so they'll see where Cade was when he was getting to his feet. And if they're actually looking this closely, I mean, if the wave wasn't enough, they'd just kind of move on. But since he was only chasing a 2.9, they'll check it out even closer. Great man to have in your corner, though, especially at sunset. Jake the Snake Patterson had some great years out here, including 2 big wins at this venue. And now happy to be a coach to pass all of his knowledge down to Cade. So they're already working out a game plan for what might be happening next. Along with Kanoa Igarashi there, who's back with Snake again.
Yeah, I like that actual approach, just paddling out what Kanoa's doing, because you get a real sense of a feel for it. And in the channel, it looks like Cade is showing a bit of looks pretty, a little bit angry, so I'm not sure. They must still be thinking about it, so. But yeah, Snake, what a good person to have in your corner, especially out here and especially coming into Hawaii. So stoked to see him back and have a few surfers under his wing.
For sure. As you can see, Imai paddling through. 4:13 was his high mark as he's hoping for a jump straight into the round of 32. He was a bit heartbroken after he fell on that wave. That would have been a 10. And we're going to rewind the clock here. Trying to listen for the horn to sound from my take flick. I think he was up in time. You can disagree.
No, I agree, actually. I think he was up in time. It's really hard if you could hear that horn or not, but a couple of little carving maneuvers you can see he's just probably a little bit pissed off, you know. Probably wanting that wave to stand up a little bit more. You can sort of see his body language here.
Well, you can see him actually show that frustration on a potentially scoring wave.
And you've got to fucking make it sure, like, there's no, you know, fall emphasis not.
So the debrief already going down from Jake the Snake Patterson for rookie Cade Madsen from San Clemente, California. Judges looking at that one closely, and now it is officially not enough for Cade Madsen. Ends up losing with a 6-point total. Connor O'Leary advances in second. Imai takes the win. We'll see Cade Madsen again in the elimination round later on today. Coming up next, it'll be Jack Robinson taking on Crosby Colapinto and David Silva here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
I just wrote like, I am a pro surfer, I'm kind, I'm positive. I'm going to be the best surfer to come out of San Clemente, okay? I got into surfing because my dad had a surf camp. He's gotten Griffin and I into it, and he's gotten me like fired up on it.
Crosby was the younger brother, and everything was about Griffin. He was happy for his brother, but now it's game on.
Appreciate it, the boss.
Crosby is a little more a wild card.
A goofball, he'll play any character. I'm a basketball professional from Australia.
They're really in tune with their emotions, and they're not afraid to show it.
Love you. Wow. I feel like competing and being a professional surfer is almost like a fast track to loving life and finding yourself. My name is Crosby Colapinto, and I'm a rookie on the championship tour.
I asked Crosby Colapinto yesterday who he thought of when he thought of Sunset Beach. He said Andy Irons, Joel Parkinson, Poncho Sullivan, and Mick Fanning. What a crew to surf with. Crosby has some great heroes to look up to as he features in this heat. Equal 9th in the world, him coming into stop number 2. And takes on Jack Robinson, who's in motion, and also David Silva. Jack, good timing, airdrop, controls it. Throwing down a nice turn on the shoulder. That's hard to get a completion on when the wave's dying underneath your feet. But Jack did well there. Here's the cross. Big wind up. Chucks the fins out the back. Another challenging maneuver to achieve at a wave like this.
For sure, I was super impressed with that. I mean, that's not an easy section to go up and hit, and to release the fins and drift like that on such a bumpy, crumbly section is hard work. And you sort of see, looks like he's surfing with intent, just even those few little kicks on this paddle back out. Same as Jack, they're both fired up. Jack Robinson, as we see, David
Silva, just a bottom turn and a kick out. I asked David yesterday who he thought of when he thought of Sunset Beach. He said John Florence and Jadson Andre. And gosh, it brought back so many memories when he told me Jadson and Jadson's heroic performances here at Sunset, especially when his career was on the line. Jadson would deliver so many times. Speaking of Jadson, if you're watching, check in. You know, if you put up a social of how you're watching, we'll repost. Because we miss you, bud.
We will repost.
I hope I got to go tell someone to do that now. David Silva, 27th career CT event. Really spring-loaded, and kind of think of his highlights in beach break type conditions. But he has had some momentum out here at Sunset in the past.
Yeah, I love the way David surfs. I got to see him during the Challenger Series event at Eurosira last year, and where he put on an amazing performance, and just his backhand is incredible. It's super critical. He's obviously has the ability to get really low, really compressed, and then just coil off the top. So yeah, this is going to be a really good heat. He's got a hard heat though. I mean, Jack Robinson out here, obviously he's won, and you know he feels very comfortable in sort of these open ocean waves, and Jack's first wave as well. I really liked what I saw already, and I think he's going to be really fired up after Pipe. You know, obviously he won Pipe last season, and probably not getting the start he wanted. I did notice when he took off on that wave, I think he might be riding an Eric Arakawa, so that's different. He rode his Sharp Eye at Pipe, but it looks to me, I could be wrong, but I think I did see that.
We're going to keep a close eye on that as this heat continues, as we catch up with Imai Kalani DeVault with AJ.
That's right, Imai coming out of the water, winning the first heat here of the Sunset competition. How did you just approach today as the first heat with the conditions the way they are?
Yeah, really scrappy heat. That was real hard out there. It feels like a big beach break right now. Like real crossed up, a lot of water moving, just no real peaks. Like really hard to find a wave with some open face. But yeah, especially being first heat, you have nothing to gauge off of, didn't see what was happening. So yeah, it's just really good to get through that one, and hopefully the next round have some better waves.
Well, and it took every minute of that heat for you to turn it and get to the first spot and avoid that elimination round. Walk us through that last wave that ended up being the one that turned the heat with a few minutes left.
Yeah, I just had priority in the wave that if I finally saw it like stand up like a wall, but I was actually super under it. I almost didn't go, but luckily I did. Like the drop, I was pretty much getting the lip on the head. I was surprised I made it, and once I made it, I was like, okay, I just need to do. In my head, I was like, if I do one good turn, it's like a 4, and that was a good score out there at the moment. So yeah, just luckily let me do a turn into like a little re-entry. So yeah, I got it done. It's like real grindy, but stoked.
Grindy works. Last thing, walk us through how you choose the equipment on a day like today, first heat.
Yeah, so it's got a lot of energy. I didn't want to ride too small of a board just for paddling, so I actually went out on a 6.6, and felt good, like for what I had. So yeah, I like riding bigger boards at Sunset most of the time. So hopefully I can get even bigger boards if there's some bigger days ahead. Hopefully.
Sounds good. Congratulations, Imai.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, AJ. You can tell just all the legends of the sport that competed out here back in the day are so happy to hear these bigger boards are being utilized more in 2024. It seems like a movement now. People aren't afraid of adding a few inches, where it kind of was a common theme to actually shrink your board down to compete at Sunset Beach.
For sure, I think there's sort of things that happen, you know, surfboard shaping, where things become popular for a second, or let's go smaller. I think that's the way to go, a little bit more foam under the chest, but we can go smaller, and therefore we don't need those big boards. But yeah, I definitely reckon there's been a bit more of a shift to a bit more volume and even length. I mean, I even noticed when Connor took off on his waves this morning in his opening heat, it looked like he was on a bigger board too, and I personally really love it. obviously love big waves, and I love seeing the surfers have to go through their full range of their quiver at a wave like Sunset.
It's cool when people kind of revive something from the past, and even someone in your area, Creed McTaggart, started riding these like bladier, longer boards, and then everyone was like, "Oh, I think it's okay to order those again," you know, because Creed looks great on it.
Yeah, for sure. No, Creed has been running those. So I think even like at some point jumping on some Rod Dahlberg boards and just those super blady, like really a lot of rocker. So yeah, it's cool to see those sort of older boards being revived.
Now on the backhand, David Silva from Guarujá, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Belts it. Nice, clean, timed backside snap. I love his speed. His timing is another big part of his act that makes him incredible. He can just spring load into the lip and send spray to the heavens. It's done well. When you see David and Jack in the water together, you're reminded that they did surf a CT final together back in Mexico. It was actually Jack's rookie season where he did pick up a victory. It was crucial at the time. Jack wasn't in the world title race that year. That win was actually for him to stay on tour. David was in the same situation. Went all the way to the final, his best result of his career on the championship tour.
Yeah, I mean, his surfing on his backhand is really incredible. I mean, we just got a little taste of it then, and just got to really talk about that, how critical he is, and the timing. That wave was super hard to surf, and once we have a look at that, you can see as he went up for that last turn, there was also this big bit of backwash or lump, and I don't know if it was intentional or not. Let's go with intentional, but it just sent that spray flying, and probably the best time turn I've seen of this event so far.
That's right. It is the best number. 5.67 on this one, Flick.
Yeah, you can see that this one had a lot more cleaner face to it, but this is the turn I'm talking about here. Really loads up, and that backwash hit at the perfect time. It's almost like it sent that spray flying even further in the sky. But yes, 5.67, great wave.
And then Jack Robinson here.
Yeah, Jack just getting a bit of like a whitewater takeoff there. A couple of carving maneuvers. You can really see he's just waiting for this section here just to stand up a bit. Beautiful time sort of floating maneuver there, and gets it up one more time. And out the back we have Crosby. Had a similar start to the wave as what we saw from Jack, and once again waiting for this section to stand up. Really drifts those fins there. That was a really hard maneuver to do on such a big wobbly wave.
Crosby up live now. Stretches out that bottom turn. Rapid cutback complete. Still some open face to work with here. Oncoming section. Lays under it early to get the completion. His wave before just a 3.33 as he drifted the fins there. Jack Star just a 4.33 as we look at Crosby's last.
Yeah, you can see the sun starting to hit the water now, so maybe that means that things are going to start improving out here. It's something funny that happens in Hawaii. As soon as that sun hits the water, sort of we call it morning sickness in the morning. You know, it's all wobbly, a bit unruly, but as soon as that sun starts to hit, I don't know what happens, something scientific, but it starts getting a lot nicer looking out there, and it's starting to get a bit more groomed.
It's a real thing.
It is.
Isn't it?
It is.
You kind of like don't want to check the waves too early sometimes because it could look really messy, and then all of a sudden the sun comes out, everything glasses off. It's magic. Definitely happening this morning once the sun started popping and just conditions started cleaning up. It's got to be something scientific behind that, Flick.
For sure. Well, you know, one little, I don't know if I should say this because I don't want people to do it, but personally, when I stay here and I've been here for months, you know, I will actually dedicate my mornings to getting up super early and surfing, because a lot of people don't. People are like waiting for that sun to come up over the cliffs or the hills behind here, and people aren't surfing or hitting the water until like 8.
Oh yeah.
8:30.
No, you can have that time.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's yours.
No one else do that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, and then everyone just waiting for the conditions to clean up. It's pretty cool in Hawaii. Like sometimes there's just local weather systems that will clear the lineup, and if you're on it, you could just sneak out after everything cleans up again, and it really pays off just to park it yourself at the beach all day long, especially when you got great swell in the water like we do today. Silva, I'm really impressed. 5.67, that's the best number so far. I even enjoyed, you know, the way Jack linked up his wave with different types of turns. But timing was everything, getting up in the lip on that backhand approach. So he's doing a great job to hold the lead with 18:25 to go.
Yeah, I think the difference too for David's wave was that it had a really clean face. Jack and Crosby, there was moments on both of their waves, but both their waves quite foamy. There was a lot of foam throughout that whole wave, whereas David's was two really well-timed turns on sort of a cleaner face wave, and visually that just looks a lot more impressive, I think.
So looking at 18 on the clock now. Talking about some great moments in surfing history at Sunset Beach. And for Kelly Slater, who is coming up next, there's always been this topic about how he was never into Sunset, but you got to remember he has had 10s out here. Also in his book that he wrote with Jason Board, Pipe Dreams, so he released that years ago. He has a story about getting his first proper barrel of his life right here at Sunset when he was talking about coming from Cocoa Beach, Florida, and learning how to get comfortable in bigger, powerful waves where he couldn't straighten out because someone was paddling, and he couldn't punch through, and he was forced to just pull in, and it ended up being the best wave of his life at the time. So I think it's cool when you talk about the GOAT, because you're used to hearing like GOAT-type records at every wave on tour, and he might not have all the stats like he has at Pipe and all the other venues, but he certainly has had those magical moments out here.
For sure, I think we always joke too, oh, Kelly, he's like, in one of those first morning. We'll get back to that point in a second.
As we see Jack Robinson essing his way back into the pocket, laying down a nice wrapping turn again. Back to the left. And really feeling good off that last snap off the top. Leaning back and turning in a nice clean finishing move. Jack will just be chasing a 185 for first, so we should be seeing the lead change there. Like you mentioned before, getting that early exit at Pipe. Last year we were watching him in that bright yellow jersey being world #1. Different start this season, but definitely coming off a stellar year, featuring in the WSL finals in September.
Yeah, Jack had an incredible year last year, and it was just incredible to watch just how consistent he was throughout the whole year, and started the year with a win, finished the year with a win, and really bookended that year. And going into finals, as we look here, this is really hard take off that one in the whitewash. It's so hard to do, and just a couple of nice sort of carving maneuvers here. But then the way he finished this, you could see he was just waiting for this wave to stand up, sort of toying with it there, and sort of that last turn, really well-timed layback. But, I think the difference is, if you're able to get that sort of finishing turn on sort of like a bigger closeout section here, it's sort of, is it more of an exclamation mark than just the wave not giving that, and I feel like that's something that maybe the judges are looking at today, especially. I mean, we saw the highest wave so far go to David on that 5.67, and he had that finishing maneuver, on that closeout section. There's something really captivating about that to me anyway.
Yeah, the size of the section is so important. How hard you hit it with speed, with control and flow through your maneuvers. So numbers in for last of Crosby, 3.53, but an important number still yet to drop for Jack Robinson. We're talking about the story of Gary Elkerton Kong being one of the most feared competitors at Sunset. We're talking about the 87 domination. Oh, Gary won that, but Mike Parsons was in that final with a 10. Still lost. Snips, when he reflects on that, said Kong was on another level in that era, especially in that final. Kong won. Seth Moniz' dad, Tony, got runner-up. And a legend named Simon Law got fourth that year. And I think for that crew, that generation, they're so thrilled to be looking at this venue because it did go away from the championship tour for a long time. And now we're seeing this brand new approach from the new school here in 2024. Jack does get the score to take the lead. 5.07 as world #1 prepares with his shaper Britt Merrick. Take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back. Still plenty of time to set up your fantasy surf teams. You can check out worldsurfleague.com or download the WSL app. And remember, you got to pick a power surfer. That gets double the points. A lot of people probably have Jack Robinson out there from his domination at this event in the World Cup days and also at the Sunset Open. Always great in the jersey at slapping waves, but reminds everyone that he's good in all types of different venues around the world, making him a true world title threat as he's gunning for that #1 spot this year once again. And now just building the family as well. His baby boy Zen was born in December, so he got to enjoy that special moment. But also up early with his wife Julia for the dad responsibilities, usually on game day as well. He's absolutely loving becoming a father, creating some great balance for him this season as we've got Crosby deep on this one. Man who's leading the Rookie of the Year race. Just set up work there and not finding much to work with. He's still third, still chasing a 4.95.
Yeah, I mean, 4.95, if you go off the first heat, you know, Cade lost and he only needed a 2.9. So 4.95 actually is not that easy to find out here today. I mean, we've seen a couple of fives as we look at Jack.
Jack Robinson set up work, always looks to find the tube. This time he gets a little bit of shade. Right back to vertical surfing for Robinson.
That was really well done. That was really well surfed. That wasn't an easy wave to surf, and he made that look very, very easy. It was just his read on that wave, being able to identify that wave was actually going to offer a little barrel section, and then the way that wave ended, obviously it didn't have that big closeout turn, but opting to go for that sort of jam in the pocket and timing that so well looked really explosive at the end there. So I think that's probably going to be a good wave for Jack.
Would Jack's favorite wave in the world be North Point? Probably. As we get back to this one, Flick.
Yeah, bit of a foamy takeoff there. Just sort of weaving his way through this and sort of toying with it. This is where I was talking about his read for that section there. I mean, trying to find a barrel out here today when it's so tricky and wobbly is not an easy thing to do. But yeah, perfect little stall there, sort of rainbow the spray of that wave, and yeah, finishing it off nicely. But you can see his weight just shifted just a little bit further forward on his board there. That back foot slid up off that tail pad, gets a cover up, just a small one, and out he comes. A little bit of a shampoo. So you can see his weight just shifts back there on the tail pad and pivots so tight in the pocket just for that finishing maneuver.
Any logo updates you see on that board?
I was too focused on the feet, though.
No, I like it. Yeah, it's cool for a lot of these surfers to have long-time relationships with shapers from Hawaii. And it's usually really cool with their full-time sponsor to say, hey, we love using these boards in Hawaii for Jack. He's got a long relationship with Arakawa. We saw that with Connor O'Leary at Pipe, where he has DHDs, and even DH didn't know what he'd be on in the quarters, and Connor pulled out a trusty Takoro. This is definitely one region where it helps a lot to dive into the knowledge from all the local shapers. Anytime I see a wave at sunset, I think of Bushman, who lives right here on the point, as we look at Crosby Colapinto going down a healthy wrapping turn. Nice carve and kicks out, riding Mayhem surfboards, trying to go back-to-back for the CT Shaper rankings for his good friend and mentor, Matt Biolis. So the Cross kind of kicked out of one that didn't give him much and got to work on the previous ride. Here comes David Silva, chasing a 5 for the lead and not finding it there.
I like the start of Crosby's wave. It was really nice because it had that really clean, open face, and he was able to get that really beautiful carving maneuver for that first turn. You've got to be thinking if he'd had 2 moments like that, he would have been on his way to a really good score, and maybe that 4.95 as we have a look here. So he takes off. You can see that this first section here just really allowing him to put that board on rail, which is really nice, but sort of not really probably finishing it the way he'd want. That wave just kind of going really fat But yeah, this first turn here was really beautifully done, and sort of into a second one, but really hard because you could see there was that big rivet through the face of that wave there, a lot of lump to contend with. So well surfed, but not sure if it'll be that 4.95. We'll have to see.
Crosby Colapinto locking in again. Great bottom turn, attacking it on the open face. Oncoming section, he'll swipe it and then kick out. So a two-turn combination. And it's fun to really enjoy those open face hooks kind of before you get up in the lip, just really trying to punch it hard in the pocket. Crosby did that well. And he looks like he's been pretty active. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the top 2 with all these numbers locking in. Previous for Crosby, 5.3. Already got him in his second. And now in that last wave, he's hoping for a 5.38 to take the lead off Jack.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, really well done from Crosby. I mean, those couple of turns, I mean, that first one was really nice. And like I said, it just had that really clean face. A lot of the waves today that these guys have been taking off on so far, it starts with maybe a whitewash takeoff. It's a bit foamy, and then a couple of setup turns and then waiting for that one moment, whereas Crosby's wave really allowed him to have that first moment on that first section of that wave.
As we go through Crosby's once again.
Yeah, this one, bit of a beefier wave. You can see he had to draw that turn, cut that turn a little bit short, and got the second maneuver straight up into the lip there. But this is what I mean here. So he actually identified, I'm going to just pull this one a little bit quicker than what I normally would, and then gets that sort of second turn up into the lip. So great backup wave there for Crosby.
Down to 3:55 on the clock. Last of Crosby keeps him in second. Jack still out front because wave number 4 for Jack came through at a 5.6. As we say, a big good morning to Strider on opening day of competition.
Morning, Joe. Hi, Blake. The waves are, well, it's big out here. Lumpy, a lot of action, a lot of moving parts. Very hard to find a section to attack, but they're out here. We've seen some barrels. We've seen some really heavy, just standing up sections. So Tommy Whitaker telling Crosby, find those big sections. Just anything you can do to get up into that bowl and throw a big turn on the critical section, which is what those judges are looking for. Slate's just paddled out. We got a big heat coming up, and well, we'll see what happens. But it is a beautiful morning, but it's a lot more than it looks like from the beach out here. Big wash through sets, a lot of duck diving, a lot of action out here for the caddies in the channel.
I'm just happy, Strider, you got company at this venue with the caddies with you throughout this event.
Yeah, Kaimana Henry's out here for Jack. Right now, we got Tommy Whitaker's out here. Saw him. He was giving me some insight on the way that they were attacking the bowl. So it's nice to be out here with some friends.
I love it, Strider. Kaimana Henry is a really incredible surfer. Backdoor pipe, but just when you think of power, you think of Kaimana. And Tommy Whitaker, one of the most consistent guys to be on tour for a very long time, from the QS to the Championship Tour and the Hawaiian Water Patrol. The best in the business, taking care of all the competitors and Strider. Make sure he's in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, it's such a unique event how you are able to have this caddy and coach in the channel and have that dialogue mid-heat, you know, as you paddle back out, hey, you know, maybe sit a bit deeper, go put a little bit more pressure on this guy. So, and it's fantastic having Strider there because we get all these insights, you know.
Yeah, it makes it so unique, and it becomes very important. There are so many years those caddies would have like a waterproof housing on their phones, because then they could get updates with scores, and then they could be another point to say, this is what you need, this is what the scores are looking like. And now with the Apple Watch, they've got it right on their arm, as well as we've got Jack on a big bowling section. How about that? Well-timed vertical hack for the Australian.
That was really, really, really well done. As we can see, Jack's mum, we've got Julia there. They're all loving it. We've got Bemi there in the back. But yeah, that was really, really well timed. The best turn, in my opinion, so far that we've seen. And he's probably a bit, I'm like, oh, this second turn, second section didn't probably give him what he wanted, but that was great. And I loved what I saw just there.
Also saw Dave Riddle in the background. Just so happy with that maneuver. Dave Riddle has been looking after a lot of surfers for decades. Still rips himself as we check out this turn again.
Yeah, this wave's so clean and so steep. Jack timed that very, very well. Goes into that second carving maneuver, but obviously all the points are going to be coming from that first turn. It just was so well timed. You can see how much this wave was really allowing him to do that, just the wave selection, and how tight Jack was able to pivot in that tiny little pocket was just really impressive. So yeah, I absolutely loved it.
One maneuver can get the job done. Jack Robinson, 6.4. Best number of the morning on a great connection on the bowl, nice and vertical. Extends his lead out front. Crosby now needs a 6.7 for the win. Priorities with David Silva, who needs a 4.36 as he's trying to channel some Chad and Andre right here at Sunset Beach. One of his favorites to watch. Can he pull off something on the buzzer here? He's going to run out of time. Just like Cade Madsen going to the elimination round. David Silva will also be in that round later on today. Jack and Crosby will be reseeded in the round of 32. Heat 3 on deck, which features an 11-time world champion who has 56 championship tour wins. Now a 52-year-old Kelly Slater taking on Kyle Ibelli, and now world number 1 Baron Mamiya, fresh off the win at Pipeline. That one starting in just a moment. Great job to Jack. We'll take a quick break here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach and bring in Kaipo Guerrero and Jesse Mendez for the call right now.
Welcome back to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, stop number 2 on the championship tour. Big heat out in the water here at Sunset with the yellow leader jersey holder, Baron Mamiya, fresh off a win at Pipeline and back to Sunset where he's had some great success as well. So that's our first glance at Baron Mamiya. Mamiya joined out in the lineup with Kyle Ibelli and the 11-time world champ, Kelly Slater. Thank you for joining us. Girl, along with former Triple Crown winner Jesse Mendez on the call here. I love this heat, Jesse.
Yeah, this is an incredible heat. Actually, Baron is a specialist out here. First big win of his career was out here as a wild card, which that's very impressive. And starting off the heat, not the greatest wave, but yeah.
Yeah, Baron's won both a Pro Junior here in the 2017 and 2022, like you said. Baron's big win on the CT rankings, and he did that as a wildcard. Again, Kaipo Guerrero, Jesse Mendez here in the set. Thank you for joining us. And this is a great tale today. We're getting things started off at Sunset Beach today. 8 to 12 foot faces here. It's the real deal Sunset, and it's a great way to get going with this men's opening round, Jesse.
Yes, we got a kind of a north swell, so we're gonna see a lot of those like inside bows really rolling through, and you see those surfers like I was paying attention on the first and second heat. They're actually looking for those waves that were growing down the line and hitting that inside bow. So yeah, we're gonna see a lot of action. Saw some good surfing so far already, and excited.
Yeah, our shot there of Baron, 24 years old from North Shore. He's yellow leader with that tremendous win at Pipeline at stop number 1. Barron out there on a Channel Islands Pipe Rook model, the same board that he surfed to a victory over at Pipeline. He's got again here at Sunset. Britt Merrick telling me that put this board together. It went really well for Barron. So Britt went back to the laboratory, built a stack of these Pipe Rooks for Barron, 6.0s to 6.6 to prepare him for really the rest of the tour. So it seems like Barron's got the equipment dialed in, Jesse.
Yeah, and I was actually trying to brainstorm here a little bit. What was the reason why he was choosing this board to surf such a different wave than Pipeline? And sometimes it's just the wave works so well. It's such a magic board, and you feel so confident on top of it that it just goes well in every condition. And you see it today as far as its Sunset, it's usually a bigger open wall, but we're seeing that north swell, and they're surfing more of the inside bow, and it actually gets pretty pockety and tight on that last section, so it's smart of him having a board with a little more curve and to fit those sections better. And on a contrast, you see Kyle, I asked him, and he was riding a 6.8, and he's much shorter than Barron. Not much shorter, but quite shorter than him, but just opting the opposite of it, riding a longer board, having more paddle power, and big contrast on equipment in this heat.
Yeah, for more equipment talk, let's go out to the water with Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, Pat, thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, catching up with the caddies out here in the water. I guess, I think maybe Kyle's riding a little bit shorter board. He's got it 6.8 in the water. He's on the 6.6 right now. And I think, Kelly Slater, he's out here on a 6.3, just like Barron. Barron on a 6.3, just like you guys were talking about, same board from Pipeline. And the backups are all out here waiting for him. It's so unique seeing these guys in the lineup and having that conversation with their caddies right before they get started in their heats. Really good information coming across, where to sit, what to do, how to find those waves. Really a challenge out here right now.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, Kelly Slater. Unusual for Slater. He actually was part of the warm-up surf this morning. Rare to see Kelly warming up at Sunset and out early. He was testing some new boards. He has some new boards with Slater designs, Mike Wu shapes underneath Kelly's feet that he was testing this morning. We'll see. Maybe we can get the information from Strider if he's still on those Mike Wu shapes. Of course, Mike Wu grew up here on Oahu. 20 years ago, moved to Bali where he started his shaping career, and Kelly's been gravitating towards those Wu shapes. There's Kelly Slater, 11-time world champ out there. A conversation when we talk about Kelly Slater and Sunset, it's no mystery that it has been a bit of his nemesis, Sunset Beach. We look at the heat winning percentage for Slater. His career heat winning percentage, Jesse, 71%. When we narrow it down to Sunset, his heat winning percentage goes down to just 40%. So really a beast that Kelly wants to tame in competition.
Yeah, and it's even hard if there's not really an answer for it, because you talk about Sunset, it's you really need to be very confident in Hawaiian waters, and he has that advantage on top of everyone on tour right now, besides maybe John, and we see Barron up and riding.
Mamiya, quick to the lip there, and gets bounced off. You can see how hard that was to ride out of. Jumbled water right behind him. Slater scratching into this one for Slater's first wave. Balanced approach at the beginning, eyeing up his section. Long bottom turn, glides off the top beautifully. Little bit of a messy wave. It's going to go tapered into the channel here. He's going to have one more opportunity on the inside, and that one you can just see the bounce affecting Slater, but really fighting for a finish there. So I like it. It looks like it's a motivated Kelly Slater right now, Jesse.
Yeah, and back to what I was just mentioning, like, he's so comfortable out here in Hawaiian waters, and he has so much experience that it doesn't translate to those percentages that we just spoke about it. It's interesting. There's no answering for that. I don't know what it is. I know he's been working hard with some local guys for this event, so he might have an advantage now. And this was actually a great pick for Kelly right here. Like, it gave him opportunities for multiple turns. That was a nice crack right there. Not much down the line, and right here is just doubles up, and he was just in a weird angle, like put his board kind of sideways and hit the lip, and as he landed sideways, and ideally you want to land with your nose facing the shore so you have more stability. And that being said, he just ended up falling his back on the water and wasn't able to regroup. But shaky start, but better than I think his opponents. Let's see Kyle here.
Ibeli working down the line, long wall in front of Kyle. stuck in the whitewater here, finally gets into some open face. Little carve there. And again, just that water just disappears. I mean, when you hit the channel right there, that wave will just disappear. So it gets really sticky on the rails for the finish. Kyle Ibelli, 30 years old. When we talk about Kyle, Jesse, we're actually talking about a surfer that's had great success here at Sunset Beach. 2022, he had a semifinal finish. Last year, quarterfinals. So Kyle's been really consistent at this break.
Yeah, he's been coming to Hawaii for so long, and he's very comfortable here, loves this wave. He's one of those guys that it's not afraid to say that he loves Sunset more than anything. I mean, obviously he loves pipe and backdoor as well, might be his favorite waves, but he spends a lot of time here, and Sunset, you almost need that love relationship to it, you know, so you can actually feel comfortable out there and getting good rhythms and know the lineup. It's such a big playing field, and he has so many moods, and he has everything dialed out here, so it translates to his results.
Yeah. 66th Championship Tour event for Kyle Ibelli. He's had 12 starts here at Sunset in competition. Now remember, from 2004 till 2019, Sunset was a qualifying series event. So coming up through the ranks and trying to get on the Championship Tour, Kyle had to surf a ton of heats out here, and this was the final event of that qualification season in those years. So it was such an important event to get on the Championship Tour. So that's why you have some of the guys that have been grinding around here actually have more Sunset experience because they surf those QS events out here.
Yes, and mostly on a day like today, when you're talking about QS, you have a smaller window, you have more heats to be done, so you're most likely going to be surfing in trickier conditions. And also, when we usually have the QS here, it was a time of the year that we'd have a lot of north swells, which that's what we got today. So very similar conditions to what he probably surfed, I don't know, plenty of times. So it makes you feel more comfortable, know the lineup better. You see it in so many different spots throughout the different moods of Sunset, and he got this one dialed for sure. And yeah, he's looking good.
They can talk about the moods. You can see how broad the break is, how many different sections there are, and how it's, you know, Jesse, I mean, I call Sunset a time bandit. I know I'm going to go back to that over and over again, but this break seems just to steal time away because it's so easy to get lost in this vast lineup.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's a different story on a CT level because you have less people. Sometimes you're surfing a man-on-man heats, but I usually have a rule for 4-man heats out here at Sunset. I needed to be on my first wave in the first 5 minutes. And also we didn't have ski assist, so you had a lot of time to pedal back out. But yeah, just time goes down so quick here, and it's you can spend 15 minutes completely lost out there. So you want to try and capitalize the beginning of the heat as much as you can.
Sets coming through here. We'll see if anyone goes. Meanwhile, let's check with the last heat winner. He was a champ in 2019. He started off a win here in 2024. AJ McCord with Jack Robinson.
That's right, Jack, just getting up here on the beach. Good start to the Sunset competition, winning your very first heat. You took advantage of the very beginning of that heat and the very end of it to try and find some scores. How did you want to attack this heat?
I just was not even really thinking, just go and surf. Like, yeah, just since the last event, I'm just focused on surfing now. It was like, for sure, it wasn't one of those heats where you're waiting for the best waves because it was quite tricky, but yeah, just forget all the noise and go surf.
What were the waves? If you weren't waiting for the best waves, what kind of waves were you looking for?
I don't know, just anything with a corner on it. It just depends what you get. It's kind of really hard to tell and kind of read the waves right now. So, yeah. But that's what Sunset's always like. It's always hard and it's bumpy, and even when it looks easy, the guys make it look easy, it's still really hard. So, yeah, just try and get 2 waves and get the job done.
When you talk about coming back to surfing and just focusing on that, how did you do that in this waiting time that we've had to get the competition started?
Yeah, it's different now because I have a baby, so it's like, feels like the time is not as long. I'd come to events before and I'd just be sitting around twiddling your thumbs, and now I got a baby to play with, so it's like, it's a whole other, it's just really fun the late days. Like, it doesn't even matter. It's a whole other aspect, yeah.
It's awesome. We love seeing you and Julia and Zen down here on a day like today. Walk us through the board that you're riding and how you chose it.
6'8", actually not 6'8", 6'8.5". Eric Arakawa, single fin. No, no. I got a bunch of vintage boards lately. I've been experimenting. Eric just made me an Andy board, so yeah, it's a bunch of different boards, but just the stock standard Sunset board. 6-8, went a bit longer today.
How'd that set you up?
Yeah, it was good.
I'd say so. A heat win. Congratulations, Jack. Good start to Sunset.
Thanks.
Yeah, Jack back with his shaper, a mentor to him in his younger years, Eric Arakawa, the professor. Saw Eric on the bike path over here, coming to check out Jack's heat. Eric just has been shaping, gosh, boards for Hawaiian Waters for nearly, well, over 3 decades, actually. And just, you know, I call him the professor because he's just one of those shapers that really was accurate in keeping files and measurements and really making a science out of board design. You can still find Eric Arakawa right here at the Wailua Sugar Mill, where he has a factory and a showroom. So anyone can get Arakawa.
Yeah, and the best thing about those shapers, they're raised here. Oh, we see Kelly up and riding.
Slater bangs that section there. So nice start. It looks like that's all he's going to get. Getting groovy there with the foam climb, but that's difficult water to pull that off. Slater opened up with a 3.07, and likely he's going to take the lead when that next score drops in for Kelly Slater. Baron Mamiya here, live action. Ratings leader looking down the line, tap dancing down the line, slashes the oncoming section. Looking stable on his board. And he's going to look for Hawaiian Water Patrol and the Red Bull jet ski for a pickup, it looks like. There they go. Kavika Foster swooping down to grab him.
Yeah, similar waves right there for both of them. A little bit of contrast. I thought Kelly had a little bit more pizzazz, like really pushed through that turn. Like hard to hit the lip out here at Sunset. Like Jack just mentioned, even on an easy day that everyone's making it look easy, there's so much bump and lump. And on a day like today with kind of strong winds all night, you have a lot of chop. You have the backwash that Sunset usually has already. So hard to do what Kelly did on that turn right there. I know it's not going to come in a big score, but it was a very good score for as much as what he could have done on that wave. And as you see up and right in here, Baron on the second wave, sorry. And right here, almost, I felt like there's a little bit more left on the bone right there. He really pushed nice, the back foot, had a lot of power, but I thought he could have maybe direct the board a little bit more. Right here, as you see it, he finishes the turn right there, kind of halfway through, not halfway through, but maybe 70%. I think there's a little bit more there. But still something, getting a score on the board. There's already 13 minutes left, like you mentioned. Things fly here.
Yeah. 2.87 for Baron Mamiya, checks in. Slater with a 3.43. Kelly Slater out in the lead right now with that 3.43 and his first wave of a 3.07. We're going to take a break right now. We're coming back with more action from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Can Kelly Slater take out a win here? We'll find out when we return. What's a perfect wave look like? What's a 10 look like? This is what a 10 looks like, and not all 10s are created equal. This was a perfect 10 from Pipeline. All 5 judges maxed out the scoring potential there. Baron Mamiya, 10-point ride, and a Yeti 110 Tundra cooler stocked with Yeti merch, tumblers, ramblers for that 10-point ride, and a tremendous season for the North Shore born and bred Baron Mamiya. He's out there along with Kelly Slater and Kyle Ibelli. Baron wearing the yellow leader jersey. Kaipo Guerrero along with Jesse Mendez on the call here. We went to break. We saw Slater in the lead, but things changed during that break, and we'll get you caught up on some of the waves ridden during that break because it did change the situation, especially this wave right here, Jesse.
Yeah, let's check this out. Wow, great turn there for Kyle. Just a big section, biggest section so far of the heat, and nice way to finish right there and carve it down. Very clean, kept his rails clean throughout all that cost going through, and you see Kelly on the wave behind. Taking off the whitewash, waiting for that wave to hit the inside bow, and actually finding a drainer. Oh, and so what that does right there, what happens a lot here when you pull in at sunset, it hits that shallow shelf, but then it goes so deep after. So it jacks up and then it just clamps on you. So that's what happened to Kelly right there. I mean, nothing more he could have done, but great wave selection for Kyle so far. That was probably the nicest wave of the morning I've seen, and just two clean sections, two big turns, and yeah, getting rewarded.
Yeah, 6.17 for Kyle, and Kyle takes the lead off of Kelly Slater. But remember, first and second in this opening round advance into the round of 32. It's that third place surfer that is in jeopardy, and that third place surfer goes to elimination round. We're going to have the elimination round this afternoon where that's when people take home 33rds, and that is definitely not a result that you want on the championship tour.
Yeah, a lot of pressure today. Also, if you're coming out at 33rd here, depending on what results you had back at Pipe, like your back's against the wall and there's only 3 events until the mid-season cut, and then the pressure builds up. And check this out, Kaipo, the lineup right here. You see Baron with first priority, seating way deeper than everyone, and Kelly up and riding.
Here we go, Kelly, as we check in with our heat check, the top scores for all of 3 surfers on the bottom there. Kelly pulls into a barrel, and Kelly comes out of that one. So heat check that. Kelly Slater, a 5-point ride will take him to the lead. Baron Mamiya behind Slater, trying to get out of that third place position. Baron does not want to follow up a win over a Pipeline with an appearance in the elimination round. And you can see all the waves ridden by our surfers here. The top 2 best waves, as well as the ticker. And on the bottom, you can see the top scores for each of the surfers. We're waiting for that score, however, for Kelly Slater, and seeing if Slater's able to turn the heat with that barrel ride, Jesse.
Yeah, and capitalizing on her priority. Baron had priority, but as I was just mentioning, he was seating way deeper, and Kelly underneath just identifying that that wave was going to run down the line. And you see here, like, he's almost like anxiety, like trying to get down the line because he saw the potential in front, and backdooring that section, actually getting pretty deep because we're looking into it, and he disappeared in that barrel. See right here, that section almost making him just a little behind, and that last bump just going through that barrel and coming out on the doggy door with that clamp after. It was, yeah, perfect reading barrel right there for Kelly. You couldn't do better that wave. Right here, just sneaking out, getting a little lipped on the end, but still coming out pretty clean and doing the no claim claim. And he's going to get pretty rewarded on that wave, and Kyle up and riding.
Ibelli tucks up high there for a little shampoo to begin with. Rusty board, clean rails, nice finish there, times it right as the wave hits the channel, and Kyle kicks out. Baron Mamiya, nice wall in front of Mamiya. Easy carve there. Mamiya coming around here, little sticky. So really a battle right now between Kyle Ibelli, Baron Mamiya. We're thinking that Kelly Slater with that last barrel ride should take the lead, but we're now waiting for scores for all 3 of our surfers, Jesse.
Yeah, I think he would most likely take the lead, but Kyle also is going to have a 1.83 to better, which he is going to do it as well on that last wave. So it's really going to be up to that backup, who has the best backup, because I think Kelly is going to be probably on a similar range as Kyle's best wave with that barrel. And Barron just, unfortunately for him, every wave he caught, he has kind of a good opening turn, but then the wave just flattens out, and that's kind of how it is here. Like on a north day, you almost want to take off on a wave that doesn't really look good where you're taking off, but it's growing down the line and hitting that inside bow, and that's what Kyle has been able to identify. And Kelly's also best score, the barrel that he got, also is kind of a down the line wave, and we see Kelly up and riding.
Slater, long bottom turn, beautiful top turn there for the 11-time world champ. Easy on the rails, precise in some messy, warbly water. Kelly Slater. So now the judges owe us 2 scores for Slater. That's going to thicken the plot. Let's go out to the water with Strider Wazalewski. What about that exchange, Strider?
Yeah, beautiful. A lot of great surfing right there. I feel like Kyle's actually kind of in the driver's seat, but Slater finding that barrel, coming out on his tippy toes, and then just backing it up with a couple of really nice open space turns right there. So, you know, Barron kind of searching for that one good wave still. We'll see what happens. Slater paddling by now, getting some words with the caddy, and looking pretty confident. But yeah, it's a crapshoot out here right now. You roll the dice on every wave. But you know what? They're saying that they're seeing little bits and pieces in the line. When you see the whole wave stretch out, and then you can kind of pick your spot on that wave, and that's what they're doing. They're just finding that one big opportunity. If they get another one, they're lucky and happy.
Well, that score came in. Previous wave for Kelly Slater, 6.17. That's enough to take him into the lead, but Kyle Ebelli's score yet to drop. It just comes through at a 3.83. Ebelli, seesaw attack, takes the lead off of Slater. Slater still with one more score to drop. 4-point ride will take Kelly Slater back into the lead. Really, the surfer with a problem right now is Barron Mamiya with priority. Needs to get out of that third position, Jesse.
Yeah, because even before Kelly's score come out, Barron's already looking for the best wave of the heat so far. And you see Kyle up and riding here. A lot of action in his heat.
Staying busy. Ebelli, catches the rails there, saves it, pulls into the barrel, and Kyle fights his way out. Well, maybe a fortunate mistake for Kyle Ebelli. Catching that rail actually stalled him into the barrel, and he was able to go in and come out nicely.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, they're in an own battle of themselves right there. You see Kelly getting a 6.23 and going into the lead, and now Kyle's going to answer with probably a pretty close score. Like, nice wave there for Kyle, nice barrel. Like you mentioned, kind of a mistake. Got caught a little bit, but then was able to just be just late enough. And you see Kelly here. That's when he gets very dangerous here at Sunset, when he has a clean wall. He's so capable of engaging rail and just driving through the rail. And that was beautiful 2-turn combo there for Kelly, just getting rewarded very nicely. And I think that was all because those were actually turns. Like, he wasn't trying to battle to stay on top of the board. Right there, he's driving through those fins and the rail and pushing it very nicely. That was a beautiful wave for Kelly.
How are these slashes for a 52-year-old? 52-year-old Kelly Slater just celebrated his birthday the 11th of this month, and Kelly just looking on point. Kyle as well, putting it together here.
Yeah, but see right there, as I mentioned, like different approach from the turns. That's why Kelly got so rewarded. But then Kyle, on the other hand, he got barreled and comboed with the turn. So that's going to look like a good score for Kyle as well. So they're having a great heat right now, and Barron's just lost. Like, where are all those waves going?
Yep, Kyle Ebelli a 7.17. Ebelli in the lead, Slater in second. Barron Mamiya in a precarious position. We can see all the scores there for Kyle on the bottom of your board from all 5 judges. Throw away the high and the low. Barron Mamiya in a precarious position right now. He needs a 9.13. Barron has priority, and it is go time for the North Shore local.
Yeah, it's looking tough for him right now. Only 2 minutes left, and both of the surfers already have a good score and a good backup. So Barron's going to really have to capitalize on his next opportunity, and it has to be very soon if he's looking for 2 waves. Otherwise, he's just going to have to wait for that special wave that hasn't been ridden today at 9.13.
How often does this happen? You come off the high of a victory or a really good finish at an event, and then the very next event, oh my goodness, in the barrel, and Kyle Ebelli getting heated at the finish of this heat. So Ebelli, again, back on board, finding and mining diamonds, gems in a gravel pit right now that is Sunset Beach. Kyle Ebelli really successful. We'll see if he builds on his heat total there.
Yeah, and if you stop and think, all the good waves ridden were all on the inside bowl. Like you see Kelly's both waves and Kyle's both waves, and even this one right here, you see nice barrel there for Kyle. Both feet move very forward to give that stability that you mostly need here at Sunset Point And check this out, side angle, gets very deep, comes out very clean, and kind of finish it off. It's not going to be a huge extra point for that carve, but something. And you see Baron once again way back on the screen right there, seating with priority and missing this corner right here. And Kyle just was like, okay, third priority, I'll capitalize on that.
Yeah, he had a nice little fade into that barrel as well, because he could see that coming. Likely to improve upon his heat total and likely to remain in the lead, Kyle Ibelli. Baron Mamiya way outside, you can see on this pulled back shot in the yellow jersey.
Yeah, and all those waves were just squeezing by him, and he could not see them, and guys are taking advantage of that, and see him up and riding right now.
Here goes Baron. Big white water in front of him, and you can see by the body language right now a disappointed Baron Mamiya. We will see Baron in the elimination round this afternoon. So he's going to have to regather himself, and there's going to be a lot more pressure in that elimination round for Baron Mamiya, so we'll see how he handles that pressure this afternoon. Meanwhile, Kyle Ibelli, a 7.17, a 7-point ride. Ibelli first in this heat, and Kelly Slater also advancing into the round of 32. There's your results. There's your numbers for heat number 3 of the opening round. Opening round, heat number 4 when we return. It's going to be John Florence, Jake Marshall, and Keanu Asing. We'll bring in a special guest, by the way.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Paumalu, the Hawaiian name for this break right here, Sunset Beach, the event site for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Welcome to the booth. I'm Kuiper Girl, Jesse Mendez, and two-time U.S. Open champ, Hurley team and marketing manager, Brett Simpson. Thank you for joining us, Brett.
Thanks for having me, guys. This is awesome. It's wild and woolly out there, but they're getting some waves.
That last heat, I mean, both Slater as well as Kyle Ibelli found some great waves out there.
Yeah, for sure. Kyle always does it. He's very good when the waves are tricky and big. And Kelly, you know, we obviously know the love-hate with this wave, but if it's barreling, he could find it.
Yeah, and he sure did, both advancing into the round 32. Hurley team rider there, Jake Marshall on his opening ride. Jake is out in this heat along with John Florence and the wild card, a wild card, Anu Boy, Keanu Asing. There's our three surfers in this heat. Your thoughts on this heat, Jesse?
I mean, obviously John having the edge here with experience and just knowledge of the wave and how he surfs usually this type of big and open wall conditions. Everyone knows, everyone's seen it. But it's anyone's game. We saw the heat before. Barron, the former winner out here, just not finding anything. It's very unruly out there. It's tricky. So it's really anyone's game. They're both kind of trying to paddle a little bit in, trying to sneak that inside bowl.
Yeah, John Florence took a win out here back in 2011 at the World Cup at the time, the Vans World Cup at the time. And John just a youngster at that point, but he's one that has Sunset pretty wired. Jake Marshall out there, Brett, 25 years old, out of Encinitas, California. He's actually had his best CT finish here at Sunset. So this has got to be a wave that plays to Jake's strong suits.
Yeah, for sure. He's got a house right down the road, and I will say he's super comfortable out here. This is one of his go-to waves when he's in town, and I think that year, 22, he did beat John out here, which is a tough task. Here he is again, and here's John starting a lot of these foamy ones start pretty good, and he's in a stand-up too.
John in and out. What a start for the two-time world champ, John Florence. Brett, he's able to just, you saw that coming with that long-walled inside section.
Yeah, you know, when you're out there, sometimes those waves start off a little foamy and then they go clean. And that wave, obviously John has the eye for it. He's probably looking for the barrel. And his equipment, he's always on something a little smaller, but I think it's the Ghost model where there's foam up front. So he's still able, such a good paddler, to navigate around the break. Most guys, you ride bigger boards to kind of get around out there. When you're on the wave, you always feel like you can maybe have a little bit less, but that's the balance.
Yeah. How important is paddle power out here, Jesse?
Yeah, it's definitely key for everything, every aspect, to getting in a wave, positioning yourself. When the sets come through and they clean up, there's a lot of pressure going down the point. So to keep yourself in position is always very important. And yeah, John just knows his lineup so well. We were mentioning about today, in a day very northy like today, you almost want that wave that starts even smaller, and you see down the line that there's potential when he hits the inside bowl and he grows. And that's what John found right there, and he's going to get rewarded pretty well for that barrel ride.
So still waiting for the number for John Florence. We did get a brief look at Keanu Singh, our wild card out there in the white jersey. Singh, 3 seasons on the championship tour. But let's get through some replays first. And this one, Jesse, John finding a barrel.
Yeah, just perfect positioning right there. Very tricky to ride the last section, and the wave clamped as usually does on the end right there. And as you see, going through so much bump and lump, the board was like trying to give up, and he was able to actually navigate that pretty well, going through the boil right there. And yeah, beautiful wave rhythm for John.
Love it slowed down here, Brett.
Yeah, like Jesse said, that a lot of times it does clamp right there, and gosh, you could just get so smashed. But here he is again. This one looks a little more open face so far. Nice cutty. And then the patented arc right there for John.
How's the little extra that he puts on the end of that turn every time? It's really impressive in this warbly situation that you have here. Keanu Singh, our wild card. And Keanu finishing up his best ride so far. So some scores to get caught up by the judges. Singh back on the paddle out. While we're waiting for those scores, let's get caught up with the last heat winner, Kyle Ibelli with AJ.
Yeah, Kyle was just joking with me that he was the first one to get to put in some time here at Sunset, because unfortunately an early end for you at Pipeline. But how did you use that time to get ready for your heat today?
Yeah, unfortunately, like my Sunset practice started the day the contest started for me at Pipe, and yeah, definitely been putting a lot of time here. The wave's been pumping, like it's been really good. The last couple of days I was riding 9.6, I was putting my time at Waimea, so I haven't surfed since Waimea, and I jumped like 30 inches. Yeah, Kelly, thank you. I jumped 30 inches smaller today, and actually felt quite weird at the beginning, and then I got my rhythm. Yeah, it's been epic to surf. Definitely on some different type of shoes that I was last year coming to this event. But I love the pressure. I love this wave, and yeah, God has the best, and just gotta trust His plans.
And we certainly saw you find your rhythm in that heat. 8 waves ridden, but your 4th one was where you really started putting some connections together. How did you find the wave that you were looking for after hitting a few and figuring out what it was doing today?
Yeah, going to the heat, I had a pretty good idea of what I wanted to do, and yeah, I felt like it took me a little bit of time to pick the waves I was searching for, but eventually the wave was there. So just gotta trust the knowledge. Putting a lot of time here in the past 10 years, so it's my equipment is good. Maybe the best boards I ever had in Hawaii. Unfortunately, I couldn't show more at pipe, but I was really confident and happy about my equipment. So when you have that, your mindset and the waves, like I feel like it's easier to put together. And Sunset is a place that, even then there's no waves, there's a lot of opportunity out there.
And we certainly saw you take advantage of that. Congratulations. Para o Brasil, como você recuperou de pipe e prepara para Sunset?
Foi muito difícil perder em pipe. Poucas opções ali do que tinha para fazer na bateria, mas isso me deu mais tempo para chegar aqui em Sunset e treinar. E talvez eu fui o primeiro a começar a treinar em Sunset, então amarradão de poder passar essa bateria e confiar nos planos de Deus, que Deus tem o melhor pra gente. E é isso. Obrigado, Senhor.
Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
30 inches down. That 6.6 felt like a short board for Kyle Ibelli after spending the day with his Waimea board yesterday. So a great story there, and congratulations for Kyle. Back in rhythm, Jesse. Oh, there we got the GOAT. Selfies, of course, every time he hits the beach. We'll see Slater also in the round of 32, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a great start for Kelly, and a great confidence builder also, because obviously, as everyone knows, not his most comfortable place. And to start that way in a day like today, finding all those waves and getting in rhythm at Sunset, it's nice.
Keanu Asing attacking the lip, but the lip attacks right back at Asing. Numbers in during that interview. 7-point ride, the opener for John Florence. Here he goes again. This ride number 3 for John. Back in the barrel, in the bubble, and finds the puka, finds the way out. John. Jake Marshall stalling. Little pocket ride from Marshall right there on a good-sized wave. So that's going to be Jake's best wave so far, and John backs up that 7-point ride, no problem. Maybe even eclipsing that number. What do you think, Brett?
Yeah, the difficulty of that, like how he's able to throw on the brakes, like Sunset gives you so much speed, and you know most people aren't thinking doing a double hand drag, like fade it, and he's so comfortable when the waves are chunky and big. Like this is where he shines the most for sure.
So waiting for that score. Impressive wave from John Florence. What did you think, Strider?
Yeah, incredible surfing right there. You know, John out here on a 6.2 Ghost, he's just putting the numbers together. He's like Matrix, and he just finds those little corners. He sees everything happening before it happens. It's super impressive to watch him surf out here. Both Keanu and Marshall are out here on 6.6s, so definitely a lot more board in front of them while they're out here surfing. Looks like I'm going to get cleaned up.
Eye safe, there's a channel.
It's interesting to see the board pick right there, because it dictates the way you're going to surf the wave. And you see John, he's the tallest guy, the heaviest guy in the water right now, and by 4 inches smaller, he chose to ride a 6.2. Obviously, his board is designed for this type of conditions. He has more volume than a normal 6.2, but still, it's going to be more agile. But the problem is you need to be so comfortable of doing that. Like, not everyone's comfortable surfing the way he is and toying with the wave the way he is. That's why everyone tends to go a little longer, because it's more comfortable.
Replay here. This is the last of Keanu Asing, Brett.
Yeah, this was a big turn right here. That is Sunset right there for you. You get up into the lip, you don't really know what's going to happen.
And this here, John 7.83, Jesse.
Yeah, stomping on the braking, identifying that wave was going to just double up in front of him right there. And it's almost like a turn right there and going through that chandelier, which is very hard to do it. Even John, like, he's so comfortable on top of the wave, but you see all those lumps make him like lose balance. See it right there? He almost lost balance. His arms goes up a little bit, but he was able to regain and yeah, just doggy door right there. And that was a beautiful rhythm wave for him.
Keanu had the best seat in the house right there. He was about to ditch, and you see your competitor come flying out of tube. That's like, oh.
Talk to me about just Sunset and that game. Just like seeing it happen in front of you and knowing that you're going to get pounded.
Well, he just did the big, hanger and then went down. It's like, oh man, I probably could have had a score there. And then you look up and John's flying out of a tube. You're like, a little bit of depression for sure. But I mean, I guess their waves are out there, so you're paddling the way back out. Hopefully, I could get one of those things. But I feel like John just what he does. I mean, obviously he's controlling the lineup now. He's got priority, but he's so good under priority. He puts himself in positions for waves that a lot of people aren't willing to do, because it's risky, and where you sit, you can get caught. But I mean, that's why he puts on these heats where it's pretty darn special.
Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks in this heat. Remember, you can go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the heat, click your pick, and 96% of you picked John Florence in this heat. John running away with the Pacifico fan pick for his opening round heat.
The other guys are like, so you're saying I have a chance?
Fans aren't always right, though. But I encourage everyone to go to worldsurfleague.com, go to the heats. We want to get up the data and give us your pick on who you think is going to win each and every heat. And John fulfilling the fan pick right now. And like you said, Brett, controls the heat. He's got a big lead over the field. He's got everyone comboed, and somehow he's ended up with priority. Here we go.
Marshall. Looks like a nice little wave. What's he got? Big turn right there. That was nice. Comes out. Nice long carve. So it wasn't looking for much.
Yeah. Jake Marshall just, wants to remain. Get into that second place position. He's going to do so on that wave. He just needs a 1.1 to move into second over Keanu Singh. So we'll wait for that score for Jake Marshall and see how far he goes into second. Likely not. He's not going to take the lead because he's combo out of the lead right now. 14 minutes remaining. Hey, the GOAT was out there early. Kelly Slater with a warm-up session this morning. We'll think that warm-up works for him. Kelly is with AJ.
Yeah, I'd say the warm-up worked out pretty well here today, Kelly. Good start for you for Sunset. We know your relationship with this wave, but how did you find the waves that had some really good scores on them today?
Yeah, I think the thing is you got to kind of lower your standards when you go out there and expect a little bit less. Don't think like I'm going to see 10s or 8s. You just kind of catch waves that you think are going to give you a couple turns, and you see what they turn into. The standard out here, especially on a junky day like today, is it's not expected to be super high. So there will be a few of those kind of lucky waves guys get, or obviously people who know the wave really well can pick them. But Barron knows this wave great. He just won last year, and he couldn't find a wave out there. So it can happen to anybody. I went out in a free surf this morning, and I was out there for about 45 minutes, and I caught one wave, and it was a bad one. So I felt lost at sea. It didn't help my confidence going out there, but I went out and I went, you know what, I'm going to not get aggressive, not get greedy and stay way outside. I'm going to stay in and try to kind of be in the mix and catch a few that look like they might have it, and I started finding a rhythm.
I would say we saw you find that rhythm too, and I know coming off the pipe contest you were concerned of whether or not you were even going to be able to surf this one. How have you recovered? How's the hip? How's everything feeling?
Yeah, I am questioning competing, to be honest with you. My confidence is super high. I've probably surfed 4 sessions since pipe, and I haven't surfed in about, I think it's under like 5 or 6 days, I think, since I last surfed. So I just haven't been practiced up, and didn't help the confidence. But I felt fine out there. I just didn't think about it, just relaxed, and just said, I'll just try to find a few waves, and it's kind of anybody's ball game if they can get the waves. Kyle really knows how to pick. He's really astute at picking good waves everywhere in the world, but he did a good job out there, and he was in sync. He played a different game. Barron and I kind of went further out, and he stayed wide and just thought, I won't jockey with them to start the heat. He wanted to get a flow going, and it started a little slow for him, but then he just kind of picked up the pace. And one wave he caught actually didn't look like much to me when he took off, and then I heard the score was a 7. I was like, oh God, that was great. But so I was I was worried at first it was going to be a battle of the threes. We all had like 2s and 3s, and I was in the lead. And I thought, I hate these heats, you know. Let's let somebody break away and open up the Pandora's box a little bit. So I actually enjoyed myself out there. And once I got that tube, it was super fun. It's way more fun when you get a good score.
It's always more fun. It's exciting for us to get a chance to see you in the next round. How do you get ready for that?
Well, we think that swell tomorrow's going to be significantly bigger and more north. This has a lot of east in it. So I think with the north and with the trades coming back, hopefully the inside bowl cleans up. I don't expect us to be sitting way out the back going for the bombs. It'll probably be a battle of getting barrels and finding turns. And generally, when that north hits the bowl, it's a little hard to do turns because it's really jumpy and wonky. So it'll be trying to kind of sit in the middle of the wave and get barreled. And see, John's doing a great job right now in this heat. And I don't know. I just hope the conditions clean up and we keep enough swell late into the week to keep the contest interesting.
Well, thank you so much for the time, Kelly. See you next time.
So Slater, on into the round of 32, sounding really relaxed, but still concerned over the hip that he's had work done on. Again, those turns were incredible, but just celebrating his 52nd birthday, it's just parts are parts. They wear out as you put time in.
I don't know how he does it, guys.
Which is amazing just to quantify that, when we're still talking to Kelly Slater and he's still moving through heats at the very, very pinnacle of professional surfing in which he's been for, I think this is his 31st season. Pretty incredible. We got the end of this heat coming up after this message. Right now, it's John Florence with control out there. John's got the field comboed. Back with the conclusion after this. Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, we're in the men's opening round. Griffin Colapinto coming up in the next heat. Heat number 5 of the opening round. He'll be matched up against his good friend Seth Moniz and the upstart out of Hawaii Island, Brody Sale. Welcome back, Piper Girl, along with Jesse Mendez and Brett Simpson on the call here. We got John Florence out in the water and with a big lead over the rest of his heat, Jake Marshall and Keanu Singh. John with a 7-point ride, a 7.83, has both Marshall and Singh in a 2-wave combo. So, Brett, this is certainly a battle for second and advancing position at this point.
Yeah, most definitely. I think Keanu obviously only needs a 4.87, which, out there right now, that's a major turn or a nice little combination of turns. Sometimes that score is kind of hard to get. You either get like a 2 or you get a 6, so we'll see how he manages this. I know Jake's pretty very tactical. He's always thinking through these things. So he's in second priority and he's looking to better a 3.5 to make that a little more difficult. So it really comes down to just this next exchange is going to be pivotal and how it all goes. And John's in first priority. So he's kind of obviously again kind of controlling the break. It seems like that's how the rotation's gone this heat, and John's getting big, 7s and almost an 8, and just kind of has been in the lead. Gets back out with priority, so he's definitely in control.
Jesse, how does Jake Marshall, who has second priority, take advantage of that and maintain his second and advancing position right now over Keanu?
Well, I mean, I guess like we mentioned, it's battle for seconds right now because the chances, realistically, chances of those guys getting 2 7s or almost a 7 and an 8 in the last 6 minutes are very small. So he's just going to be keeping an eye on Keanu, and for his advantage, both of his scores are higher than Keanu's score. So Keanu's actually looking for the best score of the heat out of the 2 surfers. So he kind of got to just kind of have an eye out for anything that looks close to a 4.87 and try and block Keanu, because he would also capitalize if that wave comes down to be pretty decent. So yeah, it's a simple game set from the beach, but very hard for you to actually put into work out there, mostly in a day like today, because so many waves, like Kelly mentioned in an interview. Kaio's 7.17, he thought it was a horrible wave, and he just heard the score, and he was like, wait, that wave looked horrible. Like, how come he capitalized that much on that thing? So it's hard to predict what's going to happen down the line.
Yeah, definitely I think sometimes when you're a bit farther out too, you can't see what it's really going to do. You look down the line and you make that decision, and I think that's Jake's thing right now. Keanu is underneath him, and he's kind of right in front, but he's obviously going to, he's looking to take that next best wave, and if he thinks he can kind of better his score, he's going to go. So, or not even, or if it looks like a 4.87, like, hey, is this a 5? Like, I got to go.
Yeah.
And that's the decision that gets tough, because it's kind of wave after wave out there, and you don't really know what's behind it. But
don't you think it's valuable for someone like Jake Marshall, Brett, who's like spends a lot of time out here? And this is not, compared to Pipeline on the North Shore, this is not like the glamorous wave. You know what I mean? This is kind of, it's a battlefield, especially on a free surf day.
Yeah, they're taking a bunch of whitewashes on the head. It's much stronger than it even looks. You're out there just getting rocked. Like those waves rock you, and it takes a lot of energy, and the next thing you know, you're on the inside and you're not even in position to catch a wave, so it's very, it's detrimental to be right. If you get caught inside, like I've had heats where you go out there and you go too deep and you get pushed in, and then next thing you know, that's like before skis, that's 10, 15 minutes of your heat. So he's just trying to manage. I don't necessarily think he doesn't have to better a score right now. He's in second. So he's thinking like, where's Keanu? And he got washed in.
There you go.
He's doing a runner.
Just as you said.
Yeah. He's doing a lap around, and now it's actually not a bad thing, because he could get maybe an opportunity on inside bowl. And I'm sure whoever he's using, Reynos or whoever's in his camp's like, hey, just kind of slow paddle and stay right here. Jake and John just kind of got steamrolled. Who knows where they are? So, yeah, it's sometimes Mother Nature gets the best of you.
It does look like in the water, the in-water caddy right there, you can see him in the center of your screen. Reynos Hayes is in the corner for Keanu Singh. So good pickup there, Brett.
Well,
and he's such a great caddy.
Knowledge of wealth, and especially here, anywhere on the North Shore, anywhere in the world. Reynos has done it for a long time, and I'm sure he's telling him to be calm. He probably didn't even say anything about waves. Just calm down.
Yeah.
Make next wave, make it a good decision.
So there's Reynos on the screen there. You can see him and Shion Crawford sitting next to him. Shion's likely going to be the caddy for Brody Sale in the next heat, is what my guess would be. But that's the unique thing about this break, Jesse, is that it's as close to a team sport as you can get in surfing, in that your caddy can make a big difference in your heat as far as urging you on, wave selection, and just giving you input on what's going on.
Yes, and on tour, this is the only wave we have that can have that advantage, and this is it's actually cool. Like, it helps you so many times to actually make you reset. Like, I think this is the most important. Sometimes you're just like on a roll and like kind of having a shocker, and then you go through it, and he would remind you, it's like, hey, this is just a heat. He can turn your way anytime. And maybe Keanu is a fighter. He never lets it go. Every heat he goes all the way in. But I was just looking back right there. He was way down on the bow, But Jake Marshall already repositioned himself, and he already went down a little bit. He's not as close as he was to John before, and he's just trying to like really play defense. See how how much difference there is in between the two surfers. So, and he's looking actually to his left, which is looking to the channel, and he sees Keanu's coming up, and he's like, I'm not going to give that inside that no one sees it and it squeezed through. He's going to make sure he's on that next wave.
Yeah, I guess, Brett, with this much time on the clock, as we look over here, Jake Marshall can just play the defense card at this point to close out this heat.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's paddling up. It's hard to see below where Keanu is, but you know, he's got Chris Gallagher out there. I know Jake does, and they're always on, you know, pretty on the same page. So we'll see how this kind of ends up right here. Might be looking at this wave. Here he is.
Marshall.
So he's thinking, I'm going to try to better that score, which, you know, coming down to the wire, a couple nice carves there into the bowl. So we'll see with a minute to go. I mean, yeah, and the caddies, like we were talking earlier, a lot of times when you're way out the back, you can't really hear too much. They got the watches now, which is amazing. But even then, sometimes those might not be working. So when you're coming by, all you're looking for is like, hey, what's my scores? Maybe what do other guys have? And maybe what's going on. Like sometimes you think you have to do more than you may need to get a score. So just kind of like calm it down and focus.
Well, the number came through last for Jake Marshall, 2.97, so it did not increase his heat total. Keanu may have got washed in again because it looks like he's in neutral priority. Here's our heat leader, John Florence, just with a ride to the beach with 20 seconds remaining, Jesse.
Yeah, it looks like it's all said and done. As you look back right here, looks like there's sets approaching, but there's no time to reach them. You see Keanu paddling right there, but yeah, I think that's all they rode.
Yeah, I think Keanu may have gotten cleaned up again just by the priority switch there. It's down to John Florence, however. What a start for John. 14.83 heat total. A dominant performance by John Florence. Jake Marshall will accompany him into the round of 32. We'll see Keanu Singh this afternoon in the elimination round. The show continues. We're stepping away. We'll bring in Joe and Flick, Griffin Colapinto, Seth Moniz, Brody Sale in the water when we return.
Big heat for John Florence, 14.83 combined total. Famous for dominating every venue on the North Shore of Oahu, multiple-time Triple Crown champ, and the local hero. Has more fans than most around the world. Back when we had the Surfer Pole Awards, remember Kelly just owned that for a while. Then John started sneaking in there and taking that #1 spot as the world's most popular surfer, a great person. Kind of in charge of his life these days. It's like he's his own team manager, and gets to go on great adventures with his brothers, and what we love, still loves competing at the highest level as he's aiming towards a third world title this season. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier and Brett Simpson, former Triple Crown Rookie of the Year. Do you remember what year that was, Brett, when you took that, just quickly?
Gosh.
I'll let you think about it. Quick opening wave for Griff, and now we've got more time.
05?
05.
06.
Where have the years gone?
No, don't even talk about it.
Was that the year you were in the final with Poncho at Haleiwa? Poncho won.
Mick and Rayoni. Wow. Yeah, I do remember that. I do remember that year. The waves were firing.
You were on
I had
a
like
roll
a
that day.
well, for myself at the time, but definitely a blistering event. I felt, I don't know, I fell in love with that wave just because it was like, it's performance, but heavy in a way. You always have enough speed to do anything. So, and then this wave was always so challenging, Sunset, but I did well enough at the time because it was a, convergence of those two events and then possibly Pipeline at the time. But yeah, they're all challenging and fun.
Love it. Great opportunity to catch up with John, who's with AJ.
Yeah, John, coming in all smiles after your first heat here at the Hurley Sunset Pro. You found some good ones in that heat. What did you see on those waves that you were able to find them so quickly?
Yeah, I was actually kind of looking for turns the whole time, and then I kept getting into the wave, and it would double up and have a good little barrel on it. So I got lucky for a couple barrels, but I was definitely like itching to do a turn out there. This wave's usually really good for turns.
But whatever will get you the score, right? And you had a pair of sevens, put you out front pretty early in this heat. Just how does that set you up for the competition moving forward?
Yeah, I think I'm stoked to make it through that heat. It is tough out there right now. There's a lot of water moving around, and I don't know. I just feel like you just keep moving forward and thinking about like it's a long run this year, and so. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty stoked to be like competing again after Pipe. Took a little break and then back into it again.
What are you most excited for about this competition in particular? Is Sunset Wave. We know you love to do turns, so how do you get ready for the next heat?
Yeah, I think Sunset in general is just a good wave for big turns. It's a challenging wave. It's hard to find the right section out there, and it's super powerful. But you're just going so fast, so that's what's so fun about it. And so I love this wave. You just go so fast on it.
It's fun to watch you. Congratulations, John. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. You think about what John's really done in the last few years, especially at Main Break Margaret River, it really is synonymous with what to expect from him at a wave like this at Sunset Beach. Those face-melting carves that are the John carves, right? That he actually pushes what's possible with your body and pushes what's possible with your equipment. I hear more than once that he's just blown fins out just because he's pushing that hard. I don't know how many surfers in the world actually have to put in a new set of fins every time they surf on a wave like this. As we roll in with Seth Moniz, up and out.
Yeah, back to your point before, Joe. Yeah, John surfing, I mean, it goes hand in hand with waves like this. And to mention Margaret River again, I think he sort of defined a style of surfing there. And just with those carving maneuvers, the variation of his carving maneuvers, being able to go from those big layback hacks in the pocket, one arm back, both arms back. And yeah, I mean, I always say it, but it's that sort of romance I like to watch. And out here, it's super funny. I mean, we heard him say, I went out there looking for turns, but all of a sudden I just kept finding barrels. I mean, that's a hard thing to do out here. It's hard to find a wave like that, but maybe the deal is to pick those waves that sort of look like they're going to double up today.
Seth Moniz, 0.37 start. We've got Griffin Colapinto out there, 3.17, coming off a really high performance showcase last season when it was really on the point out here. And then we had Brody Sale getting the wild card call up, representing the Hawaii region. As we go back to this roll in here, Brett.
Yeah, this is a nice wave. Nice turn right there. Brody's board looks really loose and responsive. Nice carve right there. So 6.17 out front early. The wild card. Obviously, he's spent a lot of time here too. Those, all these. He's from the Big Island, so he's always over here and under the tutelage of Reynos, Hayes. I'm sure he's got a lot of knowledge over the years.
Oh yeah, you just feel better when you run into Reynos on the North Shore. He just has that kind of calm presence with so much knowledge, and he's so humble too. When he's in the water, he's ripping. He's always like joking about how he needs to do this or that, but he's just cruising. He has that real cool Aloha spirit, and he loves passing on the knowledge to guys like Brody Sale. Brody also looking up to probably like an uncle to him, Shane Dorian, coming from the Big Island and surfing in all those events at Banyans over the years. But when you live on one of the outer islands, you have to come to the North Shore. So yesterday I was like, well, when's your first surf at Sunset? And he's like, oh, it would have been like 8 years old. It's like he's a very, very familiar with this wave, and he really loves this wave. Which is kind of the topic that we're talking about, the return of Sunset to the CT. It's really cool that I think the love is back from a lot of these younger surfers that really enjoy this wave flick.
Yeah, I think it comes from guys, though, like John, like Jack, this sort of younger generation. They're making this sort of power surfing and surfing in waves where it requires watermanship cool, in inverted commas. And now all this younger generation are looking to guys like this being like, wow, okay, if I want to be in, the likes of John, Jack, like I've got to be able to perform in waves like this.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's so challenging, but there's those moments that we just saw with John that make it like the creation it is, because it's when you're out there, it can be a performance wave, but there's so much water, you're just getting, whitewashes are blowing you around, and but it is like they're riding 6.3, 6.4s and just kind of toying with it, to be honest.
Also, reinvigorated main break at Margaret River, where they're like, hey, we haven't moved on from this wave. We're actually seeing a new way to ride it at the highest level, and that's famous for guys like John or even Griffin, who beat John last year at that wave at main break, as we focus in on celebrating Griff's 50th career CT event. 3 big event wins, a lot of those finals with Felipe Toledo from great moments in El Salvador as well, showing his high performance act. Absolutely deadly out here, finishing runner-up to Phil in the final, as he made a big statement last season. His goal was to be able to fight for a world title on his home break. That dream came true. Ended up finishing 3rd in the world, so didn't get to carry the big cup at the end of the day. Took some time, had some surgery on his hip, and now heading into a brand new season on tour. But Brett, you watch Griff closely, obviously from Southern California, seeing him kind of turn into that great hope for the USA to become a world champion this year.
Yeah, Griff's kind of taken the flag and ran with it for us, and it's pretty cool. I mean, such a charismatic guy, very goofy, funny, has that really relaxed feel. He's a sharp competitor. Obviously, he has all the tools in the book to be there, and I think last year was good for him to feel it. The year before, kind of ripped his heart out, and then he came back and he was revitalized. He got to lowers. I think looking back, he'll learn from that. Even he came in, versus a hard charging Ewing that was like, doing some of the best rail surfing there was, and I think Griff can up his level, and I think he surfed in the sense, like looking back now, surfed a little bit safe, because you weren't really going to beat Ethan surfing safe, and I think that not safe, but I mean in a sense of like he needed to push it a bit more because he did have some waves that were of quality and kind of just went through the motions more so for him. And I think surfing against Ethan, when it's that, you got to kind of do what Philippe did and kind of up the level with rail and air. So
what we've learned as well from the format in the WSL finals, people that have been there before, like Ethan, who was in his second showing, they learned so much about how much you've got to give on a world title day. With Griff now up, passing his way into the closeout section, and he hops out, working with Tommy Whitaker once again. His younger brother Crosby in the same corner. And this is one of Griff's best friends on tour, Seth Moniz, doing some great setup work. Seth, nice redirect on the open face, pressing hard off the bottom and frames up a cool looking carve on the shoulder. Seth's best wave so far. He's been through a few injuries. One of the best barrel riders on tour, super fearless when the waves get very heavy. I always think that's Seth's X factor. When there's a big forecast heading your way towards a CT event, Seth becomes one of the favorites.
For sure. I mean, we got to see that at Pipeline a few years ago. Obviously had that amazing moment with Kelly out there, and yeah, it was really awesome to watch. And I think for me, that was like one of the pinnacle moments of his career as well, and just seeing him really come into his own. As we look at this wave here, just a lot of setup and sort of work, kind of just toying with it, waiting for this wave to sort of really stand up. But not really standing up probably the way he wanted it to, and had a lot of whitewash to contend with here, but still got 2 turns underway. It's obviously going to be his best score, but yeah, Brody Sale out in the lead with that 6.17. Really good way to start, for especially being wild card out here.
So cool. He couldn't wait to get started. Every time I saw Brody, he's just like, let's go. It's just he's getting this opportunity. You know how special it can be for your career to compare your surfing to the best in the world. And so he's been very focused, and he kind of laughed. He's like, hey, my only win I've had has been at Sunset. So there's a lot of regional events here that he's been a part of, and he's been able to work out his lineup marks, and now it's a chance for him to just see how he can, you know, battle with the best in the world, Brett.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a nice, really nice style, lanky, kind of like swoopy, which fits this wave really well, you know, and that's definitely what you want. And he's got a good start right here. Looks like last wave of Seth 3.57, 6.7.
That's right, 3.57, Griff 3.17, and Brody still out front with that big start.
Yeah, I think he's in a good position. I mean, he's got priority, and here he goes, straight into it. Nice little, you know, right off the boil wedge. Is he going to hit this thing? And that's the thing with Sunset. You're kind of like, if I hit it, you could hit that section and just get so lip launched that you're like, wow, I just got smoked, and it kind of could rattle you. So he opted to kind of go around it. That's the fine line. You maybe slam it, though, and get a really good score. So risk, reward, you balance it all out there. He knows he's still got 16 minutes, so he's probably like, well, but that was with priority. Will it cost him? Maybe, maybe not.
We will find out. 15:50 on the clock here in opening round. Heat number 5. Wild card, Brody Sale from the Big Island still out front. We'll see if this was a priority mistake right after this Bonsoy brew break. Let's watch the pulse, showing you the major highlights of what we've seen so far today. One big maneuver for Jack Robinson, 6.4 on that hack. Was able to control the heat in the back half and got the win. Family loved it. Advances on with Crosby, Silva to the elimination round. Then it was Kelly and Ebeli getting barreled at Sunset. Ebeli in the 7s, Kelly's barrel 6.17. Said he started to have some fun out there, which was really great to see, seeing them advance on. World number 1, Mamiya goes to the elimination round. Barrels paying off big time. Kaio on the bombs. 7 and a 7.17 to be exact. He's done well out here in the past and recovering from an early round loss at Pipeline. Then the John story, total domination, finding barrels again. The guy, an absolute wizard. 7.83, 7.0 on both barrel rides. Advancing on with Jake Marshall to the round of 32, and Keanu Singh will go to the elimination round. John, such a threat, finishing second at Pipeline, and really motivated to potentially take over the yellow jersey as Baron Mamiya is in the elimination round. And how about a wild card story for this man from Maui, Kai Lenny, working closely with Doug Silva for many years, working on some CT-type turns, and it's one of the coolest stories about the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. A guy that we know is in love with basically everything you can do in the ocean, from stand-up paddling to riding foils, doing backflips, riding 60-foot waves, and we can go on forever. But now, the test against all the guys on the championship tour. Really looking forward to this.
I can't wait for this next heat. I think it's going to be super exciting. Obviously, like you just said, Kai does well at every sort of discipline that has to do with the water or sport. But you know what? Like last year he had a really hard loss out here. Obviously, he came up against Felipe in that opening round, lost, and then ended up losing in the elimination round. However, today could be a different story. I mean, there's a lot of water moving. All the guys have been saying it's big, so that is maybe in Kai's wheelhouse.
Griffin Colapinto setting up his first turn. Not much there, so he's forced to step off. Still chasing Brody Sales lead with 11:30 on the clock. So yeah, Kai Lenny has Rio Waida and also Ethan Ewing, who is looking to take over Sunset Beach once again. And just seeing Kai's name, in the draw, just can't help but wondering what kind of conditions he'll have before we get there. And you're just going, okay, well, Captain Obvious, the bigger it is, the better the chances will be for Kai to move on.
I mean, we were at dinner and he always the bigger the better, the harder the better, just trickiness, obviously the waterman he is. It was funny when you said that, the 6 water sports. We're at dinner and someone asked hey, do you golf at all? And he's like, I like it a little bit, but I got 6 or 7 water sports that I'd rather go to first, So that was, I had me chuckling because he is, man. It just depends what the day throws at him. He's got something. Here's Griff. Wow, big hanger right there. So that's a score.
Yeah, I loved what I just saw as we see Brody up and riding now.
Big whip there for Sale, but he'll slip off. So after such a brilliant start, we see him lose priority on a nothing wave, then fall on a big opportunity. And Griffin's doing the opposite, starting to really heat up with a great connection, identifying a big section that was really getting steep and critical, and absolutely nailed it. Griff's best so far as we get close to that 10-minute mark.
Tricky little spot right there.
What's going on there, Brett?
No, he's just where he fell. I think he's kind of pinned right in the middle, and it's definitely he's probably gonna have to go around. But here's Seth, little north grower. Nice. He was gonna go snowboarding right there.
Yeah, look at all the foam from the previous wave. Seth wisely gets out of there with all the foam on the face. But yeah, where's Brody Sale? What are his options right now?
You almost want to ride, just turn around and ride the whitewash as far in as you can, because the ski will come grab you and whip you around. If you get stuck right there on a normal free surf, it's 10, 15 minutes could be till you get back out the back. So that was a big committed turn right there for Griff, and he's going to get rewarded. They love when it's, big bowly section, and he did this last year in the final. Remember, he got a huge score. Or was it the final or the semis, I think?
Yeah, where he almost got bent upside down and
he
recovered.
was Scorpion.
Miracle type yoga position that he was in. But yeah, doesn't mind a free fall. Griffin doing well to hang on to that big turn, Strider. How'd it look from your angle?
Oh, it was insane from the water. Just so much water was drawing off the reef right on the boil, and you could see him looking at it going, God, I gotta hit this thing. And just committing to that is what the judges love. And so, when he came off the bottom, he's looking at it, the wave was just going completely vertical, and he had to throw the board up into the bowl and then come out of it and get to the bottom before the lip did. He executed well. It was beautiful.
Good man, Waz, as we're watching Strider's angle once again. That was right in front of Strider's face. You can see how critical that was, how powerful it is. It's not your routine Rio at your local beach break, that's for sure. A totally different experience here at Sunset. And Griffin looking comfortable once again.
For sure, it was super late too, how he went up and hit that section, and you could see that he got a lot of air, a little bit of air underneath the board as he was coming down. His legs were fully extended, so he did really well to hang on to that. And it'll be interesting to see where they go just with this one single maneuver, because in my books it was pretty good.
At Sunset or anywhere in Hawaii, I feel like with the power and you get air under your board, you don't know what's going to happen. You're hanging on, you're praying, you're hoping you stay stuck. But it could be you could just be skipping around, and the next thing you know, your leash snaps. You're swimming.
Pretty crazy. And if you can control a big airdrop out of the sky, the judges are going to eat that up for how critical you were disconnecting from the face of the wave, especially when you're dropping about 8 to 10 feet from the sky. 5.5 for Lastigriff. Takes the lead. Brody Sale down to second. Now needs a 2.5 to get his lead back. Remember the fall he just had. Maybe the mistake with priority is the wild cards trying to hang in there.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Committed, it's he didn't push. I will say he didn't push super hard. He kind of put it there and guided it down, which it would have been maybe different if he really kind of laid into it. But it was a section where most might not hit it, and he created a score off something that was just, he had to do it. And now he's right back in it. He's not in the lead, but he's right there.
Well, you got to think he probably, noticed that Jack's opening around heat. He got that 6.4, I think it was, for that one turn. So it's easily done out here today, where it is so big, it's wobbly, and maybe just finding that one good section. I mean, Griff identified it and was like, hey, this is an opportunity here.
Yeah.
Let's try and make something of it. If not, it could just be a backup at least.
For sure, yeah. And he's super confident in that stuff, like one big turn. I think most coaches and most high-level competitors at this level know when the surf's like this, they're looking for that quality, because we've seen a lot of those waves where they're foamier and guys are carving 2 carves, 3-5. So it's very important to find that one major section is way better than a couple little cutties.
For sure.
So Brody Sale started with a 6.17, but his last wave number 4, a 3.07, got his lead back from Griffin Colapinto. Griff now needs a 3.75, and Seth needing a 5.11. Seth's such a cool story because his father had a lot of heats out here, and this is the score that put Brody back into first flick, the 3.07.
Yeah, just sort of that same sort of concept as what we were speaking about. Griff, he had that one section. He only needed a smaller score to get the lead. So, I mean, a couple of little mistakes there. Obviously, the one we'll talk about with priority, going that other way, that wasn't necessarily that good. But just turned it around now. So, smart surfing, 3.07. Got to be thinking he's probably going to have another roll of the dice here with 5 minutes left in the heat. But, I mean, Griff's out there, and he's got that 5.5 for that one turn. He only needs a 3.75. I know for a fact, I mean, all these guys are so competitive, but Griff isn't going to want to go through this heat in second place. So, I think he's going to be really searching for that 3.75, if not a lot better.
As we check out everyone watching, everyone in favor of Seth Moniz in the back of that truck. Tony Moniz, longtime competitor. I mentioned that final that Gary Elkerton won in '87. Tony right there was runner-up in that final. Waves were pumping, and Tony was always a charger. Loved when Waimea was really big and solid. And a lot of his kids are doing the same thing. Love when the energy is really powerful here at home in Hawaii and around the world. Seth turning in big results at Pipe, like we mentioned, a final. That's his CT best so far, but I think one of my most impressive moments of the young kid was at Tahiti in his rookie season when it was real brown water, real super big, made the semifinals that year in his rookie debut. As we hit the 4-minute mark, I like catching up on surf history, especially when we got Brett Simpson here. Is it a true story, Brett? I always heard about this story. You were hot. You were coming in as one of the favorites out of the USA. Chance to qualify for the tour. You're at Sunset Beach. Pat O'Connell, meanwhile, is kind of getting at the end of his pro surfing career. A team manager back then sometimes still competed a lot. And Pat was getting maybe one of his best results at Sunset.
For sure.
Did he beat you?
He did.
And then
He
you did,
smoked me.
and you didn't make the tour?
Or
was that?
I think I would have had to make a heat or two beyond that. I think it was the round of 32.
Okay.
And it's no hard feelings. Like even Pat came up was like, hey, I've never made a final in Hawaii. I really want to do well. And he ended up making the final, I'm pretty sure. I think he got 4th, which thank goodness he did. Maybe I would have complained a little bit more, but no, it's...
And then the following year you qualified.
I did.
There we go.
So it took time, it kind of sometimes... Whoa, that was a nice turn for Seth.
Quick whip there, nice aggressive hack.
I mean, it hurt for a second, but it's like those things kind of... You're either going to get there or you're not, and giving up's obviously you're not going to get there. So it kind of fueled me a little bit more, but Pat was amazing. Like I've obviously since you know him, I've been at Hurley for almost 20 years, and like full circle, I'm like in his position now. It's a roller coaster ride.
Well, it's a fun story to tell now because you did, go on to qualify
For
the very
sure.
next
Yeah,
year.
like if I would have never made it, I would have probably been like, oh my gosh.
And I wouldn't have brought that up.
Yeah, for sure.
2:20 to go here. Scores for last of Seth, 3.8. Not enough to move into the top two.
That was a nice turn. It's just such a bummer. That's the thing today. It's like you can get two of those to come together, or just it's got to be that one major. I think it's going to get better. The waves are going to clean up, and with this swell dropping a little bit, it does pick up later. But look at this.
Last
Nice
of
bottom
Seth.
turn. Huge carve, and then the thing just closes out on him.
So one maneuver comparison. Brody had a 3.07 earlier. They got him back in first. They saw Seth's as better, a 3.8, but not enough to take Griffin's spot second. Moniz needing a 4.88 to avoid the elimination round. He's had a nice quarterfinal out here in the past at the CT level. Enjoys kicking off the season at home and had a tough result at Pipe where he's expected to make the final. So he really is hoping for a big result here as we get closer to that midseason cut.
Yeah, that's. We had one way back when with One World, and we did it. I think it was in New York. There was a cut, and it's stressful for sure. I mean, and especially how the year starts. Some guys you feel like would have the advantage, others maybe not. But everyone's so good. It's kind of a roll of the dice. If you can get a banger result in these first one or two of these events, you definitely feel a little calmer heading into Portugal and then Australia. But even then, you see guys get one good result and then maybe tail off, and it's comes down to Margaret's, and it's kind of like this wave. You don't know.
It's true. One big result's not going to cut it. I mean, even like Sammy Pupo from last year, one quarterfinal, and a lot of round of 32 exits. All of a sudden, he's on the Challenger Series.
It's pretty much a fifth or better, and then like some consistent like 17th, maybe a 9th, and you're looking good.
Yeah, I think it was like 9,300 points was the route the cut from last year, and where you needed to be. You're making a final, you're guaranteed 7,800, so those are huge. Really want to put the importance on making the last heat of the event. And the clock officially runs out on in the elimination round later on today. And the wild card making a huge appearance here at the Hurley Pro Sunset. Brody Sale, 617, gets the win over Griff. Top two move straight into the round of 32. Impressive stuff. Ethan Ewan coming up next against Rio Waida, and taking on wild card Kai Lenny. And Brody's going to be doing a nice happy post-heat interview. Brett Simpson, can't thank you enough. Let's do a lot more of this.
Thank you guys. Pleasure.
Awesome. We'll take a quick break. Brody taking the win, representing the wild cards and the Hawaiian region, especially the big island of Hawaii. Back for more in Heat 6 after this.
medal for Brazil.
That's a deserving spot to achieve an Olympic gold. It's the biggest sports stage in the world.
Really looking forward to be on that platform.
It's been a huge goal of mine.
I will hope that I can make everybody proud.
Gonna have to play to see.
Guarantee that I'm going to be there.
To inspire the next generation. That will and that want to win is stronger than I've ever felt.
You can follow the journey with Tahiti Bound, championed by Shiseido on WorldSurfLeague.com. It's an Olympic season. We've had some big qualification moments as we watch Rio Waida get into his opening ride here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, representing Indonesia on the top 34 in the world, and learning a lot along the way. Joining forces with Glenn Micro Hall for the coaching responsibilities as we see the connection from Ethan Ewing. Always silky smooth and the guy to beat when it comes to looking good on your rail. He's really changed the game with modern day rail surfing with power and finesse. Often puts into the topic of having the best style on tour. And Flick with her pick for a world title this year. And I love how you said that so early in the season.
Well, you asked me.
And then you delivered. I don't always get those.
I'm not going to sit on the fence.
Right. I love that about you, Flick. And let's just dive into that further as this heat progresses. Pulling in, up and under. Kai Lenny might be showing us his game plan for heat number 6. Seeing how the barrel rides are working for advancement for Florence, for Kelly, for Kaio. Looks like that's what he's going to be looking for in this heat.
Yeah, wow, that was a great attempt. I was just like, wow, okay, I think he's surely going to come out of this thing. It looked like it stayed really, really open. But, yeah, something must have just happened. Maybe a little bit chandelier-y, that barrel. Maybe it just knocked him off. But great attempt by Kai. I really liked what I saw from Rio, actually. Those 2 turns were done in nice succession. And here we go. Kai looking for the barrel here. Just got clipped there right as he was trying to exit out through that doggy door. And have a look at Ethan. Just that beautiful style there. First, we didn't see that one before. That was really nice. What a beautiful roundhouse cutback on such a big open section here. Really just hit that section like it was a left-hand big backside turn. It was beautiful to watch. And then straight up into that second turn. Wow, I mean, I think this maneuver is one of the most underrated maneuvers in surfing. And if you can execute it like this, wow. I mean, that's basically 2 turns. You've got the carving maneuver out as if he's going right, and then he went back and hit it like a backhand re-entry. I mean, that is a perfect example of how to do a roundhouse cutback.
It's like spa treatment for your eyeballs, watching this guy surf.
You believe me now for a world title?
I've never doubted you for a second. I love your pick. It's just so special to see that kind of style in motion and a beautiful roundhouse cutback. You know, like all the legends like that competed at this venue, or like Gary Elkerton Kong, like we've been referencing throughout the day today. They're going to love every bit of that. Ethan coming from the similar part of Australia as Elko, and Ethan just having a field day out there. Big old roundhouse, big hack. That's excellent surfing. 8-point ride to go with his 133.
Oh, you got to think that there's going to be a lot of young kids and grommies like breaking down this heat, and a lot of coaches being like, okay, see, this right here is exactly how you do it. Perfect technique, just from that one beautiful arcing carve on his forehand, then straight up, like as if it was like a left. It was just insane. And being able to create that space like that was, yeah, really beautiful to watch.
It is time for a Hurley board breakdown, and this one's going to be special. I might save it for a second, just kind of tease that for just a moment, because we've got a rider up. Rio has got some space to set up just a little check and out, so not finding what he was looking for. Wave behind him. This is the Maui boy, big wave legend Kai Lenny trying to go inside the pit. He'll just step off, so still trying to find something fun to work with there. But now it is time for that Hurley board breakdown for Kai Lenny's equipment with Strider and Nathan Florence.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joe. I'm out here with Nate Florence. Nate, you're sitting on a pretty sweet piece of equipment there.
Yep. Just cabin supply called me this morning. You might be getting caught here.
All right, we gotta go under. We're good.
They called me this morning, asked me to caddy. I said sure, I would love to. big wave guys stick together. He's on a 6.4, the quad, the KT. Basically, just feels really great under my hands, knifey board, and I think it's a epoxy resin and a PU foam, and I think these boards are identical, so that's the one he's riding, probably same thing.
Let's see the setup. Let's see the fins. Looking nice. He's got his custom pad, and he's got some interesting fiberglass fins in here up front there that are really like short and raky, kind of like a toe setup. So he's definitely taking the big wave stuff to the smaller waves here, if you want to call these smaller waves.
Thank you so much. Hurley board breakdown. That was special. Strider, Nathan Florence on the caddy responsibilities. When you look at Kai's quiver, you kind of think of Formula One or NASCAR, just the logos, the paint jobs are always the same. He's just a different breed. He sees things differently, he paves his own way in the surfing world, in the water world, you should say. But you could probably speak to that, Flick. You know, the big wave community definitely sticks together. You guys have a special bond.
For sure. And it's an eccentric bunch of people, you know. You've got your guys at the very top who are, you know, you've got your Kai Lennys, and then you've got guys right at the bottom who are these underground chargers who, you know, they bring this crazy sort of character to the sport. But yeah, big wave guys and women always sticking together. It's a really small community, and at the end of the day, I mean, you know, especially you look at tow partners and tow teams, and you know, your life is essentially in someone else's hands. So yeah, those relationships become pretty good pretty quick.
Rio Waida coming off the bottom. Nice flare on the open face. Exciting forehand rip in the pocket, and will step on the whitewater before he kicks out. Improving on a 0.8. His high score before that, a 5.83, but some excitement there to try to keep up with Ethan Ewing. How about the wild card showing up? Brody Sales with AJ.
Yeah, Joe certainly did. Brody, your very first CT, very first heat win, and you started off the heat with that 6.17. How did you get in the rhythm, get yourself in this competition mindset right off the bat?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I kind of got lucky. Me, Seth, and Griff are all good friends, and we were kind of just talking, like firing each other up. Like, this is going to be fun, and they knew it was super special for me as my first CT, and but yeah, no, I kind of hassled. I hassled at the start and was lucky to get that 6, and then there kind of wasn't too much after, and it was just kind of I was just battling to get it back up and then falling, making mistakes. But I'm stoked to get the heat win and move on and fight to see another day. Yeah.
As you should be, and I know Shion Crawford out there in the channel with you as your caddy. You guys are good friends, grown up surfing together. How did having him in the water calm any nerves with it being your first CT?
Yeah, if you know Shion's just like full of energy and good energy and just keeps it light and fun. And he actually won our last regional QS out here, so he definitely knows what he's doing and what he's talking about. And I was stoked. He's a brother, so it's good to have him in the water and firing me up after every wave. And yeah, thanks, Shion.
How do you carry this momentum into the round of 32?
Honestly, I just want to surf good. I have no pressure. Like this event's just nothing to lose, everything to gain. So I just want to surf good, and I know the next round I'll get one of the top seeds. So just fire myself up to take down one of the top seeds and surf good and just have fun and enjoy it all. Yeah.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the round of 32.
Can I say hi to everyone back at Big Island? I know everyone is watching, so thanks you guys. FBI, let's go.
Thanks so much from Big Island. Brody Sale, really proud to representing that beautiful island. Some great surfers coming out of there for many years. Always led by, you know, Shane Dorian and what he's done. Conan Hayes represented the Big Island. Shane used to bring Conan around, and Shane just started helping out all the kids to have an event there. And Brody was one of the ones that really was able to take advantage of that. And next thing you know, he's on the North Shore every winter and getting heat wins now on the CT level. As we roll in quickly, Kai up and out. So Kai Lenny losing priority, just taking a look at that wave.
Yeah, you got to think that might have been a little bit of a mistake. One thing I picked up from that post-heat interview with Brody was he's fired up. And he said that, yeah, I was hassling the guys at the start of the heat. I wanted that inside position and fired up for that next round. Even if I get a top seed, let's go. So pretty cool attitude coming into here. Sometimes, you know, you can be a wild card in events like this, and you've had posters of these guys on your walls for years, and all of a sudden it can be a daunting sort of process or mindset to be in, being like, wow, I'm matched up against my idols, but it seems like it's the opposite for Brody, and I'm here for that.
That's nice when he kind of looks at him as his peers, and then it can take the shine off of the big names that we always see on the championship tour. Rio did take the lead from Ethan with his last score of a 4.83, and Ewing still hanging on to that big 8. So for you, Flick, who would you rather be, with a lead with Rio or having the big 8.0 in second with Ethan Ewing?
Well, I mean, obviously it's great to be in the lead, but you can't go past an 8. I mean, it's the highest score of the morning so far. And with 17 and a half minutes still on this clock, you've got to be thinking that Ethan's going to get another roll of the dice. He's also sitting out there right now with priority, and he only needs such a small score, a 2.66. You know, that's literally one turn. I mean, one turn today, you know, if you time it right and it's good enough wave selection. I mean, we saw Jack Robbo getting a 6.4 for one turn. We saw Griff in that last heat getting a 5.5 for one turn. So here we go, Rio.
Rolling in and getting up to his feet just to kick out. Was already in the back of the line for priority, so no risk there. Taking a look. First ever Indonesian to qualify for the tour full time. That was a huge celebration for all of Indonesia. Always thanks his parents for really giving him this life. They've just dedicated their lives to provide for Rio a platform to train and become one of the best surfers in the world. He's up now. Nice, exciting first turn. Bowling up and just missed the opportunity to pull in. But I'm just enjoying that maneuver. He's been thrown down on the open face. A nice, real quick, flashy forehand wrap.
Yeah, well, he'd had that previous wave before, right? So he was on his way back out, sort of maybe slow paddling a bit. That wave came through. Maisel thought he had rolled the dice. This opening turn here was done on a really smooth section. There was no whitewash in the face, and really, yeah, just bring those arms around. And that last section is so hard to decide what to do. You know, almost threw out enough that he could get a little cover up, and didn't quite. I mean, it didn't go either way. I mean, it was almost going to be too late if we went to go up and hit it. So, I mean, beautiful first turn though, and I think Brett was sort of talking about it before. You know, it's going to be those waves today that allow you to do that critical turn on like a clean section of the face, because we've seen a lot of. I mean, there's a lot of lump and bump out there today. There's a few wash-throughs coming through. There's often a lot of white water on the face of these waves. So if you can find those like cleaner sections, I mean, you're in for a good score.
15 on the clock. Ewing with an 8 with priority, only needing a 2.66. Has been unbelievable at Sunset, really his whole career, even in free surfs. He's always understood the power and obviously the technique and flow that he produces out here is really second to none. And talking to the greats like Parko and Mick, they just notice so much improvement every time he performs. These are the heats that Joel never misses, just following Ethan's journey to become a world champion. Focusing at Sunset, he did lose to Griff last year in the quarters, lost to Kanoe Igarashi in the semifinals the year before. But easy to call him a favorite for this event. Well, let's focus on the other events in the season. I mean, going to Portugal, obviously defending his bell this year, then heading to Margie's. You know, who are going to be his biggest threats, really, to slow down a world title campaign, if you can name a couple?
I mean, off the top of my head, my name straight away goes to John, because, I mean, obviously he didn't make that Final Five conversation last year, but something I've noticed is he obviously is feeling injury-free this year, and he looks really fired up. Even just, I think you can tell by the way that people paddle out after they've caught a wave. He's just doing, everything he's doing, it looks like he's doing it with intention, and those waves coming up on tour, I mean, especially Margaret River, I mean, John is so good out there. I mean, I think Jack Robinson is also going to be a threat. Griff, obviously, Griff beat John at a main break last year, and that was a major, it was a big heat for Griff. We go, Rio.
Rio White just up and out. Doesn't have to worry about losing priority.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard these days. I mean, you can say, you know, you got all these favourites, but everyone is so good on tour that, and I think Portugal's kind of one of those ones where you don't really know what you're going to get. Are you going to get sort of a beach break wave? Is it going to be big? Is it going to be heaving? Is it going to be barrels? So that's a bit of a hard one to really pick a winner until you see the conditions. See Kai again. A few little mistakes for Kai in this heat. I mean, he did have a second priority there. rolled the dice, but now he's back down third priority.
Kai Lenny, a special human, a special athlete that was always, you know, very strong in his ways of what he wanted to do, how he wanted to build his career. You know, it's interesting when you look back, it was looked at by some surfing circles as unpopular, uncool to ride this alternative equipment, to stand up paddle and to race. And he made it cool. He just wasn't afraid to do what he wanted to do. And once you win all these titles, and it was just really refreshing that he had a different look on how he wanted to grow up. He wasn't just riding shortboards every day and working on big punts like his peer group. He was like, you know what, I'm gonna take advantage of the wind today. You know, go windsurfing at Hokipa and surf the outer reefs on different types of craft and ride foils. You know, even when foiling became popular, there's these quiet little inside circles that are saying that don't do that. That's not cool. Kai just looks at that and laughs. He's like, I'm gonna make it really cool. And I think it's really rad that he inspires people just to do it their way and just enjoy the ocean on anything you want to ride.
For sure, I think, and just for this younger generation sort of coming up, as we see Kai
Lenny setting up a wrapping turn. Nice off the bottom, squares up. Good timing on that snap off the lip for Kai, his best so far. Trying to break down an 8.06 that he needs to move on and avoid the elimination round. Great to see him inspired by this. You can tell he's been working with a game plan with Doug Silva and now adapting at this point in the matchup.
Yeah, you got to think that this is obviously going to be Kai's best wave. It was a bit of a small wave, but the way it stood up was really nice. We sort of went to that first carving maneuver, but this one here was the money. Timed it really well. 2 turns. Obviously going to go is his best wave.
Well done for Kai. You could tell in the beginning it's like he wants to get barreled, but if they're not out there, you have to adapt and change gears. He took a couple of looks, lost priority, and now putting up a couple of nice moves there with 10:50 on the clock. Action continuing here in the opening round of competition. Heat 7 getting ready to go with Ethan Ewing still with plenty of room to move to try to take the lead off Rio. We'll be right back.
I've never considered myself the most talented surfer or athlete, but one thing that I will do is work harder than anyone and be persistent.
It seems like Kai never stops.
He's not scared to try innovative things.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
As much as I could say he'll never beat me, he's definitely the person pushing me more than maybe anyone.
Oh my God. Tie down. Oh, gnarly. Tie down, tie down.
Oh my gosh, look at the harbor.
of Kai Season 4. The first episode of the new season of Life of Kai drops on Red Bull TV February 23rd. As we're seeing the Life of Kai live right now on this wave at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Driving hard off the lip and riding away. Adapting in the back half of this heat, trying to really put up some big turns when he's not getting sets without first priority. And his wave previous was a 4.33. Now the requirement's down to a 5.01 to move into the top two. Rio still out front, and Ethan Ewing trying to get in the mix as well. First with Kai's wave, Flick.
Yeah, Kai's wave a little bit smaller here, just having to cut back. And this second section, I mean, he timed this really well. It was beautifully timed. And you got to be thinking, I just go back to here we go, have a look, Ethan. This moment here, another beautiful carving maneuver, straight back up. That was really, really technical, just straight into that second turn. So 2 turns in quick succession. Got to be thinking that, you know, he's going to improve on that 1.33 for sure, which means he's going up into the lead. But yeah, back to what I was saying before, you know, if Kai had come out of that barrel at the beginning of this heat, I think, you know, maybe, I mean, it would be a different conversation. And he could even, you know, could have even been a 6. I think it was a pretty deep barrel. He was in there for a while, and yeah, but Kai just made a couple of mistakes since then, really. And last score for Kai, that 4.33. We're still waiting for one more.
Yeah, we are, Flick. It's just tough when you see kind of Kai thinking through his heat strategy, adapting, and then all of a sudden Ethan finally gets a backup to the 8, and then all of a sudden his requirement should skyrocket. Last of Ewing already in at a 5.4, and here comes Heath again. Goes down a nice clean wrapping cutback. And looks like he's over it, so he's out. 8 and a 5.4 out in front. Rio drops to second, so now Kai needs a 6.33. And that was the dangerous part about Ethan, just living with that 8 and priority, just hanging in there, almost feeling like he's got no stress in the world. And just like that, takes over the matchup.
For sure. I mean, he was in such a commanding position. I mean, I know he's sitting in second for a while, but he only needed a 2.66. I mean, for him right now, it's sort of Charles Way, just one big carving maneuver, and he was always going to get up into that first place. I mean, it's definitely made the job a lot harder for Kai right now, 6.33. And, I mean, he's sitting out there, he's got second priority, but, I mean, obviously, Rio he's going to be want to advance through this heat, so you've got to be thinking, we see Kai quick in and out, but yeah, Rio with priority, 5 minutes on the clock. I mean, he's going to want to... Rio, he's definitely going to be taken away from Kai. You know, if Kai's sniffing around, he's not going to let Kai just run away with it, you know.
Let's get some more insight on Rio Waida with AJ.
Yeah, Joe. So, of course, a lot of people watching the biggest Super Bowl last week, the NFL, between the Chiefs and the Niners. Rio Waida was one of them. And in fact, he told me that he is a Chiefs fan. And if you missed it on both Rio and Strider's stories, he was wearing a Chiefs jersey that entire game. And I asked him before he paddled out today, why did you become a Chiefs fan? How did that come into be? And he told me that it was because he's watched so many interviews with Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City quarterback, and he said that he really relates to the way that Patrick analyzes football and how he thinks about the game. He told me he kind of struck me as a little bit of a nerd who analyzes every single aspect, and Rio actually feels like that's how he does it in surfing as well. And so he told me he's been out at Sunset every single day pretty much since he got knocked out of the pipeline competition, because he wants to do everything he can to set himself up to get through this, have a deep run here at the Hurley Sunset Pro, and off to a good start.
Love that, AJ. AJ, you Chiefs fan or Niners fan?
Listen, I'm a free agent, if you will, Joe, because as a San Diego girl, I loved the Chargers growing up, but when they left my city, they lost my fandom. So I'm a free agent. Pitch me.
Look at that. AJ, great job. Obviously an all-star reporter, but she's dangerous when it comes to fantasy football. I might quit just because of AJ's expertise. And really cool insight on Rio. You know, he is a student of the game. We know that with waves, but cool that he's looking at other major athletes like Patrick Mahomes, a big quarterback, maybe one of the best in the league, if not the best, and trying to take notes on how he approaches his sport. As we go back to Kai Lenny here, Flick.
Yeah, a couple of beautiful... That second one there, that was beautifully done. Sort of adding a little bit of variety there with going to that layback on that second turn. Still needs a 6.33 though, as we have a look at Rio here. this wave here, just first section, just carving through that first maneuver, and you can sort of see that he's like a bit disinterested there. He's hoping for something a little bit that was going to stand up a little bit more.
2:50 on the clock. Kai Lenny chasing down a 6.33. It's time for a heat check. Look at the activity from Lenny compared to Ewing. The efficiency from last year's number 2 in the world, being very selective, identifying the gems, and he's not even in a really high gear yet. Managing his performance in this heat so well. And same with Waida, catching a lot more waves. Keeping his start though, 5.83, still his best on his opening ride. You can see at the bottom of your screen the top scores for each of these athletes. Ethan with the big 8. One judge for the United States threw down an 8.5. That gets tossed out. They average out the middle 3 numbers. Now down to the 2-minute mark.
What I see there, just two very different game plans. I mean, obviously Ethan's gone out there and has been a lot more selective and with the waves he wants, and also, holding on to priority as well. And then when you go look at Rio and Kai, I mean, Rio's gone out there and caught 7 waves, and Kai is up to wave 9. So 2 very, very different approaches. And obviously right now it's super easy to say, well, obviously Ethan's was the right one. But I mean, he obviously has a special connection with this wave, and his surfing does go very much hand in hand.
Rookie year for Ethan Ewing, finished 34th in the world. Fell off tour, but had 9s and a 1, sometimes an 8.5 and a 1. Sometimes it was your favorite wave in an event, but then he would lose out early, and he's learned so much. Continues to study the game. It's always a reminder that 3-time world champion Andy Irons fell off tour and then came back stronger. Ethan's kind of fitting into that mold. With now 1 minute to go, Kai chasing a 5.86 to avoid the elimination round. Thing is, for Rio, he was knocked out in the elimination round of Pipeline. So Rio knows that he already has his throwaway for the first half of the season. There's 5 events, and then we make that cut at stop 5. You only can throw away 1 result. So Rio already knows that's done. He can't afford another elimination round loss.
Definitely not, and he's going to know that. And right now, I mean, it's sort of nervous times. We've got 27 seconds on the clock. Kind of maybe looks like the ocean's going a bit quiet, but Kai obviously has got priority over Rio. Rio sort of sitting pretty close, just on the inside of Kai. And I guess if Kai doesn't choose to go one, you've got to be thinking that Rio might want to improve on that situation, because 10 seconds on the clock, though, but it looks like it's going very, very flat.
And we will close out heat number 6 of the opening round. Ethan Ewing, an 8 and a 5.4, making a nice statement early as one of the favorites here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Last year's runner-up in the world will move on to the round of 32, reseeded with Rio Waida, and we'll see Hurley wildcard Kai Lenny later on today in the elimination round, with heat 7 now on deck. Looking at those numbers. And a great profile pic from Kai, by the way. That might be one of the best.
Oh, the best.
He knew. It was picture day. Take a break. Heat 7 up next. Kaipo Guerrero and Jesse Mendez stepping into the booth. We got to get Jesse in here. He's eating all of our snacks. We'll be right back.
Before each event, there's an electricity that builds. Having grown up in Hawaii, I can feel it like the change of seasons. Everybody's thinking about the surf, surfers are gathering, and everyone else is getting ready for the madness. Hawaii's a wild place, and usually I'm traveling all over the islands this time of year, seeing friends, checking spots, talking about the surf today, tomorrow, and what's to come. Whether you're catching a wave, driving down the line, or driving down the road, it's all about taste and style.
Welcome back to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, stop number 2 on the World Surf League Championship Tour, descending upon Paumalu. Sunset Beach, opening round for the men. 3 surfers out in the water. Iago Dora, Kanoa Igarashi, Frederico Moraes again. First and second, onto the round of 32. Third place is in the elimination round. We'll see them this afternoon. Kuiper Girl, former CTer Jesse Mendez, and usual suspects coming through here. Jesse, the predicted, I would say, the predicted top seeds being pretty successful today so far.
Yes, and that's how usually it plays out, right? Like, you don't see that many upsets. There's some days that are more shocking than others, but today just sticking to what the usual suspect are, and we see Kanoa Igarashi in a nice wave.
Igarashi in and out of a barrel, and we're going to wait for the score for Igarashi to set this heat. 26 years old, representing Huntington Beach, and Jake the Snake Patterson in the water as his caddy and his coach, Jake Patterson, with actually 2 Sunset titles. So Kanoa's in some good hands out there. And Kanoa can actually have some good feelings about Sunset. Remember, back in 2022, Kanoa was a runner-up to Baron Mamiya here. So let's take another look, Jesse, at opening ride for Kanoa.
Yeah, check this out. First, identifying the wave was going to run down the line, and that's so important today in a day that's very northy, and right here, just where all the points are going to come out. Backdooring that drainer. Got pretty wide there for a moment, actually, and then it started to clamp in the end. But check this out. Foot forward, stable as he gets on the board, and just driving through that section beautifully. That was well done from Kanoa, and putting him some style right there in the end, just feeling comfortable.
And take a look here. Iago Dora, 2.5 for that one turn.
Nice turn, actually. Fit that turn pretty nicely. He got rewarded a 2.5 for that, and unfortunately, the wave just kind of ran out a little bit for him, but that's how it plays sometimes.
I love getting questions from surf fans. Ken Hughes asked today to point out what the different jersey colors represent in each heat, and that's a great thing to catch up to speed. Iago Dora right now in his 48th Career Championship Tour event is in the red jersey in this heat. The red jersey in this opening round is a signal for you're the top seed in the heat. Iago Dora finished off CT 2023 at number 7 in the ranking, so he's our top seed. Then the blue jersey are our second tiered seeded surfers. Kanoa Igarashi in the blue jersey, he finished off 14th in the world last year. And lastly, there is the white jersey. White jerseys, that's for our low seeds, our rookies, and our wild cards. For example, here, Frederico Moraes, who is just returning to the championship tour after a successful bid last year on the Challenger Series, back on the big show with his 48th career heat out here at Sunset. So Frederico Moraes, 6 seasons on the championship tour, and here we go with Kikas. Nice turn there to start off with Pride of Cascais, Portugal. And Moraes able to bank a finish there with some steady feet and goes complete. Frederico Moraes.
Yeah, smart choice right there for Fred. Actually, like a double attack right there for him, because he took Iago out of that wave, and Iago is actually in a better position, sitting a little bit deeper. Probably where he was taking off, Iago could have done a turn, and that would have been a great score, a great wave for Iago. And he saw that Iago was scratching for that wave, and he almost didn't catch it. Was just able to sneak under. And you see actually Dog right there paddling with him, but see it right here, he barely got that wave in the beginning, and then he got a little push from the wave, and great opening turn. Very clean face right there in the beginning, and was able to maximize a little bit more right there with that finish. Just putting the bottom of the board on the lip line right there and finish it off pretty strong, and smart move there from Fred.
Let's hear from the last heat winner, Ethan Ewing, Sunset Beach, rail game. they go together like peanut butter and jelly, AJ.
They really do, Kaipo. Ethan, walk me through just what it is about this wave that you find fits your strengths so well and gives you the confidence.
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's a really difficult wave to surf, but where I come from, there's a lot of waves kind of similar to this, just a lot of water moving and open ocean. But yeah, I do love the trying to, I don't know, master this wave because it's such a difficult wave. But yeah, I always love surfing out there.
We certainly saw that in your first heat, that 8-point ride. Walk us through what you saw in that wave, how you took advantage of it.
Yeah, it was, I don't know, it's really hard out there because there's big sets and it gets pretty overloaded after those waves. And yeah, I just saw like a good double up on that wave and trying to just look for some clean water and a few good sections. And yeah, Nate feels pretty good.
I could imagine. So what kind of confidence does this give you moving on into the round of 32, knowing you get to skip that elimination round?
For sure, yeah. It's always good to skip that round. And yeah, I've got good boards and really happy to just be here and got good people around me, so yeah, happy to move through.
What are you riding out here?
I'm actually riding a board from last year. It's a 6.6 DHD, and yeah, been really loving the boards from last year. They're going good.
I would say so. Congratulations, Ethan. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Double E. That rail game is going to be very, very valuable out here. You know, they say, I've heard surf coaches out here, Jesse, that Sunset Beach, you want to surf it big. You want to surf it exaggerated almost because you're so far away from the judges' tower.
Yeah, you're totally right. And actually, I saw Adriano mention it to me a few days ago, saying that you don't need to pay attention so much in the details and technique. You just want to make those turns look very big. Like you mentioned, we're so far. The judges are pretty far ahead. So you kind of got to make everything look big here. And that's kind of what he does best. Like, his rail game is impressive, and you could see in that cutty how much usage of the total of the wave and the room he had to work with that. And it's impressive. Not many people are capable of doing that well and taking advantage of that and, yeah, maximizing the potential of that wave.
Well, let's get you caught up with scores. Kanoa Igarashi opened up with a 7.33. So strong start for Kanoa. He's had his history here in 2 CT competitions. Kanoa Igarashi has had 6 excellent waves. Kanoa's heat-winning percentage here at Sunset Beach is a whopping 78%. He surfed 9 heats here at Sunset Beach in the past 2 go-arounds, and he's won 7 of those 9 heats. Of course, a runner-up in 2022, Kanoa Igarashi. So you would have to say, looking at this field, that Kanoa, even though he's the second-tier seed, would be the favorite given his history here. Federico Moraes up and riding, and Moraes spotting his point on the wave, gets a snap in there as the wave stands up on the inside. Federico also has a great history here. He was a runner-up in 2016 at Sunset Beach, well, when this was a qualifying series event. If you remember 2016 with Federico Moraes, runner-up at Haleiwa, runner-up at Sunset Beach. He went from way down in those qualifying series rankings to qualify for his rookie season on the championship tour.
Yeah, that was very impressive that year from Fred. And back against the wall, last 2 events, the 2 toughest events of the season for the QS, and capitalizing. Great. He's such a good surfer out here. He lives in Portugal. If you don't, let's see this wave and we'll go back to that. But just the wave splitting up a lot right here. See, like that flat section makes it very tricky for you to generate speed. So he had to kind of do like a push check turn, and the wave just closed out in front of him. Wasn't really his fault or anything, just the wave kind of disappeared on him. And yeah, he's just used to those open water oceans. He lives in Portugal, used to big walls, a lot of water moving, and yeah, suits his surfing very well right here in Kanoa up and riding.
Kanoa just up and out there, but yeah, back to the Federico conversation. Yeah, just that carve that he has strong rail game. We saw that in 2017. He's actually Fred's rookie year on the championship tour, where he had a runner-up finish on the long walls of Jeffreys Bay, and that's really when people were taking notice of Federico Moraes. But he's fought back and forth on and off tour. It's nice to see him back on tour right now.
Yeah, and that just shows the level of the tour, how it is so competitive. Like, he had one of the best performances ever at J-Bay with that heat with John, and ended up falling off a few times already on tour. So, but he's fighting back, came back this year, and he's going to put in a good run for sure.
Yep, had to grind back. Tied for 6th at the end of the Challenger Series to requalify for the 2024 Championship Tour. Again, for this Challenger Series, we take the top 10 men at the end of the season. And that's going to be becoming a conversation as we move through the calendar this year. Again, we're going to have that mid-season cut after stop number 5, the Margaret River Pro. But the first cut that these surfers need to make, Jesse, is be in the top 2 in this opening round. You don't want to be in that elimination round this afternoon.
Yeah, that elimination round it's nerve-wracking. It gets everyone out of the comfort zone, no matter who you are, because only 4 people go home early, and it's the difference of points, a big gap in between the points from losing in the second round or the third round. So they want to try and make the most and skip that as much as you can. And we see someone maybe having a look on that wave, kind of just getting licked by the foam.
Yeah, we got Gabe Medina serving the lineup right now. Medina has put in some outstanding performances here at Sunset Beach, a runner-up finish, but it hasn't been since 2008 since we've had a Goofy Foot win this event. That was CJ Hobgood back in 2008. So could this be the year of the Goofy at Sunset? We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, Gabriel's one thing that comes to mind when I see Gabriel is that floater he did a few years back. That was incredible, and he's just very good at doing big turns, and this suits him very well because that's what you're kind of looking for out here. Mostly in a day like today that you're not probably going to find too many sections, but if you find one big critical one, you can get rewarded very well. And yeah, it's a good day for Gabe probably, and he's probably fired up too, losing early at Pipe, place that is definitely one of the top contenders.
Yeah, and I feel like in Gabe Medina's career, when this was a qualifying series event, from 2004 to 2019, this wasn't a CT, this was a qualifying series event. Gabe he was already on the championship tour. He didn't need to surf Sunset, but he would enter this event anyway just to do some homework out here. So I like the fact that he's prepared earlier and spent time at Sunset earlier in his career.
Yeah, and almost like he knew had a crystal ball there that we were going to come back to being a World Tour event, because he used to be before and went for plenty of years being in the QS, and now it's back on, and he's actually done great. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he got second here before. And he's just overall amazing surfer, so he's very good at adapting, and that's what makes him so special. So he can suit any place he comes up.
Be a special time coming up for Cole Hauschman, a rookie on tour. He's getting ready for his heat. He'll be matched up against Callum Robson and Leonardo Fioravanti in the next heat of the men's opening round. Cole, with that tough start over at Pipe, so he's already has his throwaway when he looks at the mid-season cut, so he's going to need to make it happen here at Sunset, but he's been putting in a lot of time on the reef out here.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of losing early, which no one would want to take that, but if you can capitalize on something, that would be it. Just time spent in the water, and everyone focused on Pipe, so you have more time with less crowd, so you can actually try our boards, figure out the lineup, and on. But check this out right here. So much water moving. The tide's getting lower, so I've noticed there's been more waves breaking out the back, as you see all that whitewash going all the way a few hundred yards out the back. So what that does is just creates that pressure, just pushing the surfers down the point more, and it's just kind of a nightmare because it's like takes your energy so much, and you can't stop paddling. See, there's no waves breaking right now, but they don't stop paddling. They have no breaks at all, so a lot of action right there for the surfers.
Yeah, just to back tag that, there's our tides on the graphic there. It is 11:24 local Hawaii time, going down to a low tide today at 2:05 p.m. at just a 0.1 foot. So we will have a receding tide through most of the day before the tide turns around here, and that will change the complexion here as well as the swell. I feel that the swell angle will also mature and maybe even turn more northeast even. before we see that new swell hit the buoys that we're expecting for tomorrow.
Yeah, and that just adds to all that work right there they have, because it kind of almost turns into a point break. It breaks way far up the point at sunset, and it's just all the water is just moving down to the channel. So they're gonna have to do some work. As you see right there in the left of your screen, just a lot of water moving, and yeah, it gets tricky for them. But also we might see some more opportunities on the inside bow, and hopefully some barrels like we saw it earlier today.
Well, Kanoa Igarashi right now with that 7-point to back up that 7.33. We'll see if he gets the backup when we return to the conclusion, opening round, heat number 7 after these messages.
I first got hired on the Triple Crown as a production assistant. At the beginning of the show, they needed someone to run the roving camera, and I just put my hand up and was like, put me in, coach. I want to do this. It's been such a joy to be able to be a camera operator for my favorite sport and not only be present for some of surfing's greatest moments in the last 15 years, but to also be a part of them, to have the world like see through what I see. The ocean is always moving and is so dynamic, and it really requires us to come into the present moment. Surfing always brings me like right there.
And there's Leah, camera number 2. Eyes on the water all day long. Nice little piece by Yeti on Leah Dawson. Well, we're back for the conclusion of this opening round, heat number 7. Watching Kanoa Igarashi, who opened up with a bang, a 7.33. He's now searching for a backup. Iago Dora on the backhand, slashes through a foamy face, but no problem for Iago Dora. So nice exchange, and we'll see how that affects the standings as Kaipagura, along with former Triple Crown winner Jesse Mendez. And we had a little goofy foot conversation. I think we've got some strong goofies this year at Sunset Beach, Iago Dora being one of them.
Yeah, for sure. Iago has been lighting up on his backhand the last few years. He improved so much, and if you could mention actually to be a weakness that he's surfing, that might have been it 2 years ago, but it's definitely out in the window. Like, he's so solid now, consistent, has proven that at Sunset, and yeah, all around the world how good his backhand is. And here, Kanoa Igarashi, kind of a foamy wave, smaller down the line, but yeah, just nice finish right there. He already has a 7.33, so it's good to back it up, and 8 minutes left, not sit with nothing on his to back him up. And right here, Iago, just a very critical airdrop in after that. That was impressive move from Iago right there. Just shows how solid he is on his backhand.
Yeah, Thought that was a brilliant turn, but really I feel Yago Dora needs to get a wave that's going to allow him to do that maybe 2 times or even 3 times, because we know he's got that. It's a dynamic turn, but it will be hindered because it was just a single turn. Kanoe Igarashi took off on that foamy wave, just looking for a backup for that 7.33 that he started with, which is a big number in the context of scores today. There we go with the backup for Igarashi, a 3.67 waiting for score for Yago Dora. A 5.34 will take Yago to second and advancing position and bump Federico Moraes into that 3rd place position. Score comes in for Yago. It was enough. A 5.67. Yago to second. Federico Moraes in that dangerous 3rd spot right now. Moraes, however, holding on to priority.
Yeah, and I love how the judges are actually identifying this. It's so hard today to find a critical clean section that you actually can open up and put all your skills into a turn. Mostly everyone's trying to survive the bumps and everything, so they're really rewarding those type of actually technical turns, which I saw that in Kelly's heat as well. Like he had that big open carve. Like it's obviously harder to do because you're putting all your rail into the turn, and it's nice to see just a single maneuver get rewarded that well.
And it's a hard wave to surf out here. The bump, you know, the power behind it. Right, Jesse? I mean, a lot of times you can mind surf and be watching from the beach and just be like, why did that guy turn right there? And then you get out there and you realize that's why, because it's super hard to stay on rail.
Yeah, like, and that's all because we don't see the little details that are going on. Once you're actually on top of the board, there's so much feedback going through your feet because there's so much. There's like, it's very shallow and goes deep, so there's a lot of water moving back to the lineup. There's a lot of backwash, and not to mention today we have 2 swells in the water, so that makes it even trickier. So it's just so much harder than it looks on camera and on live. Once you're actually surfing, you actually get to feel all of that, and there's so much water and energy under your feet that it's hard to stake anything you do. So once you're actually able to capitalize and do something that critical and with that much skills involved, it should be rewarded, and I'm stoked that he actually got that big score for just 1 turn.
Yeah, and it's not like, as we're looking at the lineup right now, it's not like it's a flat reef either. This is a lava coral reef, and there's fingers actually that run out through the lineup. So there's like high spots and some low spots, and that's how you get these waves that start off and just give you surprise sections, because the water is hitting these different high and low spots on the reef out here, and not to mention all the different sections that this wave has.
Yes, exactly. You nail that one, Kaipo. And we see here Fred.
Kikas with a big carve, that signature frontside carve for Federico Moraes. Lip glide there, and Sunset just bottoms out and clamps on him, and an illustration of how things change just so quickly, even while you're bottom turning, aiming for the lip.
Yeah, a little bit of a missed opportunity right there, because have him finish that last turn, he would have been looking at a very healthy score. He's still going to look at a decent score because that first carve was very nice. It was what I was mentioning before, like he was able to actually open up and really drive through that turn, as you see it right here. Nice open carve right there for him. As right here, the transition got a little tricky and he went a little, just a touch sideways and a bit late, and when he landed, it just that backwash buckled him off the board.
Strider, you saw that from the water.
Sure did. You know what? It was just like you guys were talking about, those, you know, the undulating bottom and the contour and the bathymetry that we have out here. These things do wild, you know, the lip line just changes so fast, and so when he came out of the lip, it just, the whole bottom dropped out, and he tried to reconnect. It was a little off to the side of the board, couldn't come down with it, and didn't get a score that he needed. Right now, these guys are riding, right now they're on 6.6s, all 3 surfers riding the 6.6. Yago on a Mayhem, if we're gonna get into the shaper rankings, and the other 2 surfers riding Pangs. So, you know, one of them usually on a Sharp Eye, and Fredo is on a Pang as well. So they're riding a local shaper to try and get that local knowledge into the board to stick on that face out here.
Thank you for the update, Strider. And then when we talk about Pangs, we're talking about Glen Pang, shaper for Town and Country, with Federico Moraes and Kanoe Igarashi, both on those Glen Pangs. There's another Pang when we talk about Sunset Beach legend, Dennis Pang, also a shaper and one of those sunset surfers that has been ripping the lineup for decades now. We see also Dennis's son Makana do his thing over at Pipeline with that whole young crew. Well, we're down to 3 minutes now, Jesse, and Igarashi still in the lead. Yagodora, though, in a fairly safe second place in that when we look at the priority and Federico Moraes needing a 4-point ride, but has to find that 4-point ride under both surfers' priority.
Yeah, and that all comes down to that little mistake of not sticking that last turn. If you would have got that last turn down, he would have got the score without a doubt. And now he's sitting in third priority, not much time left, and he's trying to get some room away from them. He's paddling very deep. You can barely see him on the screen, on the previous screen. See him up and right there. Kanoa first priority, kind of sitting where they were sitting the whole heat, and Fred is just trying to, okay, I'm going to give it a shot, go very deep, because with this north swell, sometimes you can have that kind of rolling wave and it goes underneath and no one can catch it. And he's looking at this one right now. Let's see.
Yeah, kind of try to hide in plain sight right now for Federico Moraes and find a wave under these surfers' priority, but it seems like Kanoa's zooming in on him. I'm sorry, actually Yago is the one with second priority, and Yago there in the red jersey is doing the zooming right now, appropriately so, because Kanoa sitting wide, he's in first right now. He's got a strong position. He doesn't need to get into this battle at all.
Yeah, he doesn't, but I think he will. You know, like as much as he has a 7.33, such a big advantage, his backup score is not the greatest. So as you see him right there, he might not be on top of Fred, but he's going to keep a close eye on him. It's just strategy right now. He doesn't need to do anything else in the heat. There's 1:30 left. He already got a total of 11 points. Now he just needs to be in the next wave that someone has a look at it, that he thinks that he has potential to pass him over. So
stay away from interferences here at Sunset Beach, an event that has been plagued actually in the past with numerous interferences out here. Again, the spray, the swell, the distance on the wave, and all that can come into play when you're doing a split-second decision on whether to go.
Yeah, you feel lost out there sometimes, so it can turn into, oh, you see right here, see Kanoa just identifying that.
Well, using first priority, Igarashi, nice slash there. One turn, has to sit through the white water. Did ride out for a bit, but got consumed. So we'll see if the judges will deem that as a completed maneuver. We'll see if that improves upon his 3.67 backup.
Yeah, like just as we mentioned, everyone wanted a piece of that wave. Mostly Federico only needed a 4.01. One big turn would do that for him. But then Kanoa is right there just waiting. Oh, you guys want it? So I'll take this one, make sure no one turns the heat over me. And that was a solid turn for Kanoa in a solid section. It was a bit 50-50 in order if he completed that turn or not. We're going to probably have an idea in a little bit when the scores come down.
Yeah, score came in, a 1.13. Judges deemed it incomplete, but Igarashi does not have to worry. The clock's off. Kanoa Igarashi, first place. He's moving into the round of 32, along with Yagodora. It's going to be Federico Moraes off into the elimination round this afternoon. And we're going to be off into a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more action when we return. It's going to be Leonardo Fioravanti, Callum Robson, Cole Hauschman, heat number 8 in the water after this.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the WSL. And by 805 Beer, properly chill.
Flying past Sunset Beach. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. This is the opening day. This is the opening round. We got a new heat out in the water. Leonardo Fioravanti up against Callum Robson and the rookie Cole Hauschman. Kuiper Girl along with Jesse Mendez on the call here. No waves ridden yet. The clock is ticked down from a 30-minute start. Kanoa Igarashi just hit the beach after winning his last heat over Yago Doro and Federico Moraes.
This is a stacked heat, like heavy-footed, 3 heavy-footed surfers. Their surfing actually matched this wave so well. Leo obviously has spent so much more time in a heat out here because of all the QSs he's done it in the past. The other 2 we haven't seen much, but yeah, it's gonna be such a cool heat to watch.
Yeah, you're right. This is Leonardo's 9th start here at Sunset. And given the fact that all those QS events, this event was part of the Triple Crown and you know about the Triple Crown, for years, right? And also the final qualifying events. So there's always been weight to Sunset Beach and a good finish here. But just in the last couple of years, with it being on the championship tour, now this is a focus point. Oh, slip of the back foot for Leo Fioravanti. Regathers himself for a carve. He's not going to give up on this wave. Up into the lip there. Nice dynamic second turn. He's going to find a third one as the wave hits the channel. So nice comeback for Fioravanti after a little bit of a slip up there.
Yeah, that was actually what's the most impressive about Leo and about Leo on this wave specifically. Like the mindset was so clear in his head. Like even though he had a weird wobble in the beginning, almost fell off, he just regrouped, reset it, and finished the wave very well. That was well served for him. And strong start for Leo. And we see Cole up and riding.
Hauschman on the backhand, hammers that first turn. Cole is looking for a little bit more open room, bangs it one more time, unfortunately. Pokes the nose and goes down, was on his way to a great wave. Callum Robson up and down, wants to hold his position and maintain priority out in the lineup. What do you think about that decision by Callum to just get out of that wave super quickly?
Yeah, that's very smart. Like, I'm sure he identified that it was too deep for that wave, so he jumped off where the wave had no energy yet, so he could penetrate and actually get out in time to get first priority. So, smart decision strategy-wise, and you got to capitalize in those priority moments because there's not many great waves out there. And whenever you have the opportunity of having first priority, you want to make sure you're in a good wave. And we see here Cole just getting a little right back. A lot of water moving, as you see. This is what I was talking about. Like, this is all the stuffs you're actually seeing on screen, but once you're on the water, you feel them 3 times as much. So as you see right here, nice first start right for Cole. Beautiful big carve, and it's very hard to do that on your backhand. And right here, just the angle didn't help him. The wave got flat in between. He lost a little bit of speed, and then once he hit the lip, he was just in a side angle and just wasn't able to stick that. Leo, on the other hand, kind of started off like not in the right foot, but then right here, cleaning up everything and strong turn, lots of spray. And then back to it, just clean and solid surfing. No mistakes, no wobbles after he regrouped from that first slip right there.
Checks in with a 5.83. So nice start. And Cole, 4.4, even with that not incomplete finish. That makes me think that the score for Cole Hauschman would have went up into the very good range if he had finished off that wave.
No doubt, and that's all because of that first turn. You usually see those big carves front side. It's normal. It's like textbook for most people. You see Callum reminder. We'll go back to Cole.
Here we go. Robson Long bottom turn, eases through a cutback. Wave has a lot of taper on. He's hoping for it to stand up on the inside here. Wave stands, but he's a little off timing. You could tell that whole wave just did not present itself in a way for Callum Robson that he would have liked to, and he didn't really have a lot of scoring opportunity on that, Jesse.
Yeah, totally not. Just the wave didn't have enough coping, didn't have enough curve, and he was just kind of in a flat spot the whole time and couldn't generate speed, or had no opportunity to attack, and not going to get the greatest score. Probably going to be pretty bummed on that wave. I mean, not even if that wave selection, because he kind of looked great when he took off. All clean, looked like he was going to steep it up, but just went flat the whole time, and he was just kind of trying to find that sweet spot where the wave was going to jack up, but he never really did. It was just flat the whole way.
Yeah, and a 2.5 for that effort for Robson. Live action here at Fioravanti. Tangled with his leash once again. Speeds through this section, realizes that it wasn't what he was looking for, and he kicks out.
Yeah, that's uncharacteristic from Leo. He's usually pretty solid on his foot, but the second wobble right there, it just shows how much water is moving and just, tricky to ride.
Yeah, Kanoa Igarashi continues to build his stats here at Sunset Beach. Already has a heat winning percentage of 78%. He added to that with another heat win. Kanoa is with AJ McCord.
Yeah, that's right, Kaipo Kanoa. This is a wave that you've had some success on in the past, starting off this competition with a heat win as well. How did you get it done?
Oh, I mean, it was really complicated, but really simple. You start with a good score. And, I mean, I got really lucky. I kind of took off in a wave that I wasn't really sure about, but then I just went because I wanted to catch a bunch of waves in that heat. I ended up only catching 3, but my plan was to catch waves. And I did a carve, and I kind of got stuck behind the section, and I just remember Snake telling me, like, hey, if you ever get stuck behind the section, just pull in. And so I just kind of pulled in, and the barrels are so aggressive out at Sunset that you kind of have to, you can't really enjoy the barrel that much. You just have to sort of survive through it. And it was funny because I literally came out of the barrel, and the first person I saw was Jake right there, and I nearly ran him over, and I just kicked out and we high-fived, so it was a good start of the heat.
Well, and working with Jake is something you haven't done in a few years, but having him in the channel here at Sunset in your corner for the year, how is it giving you more confidence? What are you guys dialing in together?
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I mean, Sunset's a wave where, the relationship with the coach and the athlete is probably the most important one, because you're literally in the lineup with your athlete. And it's funny to kick. We kicked that off. We haven't worked with each other in about 3 or 4 years now. And literally the first wave back at Sunset, I kick out of a wave and we high five while I was still literally on my wave. So, it kind of goes to show the chemistry that we have, and that, it's, we're definitely comfortable with each other. And, I guess it's up to me now, because I definitely have the right person in my corner.
That's awesome, Kanoa. Well, we're excited to see you on in the round of 32. Before we let you go, you have anything you want to say to friends and fans in Japan?
そうですね。皆さん今回初めてのインタビューなので、もう本当にいつもみんなの応援の力で、去年もちょっと難しい年だったので、また今年リセットして、去年難しかったのにそれでもみんな続いて毎日いいメッセージをポジティブなメッセージを送ってもらって、すごいそれが今年のモチベーションなので、もうこのまま続いて本当に。もうそんなこの大会勝つっていう優勝っていうよりも、もう本当にもう一つ一つのヒートに集中して頑張りたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
Congratulations, Omedetou. We'll see you in the round of 32.
You guys.
Yeah. Kanoa was saying that it was a little confusing out there, but then, he was able to come back, and looking forward to the next time, and he's going to go for it. Jake Patterson in Kanoa's corner, his coach, his in-water caddy. Jake, a 2-time winner out here, 2003 and 2005. Jake's brother, Paul Ant-Man Patterson, won this event back in 1996. So this has been some Patterson domination at Sunset from those Western Australia surfers. So good guy to be in the corner of Kanoa Igarashi.
Yes, and it's probably because of Margaret River, right? The main break. That wave, pretty similar, just open water, very tricky to ride, huge playing field. So yeah, he's very good having a corner out here. So much experience on the jersey as well, which is very important.
Yeah, for more on caddies, I'm going to go to Strider Wazluzi. He's sitting right with them.
I am. I'm sitting here surrounded by greatness. I got Adriano de Souza. This man's a world champion right here. He's out here for Leo Fioravanti at the moment. You got Luke Egan over here. He's got Cole in his corner. So it's just amazing to see the knowledge and all the depth that these caddies can bring to these surfers out here in the lineup, giving them a comfort and also all the knowledge that they need. So stoked to be out here sharing it with them.
All right, yeah, surrounded by greatness, 2015 world champ Adrian de Souza and cool hand Luke Egan, who's just been a stalwart both on his championship tour career as well as one of the best coaches and mentors. He's got another big goofy foot out there that he's backing up, Cole Hauschman. Hauschman clocking in 6'3", 210 pounds of surfing fury.
Yeah, that's impressive. Like, such a big kid, and he's on the early 20s too. Like, I wonder how strong that kid can actually get. And it's good to have someone in your corner that actually has kind of the same abilities that you have, like both goofy footers. Luke is actually a pretty heavy guy as well, heavy-footed. So, see right here, Cole.
Cole with the prone takeoff. It's the bucking Bronco there, and he gets to his feet, eyeing up this section. He knows it's going to stand up, and here it goes. And here goes Hauschman off the bottom, slashes off the top with a little bit of release in the tail. Just one turn, but I love the setup there by Cole Hauschman. I'll be waiting for that score and see how that affects the standings in this heat. Fioravanti easing through a cutback there, and that's all that the Italian's gonna get. And he'll get some advice from Adriano de Souza out in the channel for Fioravanti. Like I said, Fioravanti with the 2015 world champ in his corner here at Sunset Beach. Speaking of world champs, hey, we got two-time defending world champ Felipe Toledo. He's on site. He's in the athlete zone. Felipe will be joining us in the next heat. Heat number 9, Felipe Toledo will be on set to call Gabe Medina, Matthew McGillivray, and Eli Hanneman. You're going to want to stick around for that.
You also got Sammy right there looking very relaxed. It's coming up too.
Sammy's got a brother-on-brother combo this afternoon. Miguel and Sammy Pupo will be in the same heat along with a former Sunset champ, Jordy Smith. That's going to be coming up later today. So, yeah, great action for opening day. I'm excited about everything.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be a good day of surfing. It already has been so far. So,
and you got to love Sunset in the way that, well, some people don't like it, but I love Sunset just because this wave is a dependable wave if you want to go surf. It breaks on almost any swell other than a south swell. And there's so many sections, as we see right here. You know, you got your boneyard section, you got your point, you got the inside bowl, you got the west bowl. You got just a broad spread over here. And so, you know, different swells have different personalities here, but it's a dependable wave. If you want to go surfing every day and you live on Sunset Beach, you're probably surfing every day.
For sure. It's the one you can count on. Like, if from 1 foot to 15 foot, it's always breaking. And even bigger, you can surf Val's Reef if you want. I saw some people actually surfing the answer of Val's Reef, which is the very inside, and it was 20 foot out the back, and they're still able to surf.
Yeah. Well, let's go to Felicity Palmentier. She's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. What do you have for us, Flick?
Well, I've got a little bit of intel. The last few days, obviously Thursday, Friday, we saw probably one of the biggest swells to ever hit the North Shore over this winter. The eddy was even being talked about being called on. It went on yellow alert, but then that got called off, but the swell still arrived. And we actually saw Callum Robson, we saw Matty McGillivray and Liam O'Brien all actually take to the water at Waimea. And I spoke to Liam before. He said he was riding a 9.8 Bushman. So, yeah, a lot more board and a lot more foam to what these guys are probably riding today. But, yeah, just I'd love to see those CT surfers really sort of stepping up to the plate and really playing ball at Big Waimea.
Yeah, I love it as well, Flick. We saw Leo Fioravanti. He's been pretty open the fact that he wants to put in his time at Waimea and impress the local crowd. So one day he can be like yourself, Flick, and get an invite into the eddy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's so many great guys who are CT surfers that are in that Eddie Aikau Invitational. Obviously, we've seen John win the whole thing back in 2016. And, I mean, he's sort of that benchmark of being able to prove himself in really big waves all the way down to, you know, the waves on the championship tour.
Yeah, and all these guys that are 6'6" are feeling like shortboards today after swinging around 9'9" 6s yesterday at the Bay. We're down to 13 minutes right now in this heat. We got Cole Hauschman. He is out in the lead against Leo Fioravanti as well as Callum Robson. Hauschman with a 4.43 in his last score. McGillivray will be coming up next. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break right now. Hurley Pro, Sunset Beach. We're back at the opening round, flying through the lineup here. Scores in with Cole Hauschman, the rookie, up on top over Leo Fioravanti and Callum Robson. Kai Burrow along with Jesse Mendez on the call. We're down to 10.5 minutes here. You can see all the scores up there in the left on the score bug. That last score for Hauschman, a 4.43. One turn, but it was a vicious turn for the surfer from San Clemente, and that was enough for him to take the lead.
Yeah, that was great surfing from him. He just needs to find a wave that he could do 2 of those, and he's going to get probably close to an excellent because his turns are so powerful. And on that last one, he had so much board control, and Leo up and riding here.
Fioravanti with some foam to deal with and throw some extra spray with that foamy face. Fioravanti kicking out. A 3-point ride will take him to the top in this heat. So we'll be waiting for the score for Leo Fioravanti. Talking about Leo and his surfing out here. He's had a number of starts just last year. 9th place finish, so that's in the context of making the mid-season cut. That's a keeper result on the guys at end of the tour. So Leo was able to have some success last year here at Sunset Beach. Of course, he wants to avoid that elimination round. Callum Robson winds up and skates nicely through a streaking turn there. Surfer from Evans Head, Australia, on his 3rd season on the championship tour. And just trying to stay pretty low for the finish. Robson needs a 4.77 to go into 2nd, but likely that lead is going to increase because we still need a score for Leonardo Fioravanti to check in. So we're waiting for judges' decisions on 2 scores, one for Fioravanti and one for Callum Robson.
Yeah, and Leo looked like he finished that wave pretty well. I'm not sure it was before that, but that last turn was nice and critical. Right in the pocket, it was money.
See Red Bull jet ski on the way back out. Hawaiian Water Patrol, DHD board under Robson's arm there as he jumps off into the channel and sprint paddles back into the lineup. He can feel some urgency right now, I'm sure, just with 8 minutes on the clock, because 8 minutes is not a long time at Sunset.
Nothing, and he doesn't really have a backup. doesn't really have a first score as well. So, and now he's going to be sitting with third priority. So those guys are going to be on top of him.
Let's go to Strider Wazalewski out in the water. Strider.
Former competitors out here. Luke Egan telling me a little story about how he used to go to the store and buy walkie-talkies so that they could relay the scores from the beach to the channel, and then they give them to the surfers. Now, the advancement in technology with the Apple Watch, they get it right there when they want it, whenever they want it. So things have really moved along since Luke's day, but you know what? The ideas and the understanding and the knowledge of what you need to do in a heat is still being fed by these veterans.
Yeah, that's right. We got the Apple Watch now. Back in the day, we had walkie-talkies. We had cell phones in plastic bags. We've had all kinds of contraptions out there to get the information all the way out in the water. Now with the Apple Watch, it's actually, when you get priority with that watch on, your wrist actually buzzes. So the watch gives you a, you get a visual on the beach with the priority cubes, but the watch actually gives you a feeling of like, hey, you got priority with that buzzing Apple Watch. So it's a great addition to the information that we're offering to all of our surfers. Cole Hauschman, here he goes. A lot of foam there for Cole to deal with. Fades a bottom turn and sticking with it, but really making something out of not much. That was a difficult wave, looking to surf above a 4.4 to increase his score line as he's dropped down to second place, because the last score for Leo Fioravanti coming in at a 4.67 for Fioravanti out in the lead.
Yeah, and now sitting with first priority as well. Leo's in a good spot. And he's not the type of guy that commits too many mistakes. He's very calm, he's mature, he knows what he has to do, keeps things simple, and he's in a great spot right now.
Cole getting some words from Luke Egan in the channel. You can see Cole, jersey number 91. You can see Cole's haircut and the color job over there. Jersey number 91 also, Cole Hauschman chose it because it was the jersey for Dennis the Worm Rodman, another surfer, not a surfer, a basketball player. Rodman could probably surf, he just need a really big board, who loved to change up his hairstyle. Here's a replay now of Cole.
Yeah, just the poor wave selection right there. Too much foam from the previous wave. The previous wave was pretty solid, and he did everything he could. Not going to better his score. Has to get back out there and protect his second place right now, because Kellen's going to be looking for something. Not 6.1, not the smallest score. Not easy to find that out there today, but he's totally capable of.
Yeah, so we can say that that wave for Cole Hauschman was a miscue, because he's opening up the door right now for Callum to make the comeback in the final 5 minutes.
Yeah, and you don't want that to happen. You want to capitalize every opportunity you get, and he had priority right there, was sitting in second spot at the time. But yeah, even though it's not an easy task, you never want to leave the door open for those surfers, because yeah, they're kings of turning heats over. But it looks like he might find a jam underneath.
Here he goes, under priority, Hauschman. Nice looking wave, smooth wave face, so he could get that carve in. Now it stands up, opportunity to hammer that lip right there. Has to do a little whitewater glide on the way out. Couple of turns. Is it better than a 4.4?
Yeah, I don't think so. As much as he did, like as much as he could on that wave, the wave just didn't give the opportunity for him to open up like he did on the other turns. Like the other turns were just solid, had a lot of release, a lot of control. This one was a bit wobbly. It went very wide into the channel, so he had only that kind of like a pocket going pretty flat, so it's hard for him to fit the turn in. And yeah, I don't see that getting better than a 4.4.
And you are right, a 3.73 for Cole Hauschman did not change the situation out in the water at all. Blue jersey, you can see Callum Robson further out here. Second priority with Robson, needs a 6.1 to avoid the elimination round.
And the problem of being in Callum's position right now, not just he's sitting in third, but he needs the best score of the heat. So if a 6.1 looking wave comes up in the lineup, Leo's going to take that, because that's going to be Leo's best score. So he needs to actually let Leo go on a wave for them to find another decent score, scoring potential wave. Unless he finds something like that deeper underneath that Leo can't catch it. But otherwise, if Leo has the chance of getting a 6.1 right now, he's going to be on top of that.
Yeah, great explanation of the situation. And as we close down on the clock, less and less opportunity for Callum to have the luck of a two-wave set or have Leonardo just catch a wave and clear the air for Callum to take off. Here we got some waves here. And these waves, you can see them refracting, Jesse, way further up the point. So those waves right there are no-goes.
Yeah, they're just, I don't know, they're just not hitting the reef properly. They're kind of peaky, as you see right there. They just break and kind of lose power very quickly. That's also because we have kind of like, for how tall of the swell is, it's a very short period. So you see those waves coming and they're just going to disappear on you. So they kind of stack up and look pretty nice, but then all of a sudden they just get very shouldery. So yeah, it's hard to find a very nice walled wave right now.
2-minute drill now for Callum Robson. And the waves really showing a northeast element, I'm feeling, where they're just further up the reef and just the angle not optimum to create a wall right here. Maybe a couple more chances as the clock ticks down. And an easy wave to get lost on, and an easy wave Jesse, honestly, just to be unlucky.
Oh yeah, totally. Like sometimes you didn't do anything wrong, but you still get the short end of the stick, and that's just how surfing is in general. But here it's so easy to happen. Like, and just on the event before, we were talking about how good of how much of a wave magnet Callum is.
Yeah.
How good he is at actually getting the best waves of the heat, and here he just can't find anything to save himself.
Here comes a wave, and again, the surfer's out of position there, so they're going to have to duck dive the first wave of the set.
And that's the problem of sitting in second priority and losing. Both surfers are on top of you, so he's trying to get some room out of them, and he actually might have found it.
He's got to get around this whitewater. Robson does so. Now the wave needs to stand up on the inside. Remember, he needs a 6.1. Times that with a little bit of backwash, gets caught on the heels. That's not going to do it for Callum Robson. So with 40 seconds on the clock, it's going to be really, really difficult for him to get another wave just with this playing field. And you can see already he's looking in and knowing that he's going to be heading to the elimination round.
Yeah, and once again, we're looking like to have a stacked elimination round. We have a lot of good names that surf very well here and are very knowledgeable here on that second round. And he definitely doesn't have more time, and unfortunately for him, but on the good side, he has another chance.
His chance will come this afternoon. We got 10 seconds to make it official. Fioravanti surfed a strong heat, and the rookie getting his first heat win on the championship tour, or just heat advancement, really, for Cole Hauschman. Right in for Leo Fioravanti. Clock's off, the numbers are in. And we can wrap up this heat with Leo Fioravanti as well as Cole Hauschman moving on into the round of 32. We'll see Callum Robson in the elimination round this afternoon. Next up, Gade Medina, Matthew McGillivray, Eli Hanneman out in the water, and we'll have two-time world champ Felipe Toledo on the set when we return.
Welcome back to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Leonardo Fioravanti, solid performance, 10.5 combined total to head straight for the round of 32 alongside Cole Hausman. Callum Robson will be dealing with the elimination round later on today here on Saturday. Thanks for being with us. How about this on the set? Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, two-time world champ and last year's champ at Sunset Beach, Felipe Toledo. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys for the opportunity to be here one last time before, the year goes by.
Gosh, we're going to miss you. Let's get right to it. You made the big statement the other day. First of all, take us through what led you to that and how you're feeling now.
Yeah, I feel great. I feel super happy. Of course, it was a hard decision for me. It took me a few days to realize that, this is actually happening. But I was just, giving priority to myself. Like, I don't want to, but I need to, right? It's hard for me to live this, like to not surf, not compete. I've been down here watching a little bit. I'm like, But I know I need the break. I know I have to, reset, kind of just, live 1 year pressure-free and, be home for the kids, for family, and go on surf trips.
Beautiful. Gosh, we are going to miss you, but we love where you're at and taking your career into your own hands. You deserve it. When I look at the schedule, we're at Sunset, winning it last year. And then you look at the calendar, you look at Portugal, you look at Bells, you look at Margaret River. You've won so many different types of events. The King of Rio, J-Bay, El Salvador. I mean, your range of domination has been unbelievable, and you definitely changed the entire game. When you look at Pipeline and in Tahiti, those are the events that have challenged you. Is that still a fair statement to say? And if so, are you planning on really working on building your profile at those events?
Can't tell you guys all that. Just kidding. No, but that's for sure. I feel like everyone has their strong points and the weakest point, and and that's something that I've been trying to work on the last couple of years and really trying to put in the work. And and this year I'm definitely going to have opportunities to go in places like that, come back to Hawaii, go to Tahiti, go surf some other waves that I never been, and just put in the time and get better and just focus on improving and really surfing.
When you look at this position that you're in, the reigning world champ, two-time world champ, and then you kind of go into surfing history and you look at the greats from Aki to Kelly to Andy, and even more recently to Gabriel Medina, who all were in this same position where they're like, hey, I'm going to take some time off and then get their wild card and come back stronger. Does that sound kind of familiar to you now that where you sit today of kind of comparing yourself to the world champions of the past and actually craving that time off?
Yes and no, Joe, because you don't know until you're that position that you're like, okay, I'm going to decide to do this, and it's the impact is so powerful because I've been doing this for 11 years now on tour, and 15, 16 years, being a professional surfer. And this guy here, we shared a lot of, amateur events together. Of course, he's a little bit older, but we still got to surf together a few events. And we've been doing it since we're little, right? And there's always that pressure, not from parents or anything like that. It's just like ourselves, trying to show our best side and just trying to get better. But after a few years, you're just like, okay, I got to a point that I definitely need a break. But it's definitely a hard decision for me. I was crying at home for like 3 days, just like, I really want to do, but I don't want to do. But at the end of the day, it's just focus on my body, my mental health, being home and really relaxing, And but yeah, it's an opportunity that we have. The WSL was awesome about it. They're just like super helpful, super supportive, and all my sponsors too. So yeah, just super thankful for everyone around that, been helping me out.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thanks for being with us, our world champion, defending event champ. Joining us for the call of this heat, Gabriel Medina in the lineup with Eli Hanneman and Matthew McGillivray. And Felipe is going to give us all his insight on a wave he won on last season that helped out his world title campaign in 2023. Gabe, off to a good start. Let's break down this replay, Jesse. A 5.0 on the opener.
Yeah, let's check this out. Gabriel starting early. Just, it's what I think it's so impressive. Obviously, this is the first time I'm seeing this wave, just how he was able to carry the speed throughout that wave. It's so hard to do that here, mostly in that situation that he was in it. And here, a big of a contrast, just a big section from Eli. Nice turn right there. The wave just getting very flat after that and probably running into this channel. But just critical turn, that's what he got rewarded, a 4.93.
Well done for Eli Hanneman and also Matthew McGillivray coming through the whitewater, 8.33, Felipe.
Yeah, I mean, that's this is the kind of turns that you want to do at Sunset, you know. Once you have one big turn on the wave and then a second one like that on a big section, you're pretty much know they're going to get a big score, you know, because Sunset, you need that big open face and that big carve, a lot of water. So, and Matt, you know, he's one of my favorites, you know, on bigger surfing, and he just puts everything in the line. And I mean, we're just watching this wave right now, getting an 8.33 2 turns pretty much. So, good surfing.
Really love that connection for McGillivray. He's put in a lot of time out here in the off season. Always strong in big open ocean waves. You just reminded me, Felipe, some big turns he provided at main break Margaret River when he really needed it the most to keep himself on the right side of the midseason cut.
Yeah.
As we break this one down, I just can't get past Eli Hanneman and his favorite surfer. Every time I hear an interview, he mentions your name. And I think it was kind of cool that he got to pass you on some messages about hearing your announcement, because he wanted a heat with you really badly. How cool did that feel?
That was the first comment I got on my post. He goes like, oh, I really wish I surfed a heat with you this year. I was like, just keep doing what you're doing, bud. You're doing good. You're surfing amazing, putting the time out there. You know, seen so many clips of Eli out here at Sunset too. So, and I feel like all the new kids on tour right now, they're all fired up and super energetic. It's pretty fun to watch. But you know, I just hopefully that can keep going, and I'll see them next year.
Jesse, do you see a bit of Felipe and Eli and his game?
Totally, two freaks since they're 12. Like Felipe, like he's been on another level since I can remember. Just pushing everyone so hard. Even I'm about 3 years older than him, I think 2 or 3 years. And he would do his division, our division, and the next division and smoke everyone. And this is what Eli, like, he's just a phenom, you know, like since you're so young, doing backflips and has every trick on the book.
Yeah.
Amazing tube rider, charges,
yeah.
And yeah.
Out of all those messages you received, you know, when you made the big announcement, did any particular ones really pop out to you, or was it just all the support that added up?
You know, there's definitely the ones that you're, you know, kind of like, okay, I like this guy, or I like the surfer, or something like that. But I feel like the surfing community, they all understood, like, you know, like what I was feeling pretty much. I got, you know, pretty nice message from Parco, got, you know, pretty cool message from Mick, you know, and like some of my best friends on tour as well. And, you know, I got to spend personal time with Miguel, you know, like talking about all that. But yeah, I feel like all the support from everyone was just amazing and super warm, and, you know, kept my heart, you know, pretty cool. And I was just like, okay, that's nice. Because at the end of the day, I was just like, I wasn't ready for so many good, you know, like, and supportive comments. I was kind of scared, but at the end of the day, I was just like, man, this is for me. This is my decision. You know, I'll just do it. And then after all that post and the announcement, everyone was super supportive, and I was super stoked.
Tamo junto as we look at 19 on the clock. Medina up and out, 5 and a .57. 8.33 on the opener for McGillivray set the mark there as he steps off again on wave number 2. Here comes Elijah Kealoha Hanneman, just having to get out of there. Eli's been putting in so much time on this wave. He's enjoying the process, feeling himself get more and more prepared for this rookie season. And he showed us a lot of great things at Pipeline. His technique, absolutely charging, but he definitely was unsatisfied with the result, trying to carry some momentum here into Sunset Beach, Jesse.
Yeah, and he's feeling that. Obviously, he had more in the tank. Such a talented surfer, and he's so comfortable there. He's very comfortable putting himself in tricky situations out of pipe, and mostly with the days that we had with big conditions, you got to be very comfortable at doing that, and he has that in him. So had more to show it off for us, but maybe he's going to capitalize and bring that momentum that he started that well. Maybe not as far as result, but as far as performance. His first heat, he had an amazing drop, a great barrel, and yeah, let's see how it goes. But at this moment, everyone had, like, in the split of 30 seconds, everyone kind of committed a mistake. Everyone got waves and lost priority in situations that they should have not. So let's see who's going to be able to capitalize on that mistake. And Gabe's sitting with priority now, and he's usually pretty good at that.
Breaking down Gabe as a sunset surfer, I have this crazy floater that always pops in my head.
Yep.
Remember the airdrop, and he pulled it off somehow, featured in some finals at the World Cup stage. How would you break down what he can do at a wave like this, Felipe?
I don't know. I think we need him here to actually explain. But yeah, that was one of the most insane floaters I've ever seen. He was literally needing to score the last 30 seconds. Got on that sunset bowl, and the biggest section comes at him. He sits on the roof, flies back down, lands it on his back, like try fighting for it, like gets up on his board, and it was pretty much like one turn that he did on the wave. I can't really remember, but it was like 8 something. He went from 4th all the way to 2nd or 1st. So, like the way that he committed to all his turns, and I know Gabriel is really good at coming back of laybacks. He falls on his back, and somehow he always recovers it. But yeah, it was impressive.
Gabe Medina, an absolute hero on all venues on tour, looking to capitalize with his priority at the moment with 16:15 on the clock. Plenty of time for heat number 9 with Matthew McGillivray still out front. We'll be right back.
Your champion of the Walex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
And everyone at home in Lahaina, this is for you. I know everyone's watching. Sorry I haven't got back to your messages, all of them, but I'm coming home.
Attention, surfing green, left to right, surfing green, 6.67, 6.67, left up to right, 4.53, and the official is start, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
out and enjoy the full edit of Eli Hanneman's run to the championship tour on Red Bull Surfing's YouTube channel. As we go down the line with South Africa's Matty McGillivray coming down on his feet for a completion, trying to improve on his total out front. Opened up with the 8.33 and sitting in a good place now with a 12.6 combined total. 13 on the clock. Three-time world champ Gabriel Medina locking in. Starting off with a backhand snap. More of a wall here under the lip. Somehow pulls that one off. Well done for Medina. Ditching a 0.57. And Eli holding down priority, sitting in third. Came off that really rad clip with Red Bull, and talk about a dramatic year for Eli last year. Before we get there, we'll start off with Matty's wave here, Jesse.
I think just more than anything in this wave for Matty is just smart decision. Third priority. Had no backups, has a huge score in the heat, and just smart to get a backup and make even more of a gap in between the other surfers. And Gabe right here, a little bit late on that last turn than he probably would have liked to, but still very critical. Gonna get a good backup on that as well.
Speak to the backhanders out here at Sunset, Jesse. I asked Connor O'Leary about it this morning. He laughed. He was like, being a backhander at Sunset, there's nothing good about it. He kind of was joking with me a lot. So what about your response of a good thing about being a backhander of Sunset, if you have something for us?
I think a good thing about being a backhander of Sunset is on a day like today. If it's northy and kind of all over, it's easier for you to get critical and vertical. And the judges are going to reward that usually. So if there's an advantage on a day, it's probably will be maybe not an advantage, but more of even playing field. I think it'll be on a day like today.
Still enjoying our time with two-time world champ and event champ here at Sunset, Felipe Toledo, watching Eli Hanneman in motion. Hanneman off the top. There's a snap in transition. Already hanging out with the caddies and the Waz over there and going to the distance. Turning that one into a keeper, needing a 5.67. Felipe, how do you do there?
Yeah, I did good. I mean, that first turn was pretty solid in a critical section of the wave. You know, you always want to start, pretty good and solid. And he did that. He was able to get one last turn too. That was pretty nice. Yeah, I feel like he's back in the heat now with the second score, and just be patient right now and wait for a bigger score and a better wave.
Let's have another look here, Jesse.
Yeah, nice wave selection there for him. Lots of speed and critical right there. Just hitting the lip is so hard out here at Sunset. There's so much going on, and actually it was impressive how he was able to get so much spray out of that second turn, because there's like a split little point right there that he could actually push through it, and he found that. Smart surfing for him.
And then right by the caddies there, Eli doing a good job to prepare for this big event, as we were mentioning earlier. Matty McGillivray, though, will take now his fifth wave of the matchup. His wave previous, a 4.27. That's still his low score. Throwing a nice clean arc. I really enjoyed Matty McGillivray at the start of the season. Remember the 10 he got in Tahiti, which was beyond impressive. I just really enjoyed that he did a similar type of approach at Pipeline to show off that technique. You know, when you come from J-Bay, everyone's expecting to do on the rights on tour, and that's a great skill set that he has. Back to this last wave, Felipe. What'd you see here?
Yeah, kind of like a, not super walled wave. He was kind of cutting back all the way down. Not much on offer for him to go critical and go up in vertical, but he's pretty solid in first. He now changes a 4.27, but he only needs, like a little bit more to actually improve his situation. But yeah, just keeping active and, catching waves, getting the flow. I feel like this helps a lot sometimes at Sunset too.
9 minutes on the clock. Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Leo Fioravanti is with AJ.
Leo, congratulations. First heat here at Sunset. First heat win. How did you get it done?
Just me versus Sunset. That's what it is out there. Started off on a good wave, and then I made a couple mistakes, but it's really tough to choose the right wave out there. And then my backup score was actually in third priority. They kind of let it go, and put me in a good lead, and then just try to kind of control at the end and compete, trying to, stay in the heat and make sure that the boys don't get a really good wave.
Yeah, I want to talk about the strategy there because it is obviously so important to know where you are in the heat, what everyone else needs. How have you honed that aspect of your competitive surfing skills?
There's definitely places where you worry about your competitors and places where you worry about surfing, and Sunset, I think, is really trying to make sure you get on a good wave. But also, if a competitor needs a 5 or a 6 at Sunset, it's actually a big score, whereas maybe pipe, it's quite easier to get those bigger scores. So I think that's what I was trying to focus on, get a good total and then just control. And I think Callum at the end needed a 6 or a 7 to pass me or something like that. So I knew a really good wave needed to come for him to get it.
How much confidence does it give you to win this first heat of Sunset moving forward in the competition?
Oh, it's great. With the whole seeding bracket thing, it's always important to win, but in the end, everybody serves so good that it kind of doesn't really matter who you draw. Maybe the last seed is amazing or whatever. It's like definitely gives me a lot of confidence to win a heat at Sunset, and I'm really excited for the next round.
Do you want to say anything to friends and family back home before we let you go?
Yeah, ciao a tutti in Italia, non è troppo tardi se mi avete visto, grazie, un supporto incredibile che mi date e un abbraccio forte. Dai.
Thanks so much, Leo Fioravanti. I love how he said it was him versus Sunset. We've heard that a lot at this venue on tour. As we have Medina kick out, who's trying to get out of third. Remember, third place goes the elimination round, which has been called on for today. Leo, though, 10-5 total, winning the challenge in that first round, and we'll see him reseeded into the round of 32. Always good to check out the heat check for the matchup that we have right now. Felipe, anything really standing out to you as we bring this up? Anything interesting?
Yeah, I guess we all agreed that first wave of Matt was, the best wave of the heat. 2 big turns, finishing off with a little turn, right by the channel. And I feel like Eli is doing a good job of, selecting the waves that he's going to. And, we all know he's super dangerous in any condition. I guess just kind of wait for a good wave, getting that rhythm, be perfect. But so far, Matt's been the standout on this heat.
And also looking at last score, you could see Matty with the 3.33. On the other side for Eli, the 6.5 is now Eli's best. And then last to Medina, just the 1.8, so a throwaway as Gabriel stays in third, Jesse.
Yeah, just some poor wave selection right there on that last one, which is tricky out here. It's so easy for you to pull the trigger, thinking that the wave's going to be good, and the wave just flattened out. There's so many shallow and deep spots in the reef, so the wave would hit differently every time you stand up on a wave here. But it was a mistake, and now sitting with third priority, guys are going to be on top of him. Mostly if you have someone like Gabriel that can turn average waves into good scores, you're going to keep a very close eye on him.
One of the coolest things about last year, watching you compete, Felipe, was your wave selection. Really popped out to me at a lot of the waves. When you qualified for the tour, I enjoyed those heats because you caught a lot of waves, and there was a lot of great moments and got to watch a lot of surfing. But more specifically, J-Bay, sometimes looking at the heat draw or the heat sheet, it's like, oh, you only caught 2. It was like you really honed in on what a good wave looks like. But on a day like today at Sunset, is that easy to do, or would your game plan be keep it going with the waves that we have for today?
Yeah, I feel like that's the hard part too, because as Jesse said earlier, it's just kind of all over. You're not too sure which wave is gonna be good, and you're gonna have a section to actually do a turn. But I feel like if you see an opportunity that you I can fit 2 turns in this wave, maybe a big end section, I feel like that's gonna be the biggest scores. And it looks like a pretty good wave for Matt, but yeah, not really. You see, as Jesse said, he hits the riff every time it's different. You're thinking the wave's going to be a good one, and then all of a sudden it flattens out, and you're just okay, what do I do now? But yeah, I feel like finding that opportunity to fit 2 big turns, it's a good strategy. But of course, you got to really select the waves and position yourself out there. It's super hard. There's a lot of water moving, and it's definitely a challenge. But it's a fun one.
Do you have your lineups, Jesse, that you want to share?
Yeah, I do. I'm not competing anymore. So I
Oh,
can
wow, this
share
is a great
everything.
opportunity. You're an open book now.
No, I wasn't ever a guy that hided much, but I should have maybe more than. But yeah, there's definitely lineups here. There's lineups for me that were to be in position and lineups to not get caught by sets. I'm like, if I'm here, I'm clear. Like if it's 12 foot and I'm here, I'm safe.
Please share. Where's that?
Actually, it's in front of.
I think everyone needs to know that.
Might be the house that we're sitting right here. It's the corner of the house. I remember always sitting by there. That you'd be like, if it's a big day, if I paddle, I don't know, 20 foot deep, I can catch waves. And if a big set cleaning up comes, mostly in a 4-man heat on the QS, like you really have to manage your time well. And I was like, okay, I can sneak by the big sets that swing. And I think it might be this house or the one over. I'm not sure.
I love it. I love this part of your career, sharing everything. As we look at Gabriel Medina, important wave for him. Trying to hang on to the turbulence off the top. Now a fading cutback, chasing a 5.84 to avoid the elimination round. Nice clean top turn, already checking his time on the Apple Watch. And we'll see if he'll get a little bit closer, but definitely look hard for him to really engage on that first section, Felipe.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, that first section, as we see Matt right now, looks like a good wave, but...
Throws down the wrap, and it does grow ahead of him. Nice oncoming section to throw the drift, and he'll step off. So yeah, every wave they take off on, we have to wait to see what's in store for him. And Medina definitely had a challenging wave to ride on that last exchange.
Yeah, definitely. It seemed like the wave had a lot of lump, and he got so much speed trying to go around the section that actually once he had the opportunity to do a turn, he had almost too much speed, and he kind of lost the rail throughout the turn, and you see Eli up and riding.
Eli Hanneman keeping a higher line, now down to the bottom of the wave. Trying to slow down now. A nice adjustment, getting spit out. What a great read. And so happy to celebrate a fun moment in this matchup. It's been challenging to find some nice clear water. He really had to slam on the brakes to enjoy that tube ride, Felipe.
Yeah, Sunset with the big open waves that we have, we got so much speed and sometimes just super hard to slow down. As we see, he went super low on the bottom of the wave so he could wipe up all that speed and then just parks into the barrel in that section, got speed out super gnarly. But yeah, definitely a good score for him.
And then back to that wave for Medina. That first turn was really tough.
Yeah, almost just a little too much speed for the section, getting a little bit more flat than he expected, and he really needed that first turn because that was the best section of the wave. And Eli here finding that double up, this is a dreamy wave for today. Like Felipe said, just nice long bottom turn to slow himself down and getting a big spit, which is not so typical for Sunset. And yeah, perfectly reading wave there for Eli. He's gonna get a good score.
So good to see. Proud of his jersey number 60 as a rookie. Points to it and takes a bow. Medina now still riding before we hit the buzzer. 5 seconds still on the clock. Chasing a 7.01 now. And we'll see if he did anything when he took off on his final wave of the opening round. Heat number 9. Eli Hanneman, meanwhile, gets a 6.77 for the barrel. McGillivray drops to second, even with the 8.33, and last score of Medina already in the 2-point range. So he'll be having another round to surf later. We'll see what happened on this one, Jesse.
Yeah, it just looks like, oh, actually the wave doubled up. I thought he was coming in, but yeah, he was way on the inside already, that wave. But we're getting even a more stacked elimination round now with Gabriel going.
Definitely, and also him having a tough loss at Pipe. Oftentimes he's in the final or winning that event, and so he definitely wants to avoid an elimination round loss later on today. Felipe Toledo, absolute hero. Can't thank you enough for joining us today because we already started missing you when you made your statement, so we really appreciate your time. And I know you're going to get some great waves along the way this year, and definitely enjoy your family as well.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Relax, surf, enjoy the family, and come back to you guys next year.
That's right. Anything you want to share about trips coming up, or are you just going to kind of go with the flow?
Not really, yeah. First step is just go back home and get on their routine with the kids, school drop-offs and pickups and surf session with the kids, and get my training going. And but pretty soon I'll be flying around and chasing waves.
Muito obrigado, valeu, monstro.
Thank you, obrigado.
Appreciate your time. We'll take a quick break as we continue with the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Ian Gentile taking on Italo Ferreira and Jacob Wilcox right after this.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Pacifico. Live life anchors up.
Opening round continues on a beautiful Saturday here on the North Shore of Oahu. Ian Gentile taking on Italo Ferreira and Jacob Wilcox. Jacob representing the rookie class of 2024, and Ian Gentile winning Rookie of the Year last season, just in his second start against the top 34 in the world. Italo, as we know, blew everyone's mind in his rookie season, finished in the top 10 in the world, featuring a lot of cool moves, but then became famous for that big helicopter, big spin, full rotation, backside punt. World champion year in 2019. He's got a fresh quiver shaped by Timmy Patterson. And also, he's got some resources, longtime friends in Brazil, Tico and Teco, that make him great equipment as well under the Timmy Patterson label. And now preparing for Gentile and Wilcox. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier for the call. CT standout, big wave charger. Just enjoying your time in Hawaii, aren't you?
I am. I'm enjoying it. I'm injured at the moment, but if I can't surf, at least I can be here working and calling some heats with you.
And sing karaoke, by the way. Yeah, word's out. Not bad on a lay day, huh? I won't make you sing now, but
yeah, don't.
Maybe later on this season.
Maybe if, maybe finals day, you'll get a couple of words out of me.
Italo is a bit of a superstar. Reminds me a lot of famous rock stars, the way his just profile really enhanced after his world title year. More chains, more jewelry, more tattoos.
Different hairstyles.
Different hairstyle. Yeah, it's awesome. He's such a beautiful personality. Always giving back to his local community. Taking care of the next generation surfers, but really just helping them with anything they want to do, from studies to anything they're passionate about. Italo's giving back to his community. He's got a really rad mentorship program and a school for a lot of the young kids from where he grew up at Bahia Formosa. But this is about the year of a comeback for Italo after a big injury doing a crazy free-falling backhand float last year that took him out of the WSL finals. Now it's time to come back into that world-dominating type form.
Yeah, well, Italo is an amazing surfer, and he's just so progressive and think the year that he won that world title in 2019 was some of the best surfing I'd ever seen a goofy foot do, and I actually really love his style. I mean, he's someone who has a really distinctive style, and when you think of, as surfing progresses now, I sometimes, with all the coaching and focus on techniques, styles can become really similar. So it's one thing I just love watching about Ian surfing.
Ian, big whip off the top. I love how that peak kind of grew in front of him, and he attacked it with really great timing. Well done to Ian Gentile.
Yeah, Ian's another one who has that sort of different style, almost like a vintage style. And I really love it because, like I was saying before, sometimes, with all the coaching and technique and idolizing these sort of same surfers, styles on tour become very similar. So it's really nice to have their own flair.
As we see that backside turn off the top from the 2019 world champ, Italo jams it again. Getting out in front, softer shoulder. He'll just chip it quickly and step off. Now Jacob Wilcox from WA goes down hard as he is reaching for a big backside vertical. Absolute charger, but man, definitely felt that one. He's wide awake now, Flick.
Yeah, what a way to wake up in the morning. Getting through the rinse cycle at sunset, but yeah, I think he would have been on his way to a half decent score. That the bottom of that wave just dropped out from underneath him. You could just see the nose of his board really pick, and he just went over the handlebars.
Let's have another look.
This is first look at Ian's opening ride, and beautiful first turn there, just sent so much spray flying. And this is Italo. A couple of nice backhand hits here. Sort of really waiting for this second section. Allows him to get a bit more critical in the pocket. So 2 turns for Italo, and that one giant turn of Ian's, which I really, really liked. So we have a look here at sort of what went wrong for Jacob. Squares up so nicely, but just the nose of his board picking, and yeah, over those handlebars.
So Jacob Wilcox starting off incomplete, but a big attempt on the backhand. It's such a stellar look at the rookie class for this year. And Jacob has been trying for a long time, as we know. But then you're reminded that he's still the same age as Jack Robinson. And just like Jack, he was a phenom at a young age. And now he's happy to join one of his best friends in the world in a world title race. So definitely one of the more well-prepared rookies, especially with over 10-plus wild card call-ups before he qualified. He's been on the big stage enough where he probably doesn't quite feel like your typical rookie on tour.
For sure. I think it's something crazy like 13 World Tour starts for Jacob before he was even officially qualified. And that's a lot of experience. And you've got to think that coming into his rookie year, he's going to have that upper hand, just feeling really comfortable on tour. And I mean, we've already said it at Pipe, and I've already thought it as well, but Jacob surfing really does suit the tour. I mean, it's been a long time coming. I think it's taken him close to 10 years to qualify, and we all know how hard that is, being on the qualifying series, the Challenger series. So I know that everyone back home in Western Australia was just so stoked to see him finally crack it on the World Tour.
Scores in for Italo's start, 7.67. That's on his second wave. So already taking a nice lead with 20 and a half to go. Let's catch up with Eli Hanneman with AJ.
Yeah, Eli down here, all smiles coming out of this heat at Sunset to get started, a first heat win. You told me this relationship with Sunset is one you really have to work on. How did that relationship play out in this first heat?
Yeah, I haven't had like the greatest connection with Sunset. Being from Hawaii, like it seems like it should come natural, but it's not for everyone. And yeah, I don't know. I just going out in that heat, I kind of had a sense of just calmness when I was paddling out, because I kind of just told myself like, hey, there's no reason to stress because I've put in all the work I can leading up to this point. I've surfed out here so much. I've done everything I need to do to succeed, and either way, I've got my faith, and it's no matter what, I'm still here, I'm still breathing, but it feels good to be on the glass.
I mean, we saw that faith play out here at the very end. You saw that wave with the clock ticking down, needing a score. How did you take advantage of what that wave had to offer, turn the heat?
Yeah, I got kind of nervous going into this heat, like when the heat draw came out, because Matt took me out at the pipe comp, and then Medina's just Medina. And so yeah, I was kind of nervous, and then I have this big wall of like quotes in my house that I've written down just for fun. And I saw one the other day, and it said, "Challenges are just opportunity to prove what you're capable of." And ever since I saw that, I just kind of felt like this, like I wasn't super nervous, which is crazy considering who I was going up against. And yeah, it feels good to win the heat.
Congratulations, Eli. The opportunity taken advantage of. What are you going to carry with you into this round of 32?
Just a little more confidence and a little bit of belief. I feel like second event of the year, and I feel like I'm really starting to pick up some traction, and I want to keep it going. So also I want to say hi to my family, my mom, my grandpa, my dad. They're all on the beach watching, and yeah, love you guys.
Congratulations. See you the next second.
Thanks.
Eli pointed to his jersey, number 60, after he got that really awesome barrel in that last heat. And the number 60 is for his mom. She's born in 1960. He's also the youngest of a family of 6. And I just ran into his mom, Linda, such a wonderful human. She was very happy to watch her son perform on the big stage. She's been there obviously forever, but also seen him go through the ups and downs of Eli having a big profile, maybe even before he wanted it, and then the expectations that came with that hype and with that talent, and now he's really matured into an incredible young man.
For sure, and I think you see that happen a lot in surfing. I mean, Ian Gentile was another one, that had all that hype around him. As we look at live action, just Italo quickly in and out there. But yeah, Ian was another one. Obviously, all the sponsors, all the opportunities in the world, and then all of a sudden, it's just so much expectation for someone who's so young. And generally speaking, I mean, surfers are trying to qualify now at such young ages, especially on the women's side of the tour. We've got a really young crop of women coming up, and to fill those shoes and that expectation is a really big thing. I think as we have a look here, this is what was happening as we were talking in that post-heat interview, but beautiful silky smooth surfing from Ian here, sort of looking for that second section, but didn't really give it to him. But yeah, another guy that comes to mind is, I mean, obviously Jack's, beautiful first snap from Italo.
And still looking like he is just going to hop out there.
Another surfer that sort of comes to mind is Jack Robinson. He's someone who's had a lot of hype around him for a lot of years, and I think, it took him a few years to qualify for the Tour too, but I think people were just expecting that, he was just going to get on the qualifying series and qualify straight away. It had a few things to sort of sort out as we look at Jacob here, second turn, really flaring, but just gets bucked off by that little rogue bit of bump.
Yeah, a couple of falls for Jacob Wilcox early in this one. Still plenty of time. Definitely going for it. I ran into Jacob. He was with Callum Robson over at the Turtle Bay and taking advantage of the gym that they have over there. But he looked really calm, really ready. It was really cool. I just read a really rad interview with Wilcox and Chris Binzy. Really proud to be from WA as well. He went over to the Wilcox household and got to really talk to him about the road that he's been on, to qualify and all the strengths that he has, and reminding the world how young, Jacob is. I think a lot of people saw him as a veteran. They could have maybe imagined him being much older than he is for how much we've seen him surf. But the type of waves that he's going to excel in, it's just fit for the championship tour. Just big, powerful waves. I mean, that's what he grew up on.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I couldn't agree anymore. Jacob, obviously coming from Western Australia, I mean, our whole coastline there is very large and, full of different waves, or everything from waves of consequence to point breaks to heavy reef breaks. I mean, if you just go to Jacob Wilcox's Instagram, you take a scroll back through his most recent posts and a couple of posts from when he was at home. He's now living on the Gold Coast, actually, but from when he spent time back in West Oz at the end of last year, I think it was. I mean, you just look at some of those clips and you're like, wow, like this guy deserves to be on tour. And you just look at how confident and at ease he is in these sort of waves. I think it's going to be really dangerous. And, after here we go to Portugal, where he's already had experience as a wild card. Then after there we go to Bells, which he's also had experience as a wild card and got through a few heats there. And then we come home to Western Australia, where he grew up. And he has been a wild card there a lot. So it's so funny when you say he's a rookie on tour, but he's just got all this experience, and I think, the odds are in his favour. The cut is looming, it's only a few events away, but you've got to think that Jacob's got a good shot here. A lot of experience.
Tons of experience. The most experienced in the jersey on the CT level as we go to the Pacifico fan picks for this matchup in Heat 10. And Italo Ferreira heavily favored by the fans out there. 52% saying Italo is going to run away with the win today. 35 for Ian Gentile. And the rookie Jacob Wilcox is going to try to change some minds in the back end of the matchup. Italo, we talked about Medina in the previous heat getting upset early at pipe. Same situation for Italo getting knocked out early. Looked frustrated because he had some incredible waves, especially that wild backdoor pit that he got. It kind of looked like he was in the type of form he was in when he went all the way to win the event in 2019.
Oh, for sure. I even saw, free surf on that sort of bigger, more rogue day at pipe, and Italo packed one that I was like, whoa, that was pretty impressive. I think he said, I saw him after that heat, I think he was riding a 7.2, I believe, which is super long board, but yeah, it was just really, really impressive surfing, and I have to agree with you. I think he's looking like he's in form.
Yeah, such great form. It's kind of shocking when you look at the results, because when you kind of really focus on the numbers for Italo Ferreira, he turned in a really solid performance en route to the early round loss. So for Italo, he's got to be feeling a lot of positives from what he turned in as we check out the highest average heat score from the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. Italo 12.07, even though the result's not going to match him there. Barron winning the event, John in the final in the 14 range, but producing big numbers is what Italo is famous for, especially in that world title year where he maxed out the scale, sometimes just with one big maneuver, like that full rotation on his backhand.
Yeah, and I also think, when I think about Italo and the type of surfing he does, I mean, obviously he had to be super consistent the year he won that world title, but from him, you're either going to see 10s or you're going to see 1s, or excellent scores and 1s, because he just doesn't hold back. He's just so assertive, so aggressive, and every single wave he goes for, if he gets the section, he's going to be attacking it. And, I mean, we've already seen it here, 7.67 for those 2 backhand belts, which is really good score for today.
Little opportunity rolling underneath our competitors. Another one behind it party with Gentile. Ian finishing off with a semi-final at Pipeline. And a really special heat that he really opened up about on social media, getting to share the lineup with Imai Kalani Duvall from Maui as well. But what a different type of year for Ian already, sitting number 3 on the rankings, heading into stop 2. When he reflects back on Margaret River last season, he said that was just a wild, emotional roller coaster, waiting on to see what his fate would be for the back end of the season. So Gentile in a great spot, and second at the moment. Italo out front. Wilcox needing a 4.01 to avoid the elimination round on a beautiful Saturday here in Hawaii. We'll be right back. Time to check in with the Pulse, just focusing on the major highlights of the day. Heat 3 was all about Kelly Slater, Kiowa Belly, sending world number 1 into the elimination round. Kelly getting a 6.17 pulling into the barrel. And then Kyo's got the magic out here at Sunset Beach. A 7.17 and a 7.0. He's made finals day in the past out here. And he was one of those big names that got upset early at Pipe, so this is an important stop for Kyo this year. Always dangerous when it comes to hollow waves. John Florence also making the headlines, dominating his opening round. Back to the barrel at Sunset, 7.83 and a 7.0. Going straight to the round of 32 along with Jake Marshall. Keanu Singh, wild card, will be in the elimination round because of his performance. But gosh, he makes surfing look so fun, doesn't he? And also Ethan Ewing, one of the coolest moves I've seen all day. One of those classic reads on a roundhouse cutback. Excellent surfing. First excellent score of the event, by the way, with that 8.0. Moving on with Rio Waida to the round of 32 and sending wildcard Kai Lenny into the elimination round. That's all still planned for today. Sending some people home here at stop number 2 on Saturday afternoon. Connection there on the backhand from Italo. Quick little redirect. He's hoping for a good section to work with, and it's just going to send him into the channel with the caddies. He's still leading this heat. And now it's Ian Gentile's turn. He'll move his stance forward and pack a closeout. I got excited.
Well, you know what? Oh, here we go. Jacob Wilcox.
Wilcox, big blast there. Cool timing. Right in the pocket for Chippa.
Chippo. Chip?
Chip?
Chip.
It's a great nickname.
But you know what? I mean, excited seeing Ian pull into that barrel, because when we were just watching that Pulse catch up, how many barrels have there been this morning? I mean, it's been pretty crazy. I heard John say in his post-interview with AJ, you know, I went out there looking for turns, but all these barrels just kept popping up. And when we saw Kelly get barreled, Kyo, John, Eli, there's a lot of barrels out there today.
Oh, yeah. You know anything about Jacob's nickname?
Chippo.
I think it's something like his sisters couldn't say Jacob yet when they were little.
So they're calling him Chip.
I think that's what Lindsay was telling me, yeah. And it stuck.
Feels like something I should know, however I don't.
But I
so
mean,
maybe I should
in Australia, sometimes you don't even know someone's first name, right? You just know them by their nickname their whole life.
Oh, for sure. Sometimes you just go your whole life only knowing that person's nickname. You think that's their name, and here we go.
As we look at Wilcox again, trying to move into the top 2 here.
Yeah, that was a really, really well-timed first turn, straight up into the lip for that second one. And if I just sort of cast my mind back to Italo getting that 7.67 for his 2 turns, as we look at his replay, that was a really, really hard section to hit. I mean, he went up there so late on that first turn, sort of like he wanted to go up and do a re-entry, but then halfway through changed his mind and sort of went to that little float maneuver because he realized how late he was. That was really well done. But yeah, I think for me, what I saw from Jacob on his last wave, that was his 2 best well-timed turns.
Doing a great job, Jacob Wilcox. Quarterfinal at Bells in the past. Upset the world title race at Super Tubos in Peniche when he was about 15 or 16 years of age. Because all he had to do was get barreled. It was simple for him because he was always chasing big barrels up and down the beautiful coastline of WA. Really humble cat as well. Really well loved by his local community and beyond. Always has time for the next generation. I think his parents hear that quite a bit, how stoked the Groms are when they get to meet Jacob when he's home. A little bit more rare these days since he made that move to the Goldie, which was just a professional move, you know. Home's always home for him in WA, but knowing that the Goldie could help him prepare for more venues on tour made a lot of sense.
For sure, and I think over the years we've seen a lot of surfers from Western Australia do that, just because of the nature of living in West Oz and even, you know, living down in Margaret River. It's a 3-hour drive to Perth Airport, and then it's a 5-hour flight just to the East Coast if you're going to travel. And if you think about that logistically, that's a whole extra day of travel. Also coming from Western Australia, as good as it is, you know, it's also remote, it's full of these big, perfect, beautiful waves. You know, it also makes a lot of sense to go base yourself on the East Coast just to have access, you know, to obviously Surfing Australia's got the High Performance Centre there, so utilising that, the coaches, and, you know, really practicing in those sort of waves that, you know, are more conducive to the Challenger Series as well.
I can't believe Jake Patterson and Taj Burrow all those years were, always going home. And it was so far away.
I think, and I mean, I'm doing it right now. All I can say is just find a good podcast that you like, because if you're living in Western Australia, you're guaranteed to be doing a lot of driving. But yeah, I mean, I get why they do live there, because it really is heaven on earth. I mean, I absolutely love the place. And once I think like I even did what Jacob did. I mean, I went and lived on the East Coast for 8 years, 2 years in Sydney, and then 6 on the Gold Coast. And even as much as I love the East Coast, I always knew, I was like, home is where the heart is, and my heart's in West Oz.
I think there was a time where Taj did have a spot on the East Coast. Just sort of, he didn't have enough time to get back home. He could, still get to Australia and regroup, but not going all the way. But I'm sure he had to be really selective when he did that, just depending on the tour schedule at the time. As we have 3:15 on the clock, Jacob has gotten out of that third place position. Gentile's dropped down to third, needs a 4.68. And Italo's still out in front. So for Jacob, 3 waves, but he improves on every look so far. 6.67 behind Italo's 7.67 for the second best score of the matchup so far.
Sure, obviously judges just really liking those 2 really well-timed backhand hits. Jacob almost had another score there potentially. I think it was his first wave, but he actually fell. That nose got picked. And here we go. We got someone having a look.
Setting this one up just to step off is Italo, who had first priority. So now he'll leave it wide open for his lead out front. Gentile's gunning for it now. And now setting up this first hook. Nice clean read on the wrapping cutback. Wave grows a bit and attacks the lip line. Good combination for Gentile. The 2.0's gone. He's chasing down a 4.68 to take Jacob's spot in second.
Oh, they were 2 really nice, well-timed turns, and sort of was able to find that sort of cleaner face as well. Absolutely love Ian's style. The first time, really, I mean, obviously I've known about Ian for a long time, but last year, here we go, have a look at this here, sort of a bigger face wave. I'm going to go to a carving maneuver there, but this was a really well-timed last turn. So it's going to be interesting.
And now Italo with 1:40 to go. This thing looks like it almost wants to open up for the former world champ, and he's going to have to hop out. Italo now with 90 seconds. See if he can keep his lead out front. Jacob holding priority, but waiting to see if Gentile was able to turn the heat. Wilcox now kicking out. We'll see if he did anything out the back in a moment. Nope, just a look. You guys caught the majority of that wave just up and out for Wilcox. Now entering the final minute. Stay tuned. We got a brother matchup coming up next. The Pupo brothers will be with Jordy Smith in Heat 11.
Obviously, right now, judges are thinking about it, taking a little bit of time to deliberate. So you've got to be thinking that really it's close.
Jacob able to regain priorities. He just took a look at a wave on the last little exchange there. So first priority is what he needs, just in case we've got a situation change. Judges taking some time with Lastavie and Gentile.
For sure. I mean, well, you look, for me, it was 2 really, really good turns. I don't think it was as good as, the best wave of the heat, which is that 7.67. But when they're taking this time like this, you've got to be thinking that it is really close. Obviously, still don't have that number to drop for Ian yet, and nervous times for Jacob.
So we've run out of time, and now the judges can really just focus on Lastavie and Gentile needing the 4.68. They can make their comparisons on the video replay. New head judge for the 2024 season, Lily Pereira, as they'll take all the time they need to get the score exactly right. And did well. I mean, Ian Gentile, 2-turn combination. For Jacob Wilcox, he would have had to have been aware that Ian got that last wave. He was right there on the takeoff, so he's probably wondering what the outcome will be. So now we're starting to see two scores drift in. Member needs a 4.68. One judge had a 5.7. Last of Ian Gentile, a 4.5, just under on the decision. Already world number 3 after the semifinal at Pipeline, but now he'll have to face the elimination round later on today. Italo hangs on to the lead, and Jacob Wilcox will also advance into the round of 32 at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. One that went all the way down to the wire. Heat number 11 is coming up next. Jordy Smith and a brother battle. Miguel versus Samuel right after this. We'll bring in Kaipo and Jesse for the call.
Medal for Brazil.
That's a deserving spot to achieve an Olympic gold.
It's the biggest sports stage in the world.
Really looking forward to be on that platform.
It's been a huge goal of mine.
I will hope that I can make everybody proud.
Gonna have to play to see.
Guarantee that I'm going to be there.
To inspire the next generation.
That will and that want to win is stronger than I've ever felt.
Shisei will bring you his qualification season. We're looking at the Paris 2024 Olympics at Tel Po. The end of the road, Tahiti. That's something to stay around for. Mark it on your calendar, but today, opening day at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, opening round, heat number 11. Jordy Smith, a former winner out here, against a brothers duo. Big brother Miguel Pupo and little brother Samuel Pupo. Part of a couple of brothers that we have on the championship tour, but we're starting off right here with Jordy Smith. And the big South African is able to power through turns here at Sunset Beach. And we'll be waiting for the opening number for Jordy Smith in this matchup.
Yeah, I've actually been noticing the last heat, there was a lot of sets. It almost seems like what you're mentioning, the swell turning more north, which was expected, but actually gaining some power. I saw a lot of wash-throughs, a lot of waves coming through the lineup and almost cleaning them up. And lots of action. That's exciting for us.
It sure is. Jordy Smith, he's the senior of the crew out here, 36 years old, originally from Durban, South Africa. 6 CT Championship Tour wins for Jordan Michael Smith. Where's number 23, just like that other Michael Jordan. Also number 23 with Jordy Smith is also his original house number in Durban, South Africa. So a couple of things going on with Jordy Smith. 6 CT wins, I've told you about that, but also he had a big win here in 2016 at the Vans World Cup at Sunset. That was a qualifying event back then, but Jordy was at the top of the podium celebrating here at Sunset Beach. He opens up with 2.17. Still only fractional scores between Sammy Pupo and Miguel Pupo. The older Pupo, Miguel, with priority right there. Blue P by his name, Jesse.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting heat to watch. Is the one that I was most excited, looking forward. Obviously, growing up with Miggy and Sammy. Actually, when I started surfing with Miguel, Sammy probably wasn't even surfing. He was even way too little to surf, and it's going to be exciting to watch this one. First match for them of the year together, so expect some fireworks, hopefully some waves on their way, and they can actually perform and everyone have a good heat.
Well, 24 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock here. Talking about Miguel Pupo, Sammy Pupo. They join a long list of brothers on the championship tour, starting with Michael and Derek Ho. A couple of Brazilians, Flavio and Neko Patarats. Shea and Corey Lopez. CJ and Damian Hobgood. Of course, everyone can remember Bruce and Andy Irons, those brilliant years on the championship tour between those brothers. San Clemente represented with Tanner and Pat Gudauskas at one point. But the Wrights win when it comes to siblings on tour, because Tyler, Mikey, and Owen Wright all on tour at the same time at one point. And then we have a new brother duo joining the CT this year in the way of Griffin and his younger brother, Crosby Colapinto. So I like the brother story, and I like that we can keep on building on that brother story, Jesse.
Yeah, it's hard to beat 3 on the tour. That's crazy. That's some good DNA for surfing right there. And actually, her Tyler's older sister actually ripped, and the dad surfed so good. So it's, yeah, pretty incredible surfing family right there.
Yeah, Miguel Pupo, 12 years on the championship tour. And we'd like to congratulate Miguel Pupo on his 100th career event. He's got 1 CT win, but it was a brilliant CT win for Miguel Pupo, Tahiti 2022, where he was able to take out that event. And that was a memorable win for Miggy Pupo. Just a great character on the championship tour.
Yeah, great character, beautiful style, so smooth. One of the smoothest to ever stand up on a board. It's crazy how good that guy surfs. A lot of times underrated just because he's so calm and so under the radar that you almost don't notice him. But then when you see him surfing, you're like, whoa, that's crazy. Like amazing at waves of consequences, like Pipeline Chopu, where he took his first win, and he might be up and riding.
Here he goes, the backhand here for the goofy foot of the Pupo clan. Up into the lip, and look at this, hangs on. What a turn for Miguel Pupo. That was all commitment, high risk, and Jesse, what did we just see?
That was incredible. I did not expect that. So when you look at Miggy surfing, most times you can predict what he's going to do because he's that smooth. And that almost sometimes plays against him, even though it's much harder to do when you make things look easier. But as you see right here, it's completely the opposite. Just bottom turning and hitting as hard as you can and getting some extra pop on that lip line right there. Just so much pressure throughout the turn that he got some right there. Right there, he pushed the back foot and gets just a lift from the lip. And it was just a beautiful turn with so much spray as well. Not to mention that it's very hard to do to get spray once you hitting the lip. That's all because he started early that turn. Started a little bit before the lip, and as the lip came down, he started to hit the lip line sideways. Almost felt right there, but regrouped, and we've seen some big scores already with 1 turns, and this is going to look good for him.
Yeah, and how hard is it right there to just even ride out of that?
Yeah, this wave just gets you stuck on the foam, but we see Sammy here.
Samuel Pupo, younger brother here on the attack. Big layback hack for Samuel. So nice exchange between the 2 brothers at this point. 5.5 locks in for Miguel's wave. We'll be waiting for score for Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, just back to what you asked him. There's so much energy here and so much water moving with the foam that it usually sticks to you. So it's harder for you to ride out. And also it goes to a very deep water very quick, that end bowl. So if you don't get out pretty quick, the wave's just going to disappear on you. Looks like Miggy up and riding again.
Miggy up again. 1 backhand hook there, looking for a little bit more open face. Cannot find that. But he's going to ride this one all the way in for the Hawaiian Water Patrol on the Red Bull jet ski. And that pickup there in the tube. Jordy Smith. And coming out for Jordy Smith. Disappearing act for the South African former champ out here. And he's bringing his A game in this opening round. That was you can see the smile on his face. Such an impressive barrel ride.
Yeah, that was very deep tube riding for Sunset. It's we saw a few people mention it in interviews how not favorable is to be inside of a barrel here. There's too much going on, and he was so deep in that wave that he was even shocked that he came out. That was great tube riding for Jordy right there, and we're gonna see some paddle maybe. See Miggy on the left of the screen, and you see Jordy on the inside. Miggy seems to be a little bit ahead. And
Caddy's getting out of the way there. It looks like Jordy Smith's kind of relinquishing that at this point to Miguel Pupo and let Miguel get second priority. I'm sure what Jordy really wants to hear is the score that he got for this.
Yes, and this is what we've been talking about all day. You want these waves that actually look small, but they're growing down the line and hit the end bow better. Right here, getting lipped, but then just slowing himself down just enough to get the best barrel of the day by far. Like that was 1, 2, 3 sections and going through that fumble in the end right there. Look, he's kind of even surprised that he came out of that. And you see Miggy here on the other side, just a cleaner wave, smart for him to get something on the board. Just what we expect from Miggy, very clean rails, never really catch any, dig any rails, and just a nice turn for him overall.
So Miguel Pupo, that was a 3.5 combined with his 5.5. He has a temporary lead over the field because there's going to be a giant number that will populate for Jordy Smith. And there he goes, highest score of the day, a 9.33 for Jordy. Well earned. There's all the judges' numbers. And quick up and out by Samuel Pupo. But how impressive was that, Jesse? You saw that coming.
Yeah, well,
it had to go excellent.
No, no doubt about it, because we've seen a few barrels today that were probably half as long as the barrel he had, and he was around on the 7-point range. So this was well deserved for him. He had multiple sections. He disappeared throughout them all. As you see right here, that very northy wave that kind of disappears, but it grows down the line. So right here, he's just waiting and almost gets stuck right there. But this is what's impressive. Kind of gets slipped and slow himself just enough to be so deep, he's completely disappeared. And the drone angles from the side usually it shows you all the time, but here front angle you can see nose was disappeared the whole time, and he has a very long board usually, probably riding a 6'8" because he's a tall guy, and so technical right there. So hard to do it. Probably couldn't see much because there's a bunch of chandelier coming down, and yeah, 9.33, well deserved.
Surfing by Braille using the force, Jordy Smith, 6'3" of him had to kind of muscle his way out of that barrel after completely disappearing. A well-earned 9.33 and a dominant start for our first vision for Jordy Smith in this event. We mentioned Jordy and his win here in 2016. He overcame Federico Moraes, was the runner-up in that event. There was a 4-man final in 2016, but he's always kind of been that surfer that from a very young age, and he first started coming here to Sunset Beach, even in the qualifying series, he just his technique and his body type matches this venue, because you gotta have power. You gotta be able to muscle your way through stuff, and he muscled his way through that wave. Will it be the cup noodle wave of the day? Could be for Jordy Smith. It is currently the highest single wave for today, at 9.33.
Well, we'll hope it's not, because
we like a 10.
We're gonna have better waves to come. But yeah, it's not gonna be easy to beat that barrel. Like when you get that deep and long of a barrel here at Sunset, it doesn't happen so often, and on a day like today, even harder. So yeah, hats off there for Jordy, because that was a great ride.
And what we can hope for, Jesse, looking towards the future, is you mentioned that was kind of a north swell roll-in with the grower down the line. We're looking for a bigger north swell to fill in overnight. So, I mean, we're fingers crossed that there's going to be some big inside Sunset barrels tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think the northwest is also fading, so it's going to probably clean up a little more, and that's what you want. When it's north, you really want that side, so those waves would break out the back and stack up, actually, so it looks like it's just going to wash everything through, but then it loses power and you kind of roll into the whitewash, and it just grows into the inside bow. And that's exactly what happened on a smaller scale for Jordy Smith. And tomorrow probably bigger, so it could be very fun.
Well, let's go. We're going to take a break right now. We're stepping away for a second. Jordy Smith already going excellent in this heat with a wave like this. We'll be right back after this. Brothers on Tour, and the theme continues. Take a look at the Brothers on Tour. Michael and Derek Ho. Derek took a world title in 1993. Flavio and Neco Patarats representing Brazil. The Early Storm. Bruce and Andy Irons put on so many shows. CJ and Damian Hobgood. CJ winning a world title. Corey and Shay Lopez, a couple of Goofy Foot brothers. Tanner and Patrick Gudauskas representing California. Brothers duo. Owen and Mikey Wright, and of course Miguel and Samuel Pupo, as well as Crosby and Griffin Colapinto, all four part of the 2024 Championship Tour. Back to live action here with Miguel Pupo on the backhand. Beautiful snap from Miggy. Lines up this trench of a bottom turn. One more vertical snap. He gets two in that time, Miguel Pupo. The 6-point ride will take him into the lead over Jordy Smith. Jordy Smith with a 9.33, searching for a backup score at the moment. 12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Kuiper and Jesse Mendez on the call here. Well done for Miguel Pupo finding that wave, giving him room for two backhand snaps.
And it's very hard to find today, and Sammy up and riding, just in and out pretty quick, but super hard to find that clean of a wall and able to actually perform two big turns. That might have been the best two-turn combination I've seen all day, or close to that, because it was back-to-back. There's no downtime. That was beautiful surfing. Excellent surfing for Miggy, actually.
Yeah, I'll be waiting for that score. While we're waiting for it, let's go for more on the Pupo brothers with AJ McCord.
Kaipo, it's so interesting because I've talked with both Sammy and Miguel this season in particular about having the brothers be back on tour together. They both tell me that oftentimes it's way more nerve-wracking watching each other's heats than it is surfing in their own. So I was catching up with Bruna, who is their trainer, trains a lot of the Brazilians, and she was telling me that it's all camaraderie when they're not in the same heat, but today, going against each other, the communication between the two brothers was very minimal. They both had their heads in the game. They want the other to succeed, but they also want to get out of this heat.
Yeah, well, brotherly rivalry, but I can tell you something that Miguel Pupo was there side by side with his brother as Sammy was able to re-qualify for the championship tour at the last Challenger Series stop. Here we go, replay. Jordy Smith with the backup here.
Yeah, just kind of a flat section in the beginning. He's probably looking to just better his 2.17 and being on the wave behind, getting rewarded, and you can't deny it. Excellent surfing. Just back-to-back massive turns, airdropping right there. So on that second turn, he literally lost all feels of touch with the water. That's so hard to do it and so hard to regroup from that. And as you see right here, just a beautiful bottom turn. stomping on the back foot, bringing the board all around, and that's a big board to move. It's not easy. And just as I mentioned a little bit ago, disengaging from the water, so it's basically like you're air dropping. Hard to have the control of the board, and as soon as you hit the water again, you start to engage with the fins, and it's just very critical. And it's easy to identify excellent surfing.
Sure went excellent. At 8.27, combine that with a 5.5. Miguel Pupo out in the lead. Jordy Smith in second, and Samuel Pupo now needing an 8-point ride to get into second in advancing position. On the paddle here, the scramble, a little bit of cat and mouse happening as some big whitewaters roll through here. And another set coming through. This looks like it's going to be a wash through. We'll keep an eye on this third wave in the set and see if Jordy Smith will use priority. He will not use priority, and so we can get to AJ McCord, who caught up with Italo Ferreira earlier on his heat win.
Italo, congratulations, parabéns. First heat win of 2024. You get it done at Sunset. How did you do it?
Yeah, I'm so happy. The heat was pretty fun against Jacob and Ian. There was a lot of opportunity out there. It's kind of hard to find the good wall, but when you got like the good ones, it's super clean and perfect, and you can do like some big turns. And yeah, I had lucky to get like some fun ones, and yeah, I'm happy.
How did you find those good waves? How have you worked on your skills here at Sunset?
It's pretty hard. I missed the priority 2 times on the row, and I was like, oh no. And then I saw like one off like passing like Jacob, and I was like, fuck, this is a good one. And yeah, I just hold in and did like 2 good turns, and that was 7 point something. And yeah, I made a hit, and I was stoked.
On to the round of 32. How much confidence and pressure does it take off to skip that elimination round?
Yeah, it's always fun when you like go straight to the next round, you know, and you make like you're confident good, and yeah, just hit by hit and enjoy the moment and do some big turns. Yeah.
Well, congratulations, parabéns. Before we let you go, para o Brasil, como você se preparou para esta temporada depois da sua lesão em JB?
Então, eu venho treinando bastante, tenho surfado bem. Realmente no primeiro evento eu não tive tanta sorte, mas faz parte. Estou preparado mentalmente, fisicamente, e isso faz com que eu continue evoluindo e me divertindo e aproveitando os momentos.
Congratulations, parabéns.
What do you say?
AJ asked him, how did you prepare yourself after your injury that you had at J-Bay, and he said he's just been training a lot. He's feeling good. He had a little bit of a slack at pipe. He mentioned a little bit lack of luck, but he's still training hard, putting good work, so things are going to happen.
Yeah, well, love to see Bravo Italo Ferreira back in action. He actually took a little bit of time, went to the west side where there's a standing wave here, Waikai lineup, and did a little bit of practicing on that standing river-like wave over there. Great facility there.
Yeah, super. It's awesome, and he, as usual, doing things that you don't expect him to do. Doing a air into a walk transfer into a board transfer. That was like, I don't even know what he did there. I kind of got lost, but impressive.
It is. That's the one thing about Italo Ferreira's surfing that is above most others that you see on the championship tour is the experimental surfing that he does in controlled wave environments. In those controlled wave environments, he's one of the best.
Yes, no doubt. And everyone ended up, because everyone's so good, and when you have kind of like a platform that looks the same, everyone ends up looking very similar. And there's only a very few guys that can actually go up a knot, and he's one of them. Like, he just surprises everyone every time.
Yeah, it just makes things look different on a similar canvas that you would have in a wave system. Well, this is not a wave system here. This is pure Pacific Ocean Mother Nature, and chances of getting the same wave twice out at Sunset Beach, probably about 0. So it really is key to have, we take a look at this whole ocean playing field, but wave selection, a little bit of luck, and Jordy Smith did it. He positioned himself he paddled himself in position, he performed, and he picked the right wave. It's the 3 Ps coming through for Jordy Smith, equaling that 9.33.
Yeah, both of them, first and second, Jordy and Miguel, making the most of the opportunities that came their way. Both excellent surfing. It's very hard to find out there. I think Leonardo mentioned a 5-point ride. Anywhere else, it's a small score, but here at Sunset, it's actually very hard to find. And for them to identify and perform 2 excellent surf waves, it's not easy.
Top scores of today, you can see Jordy Smith on top of that list. Matthew McGillivray came in with an 8.33. Miguel Pupo in this heat got an 8.27. And Ethan Ewing with some smooth rail work for that 8-point ride.
Yeah, Ethan, it was also a 2-turn combo. Different approaches, like more of an open wall, big cut back, and Miggy just back-to-back, just huge, massive turns. Just both excellent surfing, but just different approaches and different types of wave. Miguel getting the knot a little bit, probably because of how critical those turns were. Obviously a different heat, a little bit of a different scale, but yeah, surfing was amazing from both of them.
Here comes Jordy. Smaller wave here. Keeps that Smith-shaped surfboard clean on the rails. Lip line glide, and a beautiful finish there, looking to improve upon a 3-point ride. And the gallery on the beach continues to grow. Miguel Pupo going vert on the backhand. Carve for a second turn before exiting in the channel, looking to best a 5.5 for Pupo. So we'll be waiting for those scores and see how they affect the situation on the water. Score owed to us by the judges for Smith as well as Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, smart call there for Jordy, keeping Samuel off the wave, and also he only needs a 4.44 to capitalize and go to first. So it's almost like a defense-offense for Jordy right there.
You can see Jordy with that booty on his foot, and he had a cut on the bottom of his foot from his fin over at Pipeline, so he's still covering up that foot. Asked Jordy earlier today, he said no problem, it's on his leash foot, that booty's well sealed, and he's used to surfing with it at this point.
Yes, and right here, just very critical turn. And combo it up with also a cutback before that turn. And Miggy also finding another like smaller kind of underneath, very clean wave. Unfortunately for him, it was just a one big turn. I don't think it's going to better his 5.5, but his surfing is on point right now. One of the best surfings I've seen from Miggy at this wave, at this location.
Score comes in for Jordy Smith, a 6.17. Smith to the lead. Still waiting for last score for Miguel Pupo. Currently in a strong second position. And Miguel has the actual chance to put his brother in a two-wave combo if he's able to get, a 6.5 on that next score. We're still waiting for the score for Miguel Pupo.
Yes, things are not looking good for Samuel right now. Just nothing with his surfing, just didn't have the opportunities. That seems like the other two opponents of him were just wave magnets in this 30 minutes, and they're just finding every possible opportunity that came, and they actually capitalized. I didn't see any mistakes from both of them as far as surfing. Like, they really were on point, sharp, kept their rails clean, which is very hard to do out here at Sunset.
2 minutes remaining. 4-point ride last of Miguel. The need for Samuel at a 9.44. Here he goes and uses his priority. Wave growing down the line. Beautiful slash there to begin. Needs more on this wave. Back up in the lip, layback hack, catches the outside rail. Unfortunate circumstance for the younger Pupo.
Wow, that's a big missed opportunity. Very good wave, very tall in size. Amazing speed he carried throughout the wave, which is hard to do when you're having so much ocean power pushing you. A very good first turn. The second one even better, but just it kind of had that weird positioning on the body on top of the board that he went a little bit over the handlebars and the outside rail caught a little bit. But as you see it right here, just nice tall wave right there, probably the tallest wave of the heat so far, and beautiful first layback slash, and going into that second turn right here. Another great turn, but just actually caught the outside rail with the nose and ended up falling over the handlebars. That was a big missed opportunity because I don't think he was going to get in a 9.44, but he was going to get very close into the heat and probably needing a way smaller score than what he needs right now.
Yeah, he would have had a chance to reel himself back in. Now, unfortunately, you can see the long paddle back out and the time on the clock of just 45 seconds. So Samuel likely going to be sent to that elimination round. Here we go with Jordy. Mamiya, just some lazy S-turns. Looking down the line. He's just going to take this wave in with a heat win in heat 11 of the opening round.
Yeah, what a performance. That was... Oh, someone's in the barrel.
Oh, in the barrel. Sammy Pupo exits, finds that barrel on the paddle back out. We're just catching up with him. Under priority. Needs a huge number, however. It needs a 9.44. But at least he goes down swinging. We'll take another look at that one.
That was, yeah, that looked like he was very deep as well in that barrel. As you see right here, underneath, taking off, stalling. Very deep section, deep barrel right there. Well read for him, very hard to do it. Definitely not getting in the 9.44 range, but well surfed wave there for Sammy.
Yeah.
And if he had that first score, sorry, not that first score, the previous wave, if he landed that, he could have been looking to maybe like even beating Miguel in this heat.
Great point. 6.6 for Samuel Pupo. He will be on to the elimination round, but he's looking sharp in his surfing. Older brother Miguel into the round of 32. Here comes Miggy on his way in. And Jordy Smith with a dominant performance out there. 9.33, a 6.17, and Smith with the heat win. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with Heat 12 of the opening round. Final heat of the opening round is going to be Ryan Calnan, Liam O'Brien, Ramsey Bukhayam, 9.33, Jordy Smith. What a show.
Before each event, there's an electricity that builds. Having grown up in Hawaii, I can feel it like the change of seasons. Everybody's thinking about the surf, surfers are gathering, and everyone else is getting ready for the madness. Hawaii's a wild place, and usually I'm traveling all over the islands this time of year, seeing friends, checking spots, talking about the surf today, tomorrow, and what's to come. Whether you're catching a wave, driving down the line, or driving down the road, it's all about taste and style.
Back at Sunset Beach for the Hurley Pros. Sunset Beach final heat of the opening round out in the water. And it is another beautiful day. Guerrero, Flick Palmentier, and we're at the end of the men's opening round, Flick, but it's been an impressive opening round from what we've seen in a pretty jumbled lineup at Sunset today.
Oh, for sure. It's been, you know what, when we rocked up this morning, it was just so unruly. There was a lot of jumble, and I was like, oh, you know, this looks really tough. But we've just seen like barrel after barrel after barrel, and I thought that the guys would be sort of searching for more turns today. But once again, in that last heat, Geordie with that big 9-point ride, and yeah, all throughout the day, the story has sort of been the barrel, really, which has been. So, you know, you get barrels out here, but you think more power surfing and turns when you think Sunset.
Yeah, it's been extremely entertaining, and the entertainment is not ending anytime soon. Ryan Calnan, Liam O'Brien, Ramsey Bukhayam all out in the lineup. And first and second, of course, goes into the round 32. Third place into the elimination round. It's going to be a quick turnaround as we will be entering that elimination round straight after this heat.
Yeah, it is going to be a quick turnaround. And that first elimination round, you've got Barron, current world number 1, coming up against Fred and Kai Lenny. So a bit of redemption there as we have a look. Liam.
Here we go. Liam O'Brien, the 24-year-old out of Burleigh Heads, Australia, goes straight up in the lip, but the jumbled whitewater catches his rail. He goes down. Liam O'Brien, technically in his 3rd season on the championship tour. I'm just calling that technically because he was taken out on his 1st season with a broken leg in 2022. So technically he's on his 3rd season, but in reality, he's on really his 2nd season, and he's celebrating right now with his 15th career event here on the championship tour. Here he goes. Finds this one on the way back out. Beautiful turn off the top, little air drop after that turn. So that's going to be the first kind of meaningful number getting placed into this heat.
Yeah, I liked it. You could really see that he just sort of had that sort of aggressive nature when he really hit that first section. And you could see he was kind of wanting a second one, as we saw in that last heat. Judges really rewarding sort of 2 big hits. I mean, those sort of 2 maneuvers are getting 7s and 8s today. So you've got to think if he had one more section, would have been on his way to a really good score, or at least, an average score.
And just quick little shuttle back out into the channel by the Water Patrol on the Red Bull jet ski. And catching up with the rockin' Moroccan, Ramzi Boukayem. Ramzi just not able to find anything. I'm sorry, correction. Ryan Kalman on that wave. Our top seed in the red jersey. So Ryan not able to find any open face on that, so there could be another fractional score, frustrating start for him. Here's a 4-point ride flick for Bob.
Yeah, this first turn here was really impressive. You can see he kind of got a little bit hung up there, which means he couldn't quite get around this second section. If he didn't get quite hung up, he would have been able to lay sort of the board on rail, get one more turn on that wave. But that score came through basically for that one turn, 4.07. So judges really rewarding how critical that was and just how late he went up there for that turn. Sort of Ramzi having a similar sort of story to Liam, finally cracked the tour and then ended up with that injury, and he was out all last year. And so beautiful to see Ramzi where he belongs, I think, and on tour and getting a start at Pipe where he got an equal 9.
Yeah. Ramzi Boukayem, 30 years old, finished the Challenger Series in 2022 in the number 5 position, and he qualified for the championship tour after grinding for a decade on that qualifying tour. Ankle injury took him out of 2023 of last year's tour, but now he is the WSL replacement, and so Ramzi will be in every event up until the mid-season cut. So he's going to be hoping to make that mid-season cut basically his real rookie year on the championship tour.
For sure, and I think it's just been a long time coming. I think it's over 10 years that he had been trying to really make it and give it a crack. Sort of similar story to Jacob Wilcox. They've both been grinding away, and it's sometimes, it's a hard slog, and sometimes you're just wondering, like, oh wow, it's been so long, like, do I really have it in me? And I mean, I've always thought that Ramzi and someone like Jacob, their surfing's definitely there, and it's really nice to finally see it all come together. And yeah, I was really stoked that Ramzi came away with a 9th place at Pipe, because if you think about, this mid-season cut coming up at Market River, you think a 9th is, quarter's obviously a keeper, but a 9th is still in there. And especially getting to drop one event too, knowing you've already got a 9th at Pipe is really positive.
Yeah, given that the cut line will be the top 22 of the rankings at the end of Margaret River, stop number 5 on the championship tour. Ryan Kalman out here. We're going to get back to more RCal talk, because right now it's the rockin' Moroccan, and he's got a lot of right-handers where he's from in Morocco. Really polished backhand, but just threw that one away. I was going to get back to Ryan Kalman after Liam O'Brien. Looking sharp here on the DHD. One more time up there. Times it with a little bit of backwash and reverb. So O'Brien with a 4.07. Still pretty low-scoring affair here, Flick, but so far Liam getting the choice waves.
Yeah, Liam's looking really on point. Just beautiful silky surfing from him, and his wave selection's been great. I mean, they've been smaller waves, but they've really allowed him to have, he's found that clean face on the waves, and he's really been able to put that board on rail. Yeah, and it's looked really, really good. Yesterday morning, I actually went down to Waimea for a few hours, and Liam, I saw him exiting the water with, we'll get back to that in a second as we see Arkell out the back.
The Novocastrian, Ryan Calnan, just a quick little wiggle there into the channel. 6th season on the championship tour. Arkell coming off his best finish last year in 2023, where he ended up 10th in the year-end rankings. This is his 49th career CT event for Meriwether's Ryan Calnan.
Yeah, wow. I mean, last year was really cool for me to watch Ryan. Just how well he did, and obviously finishing his best result on tour so far. As we have a look at this replay, this is a little bit of a setup turn here, and you can see Ramsey's waiting for this wave to really steepen up. It does, and he hits that section, but just bucks him off. But it was Liam with the best of that exchange. This wave here, straight up into the lip for that second one, almost loses it, but yeah, coming that one there, 3.67. So Liam sort of chipping away at this heat, 4 and 3.67. But yeah, yesterday morning I went down to Waimea just to see what this swell was looking like, and been sitting down there for a couple of hours, and all of a sudden I was like, those two guys look pretty familiar. And it was it was Callum Robson and Liam O'Brien. They both had been out there for a few hours. They both got a couple. Liam was running a 9.8 yesterday, so it's pretty funny going from a 9.8 to probably like a 6.6 today. Yeah,
6.6, feeling like a groveler today.
Maybe that's why
he's into perspective.
He's looking very loose and very in control. You know, sometimes that's a cool little technique, jumping down from those. You jump on those big boards, and then all of a sudden you jump on your short board, and it feels really skatey and really loose.
Ramsey lines it up, and that wave gives up on him. So still a little frustration for the Moroccan surfer. Still really to break the 2-point range, and we're down to 19 minutes on the countdown. Jordan Michael Smith was excellent out there in his heat, a 9.33 for a heat win. Let's hear from Jordy Smith.
Jordy Smith just continuing to wow us with the barrels that you're finding this season after Pipe, now here at Sunset. I want to talk about that 9.33 in just a minute, but how are you just finding your confidence and your rhythm in the ocean? What did you do in the off-season to set you up?
I mean, the off-season for me was just a lot of training. Yeah, kind of the last 3 years haven't put too much effort in, and then obviously with the new rookie class, and kind of just really motivated me to be able to go and kind of get on the grind and start, get back to it, I guess. Yeah, and then like you said, just finding that barrel, I guess when you put the hard work in, good things happen.
I would say so. Let's talk about that 9.33 and what you saw.
Yeah, I think John might have said it earlier, you know, you kind of go out there with the mindset of trying to find open face and get some turns, and then if a barrel comes your way, you kind of luck into it. And that's exactly what happened to me there. I took off on the wave. I thought it was going to be kind of a turn out, kind of mid-face, and then kind of a big turn in the bowl. But as I kind of got past my first turn, just really seemed to set up really nicely. Kind of came in from behind it, so I was like, if I get some good rhythm on this first section, it should try and push me through the whole way. So very fortunate to get those waves at Sunset.
So we'll see you in the round of 32. Give us a little bit of an update on your injury. We know you're still wearing the boot, but how's the foot feel?
Yeah, the boot's still on, but that's just for more kind of precaution. Trying to keep it as dry as possible. The stitches and stuff are all out. So it's not necessarily the worst cut. It's just the positioning of it was tough, right in the middle of the arch bar. So at Sunset, you definitely want to push as hard as you can, and wearing a boot just gives it a little bit more cushion for cushion.
You'll take the extra push today. Congratulations, Jordy.
Thanks.
Shotsbrew. A great interview with Jordy Smith. Cuts on feet, yeah. Flick, how's Matilda doing?
Matilda's doing fine. I broke my foot over 5 weeks ago now, and look, I'm more mobile every day, so it's great.
On the heel, so you can feel a little bit for Jordy. Your injury's a little worse than
just
his.
A little bit worse.
Oh, there you go. And Jordy Smith on to the round of 32. The elimination round coming out next. We can see Kai Lenny. Maui's Madman. He's going to be in that first heat elimination round as a Hurley wild card into this event. Federico Moraes, Baron Mamiya will be joining him in that elimination round, heat number 1.
outfit is on point. Everything is matching. Blue and red board shorts, blue, red, white board, white rashi.
He's got his home in Maui's got a crazy facility. He's got this crazy garage with like boards from like 11 foot all the way to growlers and windsurf boards and kite surf boards and foil boards and stand-ups. And then he's got like a secret scientist, like just a jacuzzi and sauna and all that stuff all in his yard. Kylen, he's got a skateboard ramp that has like this safety bungee thing that's like, even if you fall, you don't like splat on the flat bottom of the ramp. The guy is just so talented. I mean, he's focusing on pretty much performance surfing here. He's got a veteran with him on the paddle back out, Doug Silva, as his coach and supporter. And Doug wants to always win every paddle race, and there you can see the caddy out in front.
Yeah, I think Kyle Lenny's garage and probably the whole setup is at his house is every surfer's dream or every water person's dream.
Liam O'Brien currently in the lead here. A smooth rails turn to begin. Back up in the lip there, and that was a dynamic lip glide for O'Brien, looking to better his 3.67. My gut is that he just did that, but let's take another couple looks at it, as the judges will likely up in the tower before they give a number.
I love the way that Liam's been attacking these waves. I think if Liam can get his hands on a bigger wave, just a taller wave with a bit more size, I mean, look out with surfing like that. I mean, that was pretty radical. The way he attacked that last turn, that was not an easy section to hit, and sort of just met it with the same sort of power and aggressiveness as what that section had. And this is this wave here. So this turn here, bit of a setup turn. You can see eyes off this section here. Really just met that with the same sort of aggressiveness as what the power showed from that wave. And yeah, great score there coming through for Liam, 5.33. Yeah,
5.33. So he does extend his lead on the rest of the pack here. On the paddle back out, priority now sitting with Ramsey. Ramsey needs a 3.45 to bump Ryan Callan out of that second and advancing position, and you can see the might of Sunset Beach capping way outside, and that wave will back off a bit and give these guys some opportunity on the inside here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always a good telltale sign, you know. You always look out the back, oh, okay, there's a whitewash capping. Probably going to take, 30 seconds, 20 seconds until it hits. So see the guys sort of maybe having to reposition here. This one looks like it might just mow them down.
Stepping away, mid-heat here, and elimination round following this heat. Rankings leader, Baron Mamiya, finds his way into that elimination round. Hey, download True Surf for free from the Apple App Store or Google Play. Tap WSL Events to play virtually here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. You can shred Paumalu with just a couple of your fingers and the extremely entertaining True Surf app. Go out there, do some airs, 360s, corkscrews, McTwists, barrels, all available to you as a True Surf virtual surfer. Good stuff there. 10 minutes and 45 seconds on the countdown here. Liam O'Brien out in the lead over Ryan Calnan and Ramsey Bukhayam. Kuiper Girl along with Flick Palmentier on the call. And a view from above of Paumalu. And we see the Nalu. It's Mahina Olelo Hawaii is Hawaiian language month. Nalu, the Hawaiian word for wave.
Got a famous surf spot in Western Australia named that.
Really?
Yeah.
Nalu, just Nalu.
Just Nalu.
Oh. Took me a while to catch that.
It's all right. We've been off for a few days.
That's a different Nalu. Here we go. Arcal. Oh, that was a bouncy section right there. You saw things going wrong just as he took off. And it just goes to show you how difficult it is. And, Flick, that we have kind of like a heat on, a heat off. Right now, Liam O'Brien is winning this heat with a 9.4 two-wave total. Last heat, we had Jordy Smith have a one-wave total of 9.33. So how things have changed in just a half an hour.
For sure. I mean, this afternoon, we're actually supposed to see later on this afternoon, this was supposed to start picking up a bit, and maybe it's actually backed off, just eased a little bit, but you know, the ocean always has rhythms, and you know, one heat it might pulse, next heat it might be a bit more quiet. I think, you know, Liam out in the lead right now. I mean, he's, with the opportunities he's had, he's surfed really, really well. I think if he gets an opportunity to surf a bigger, taller wave, I think he's going to be dropping excellent scores just with that sort of surfing I've seen already. That 5.33, the way he hit that last section, he just looked really in control and really over his board. It didn't look like, you know, those lumps and bumps were really factoring in for Liam. Whereas for Ramsey and Ryan, I mean, Ryan's got that 4.3, but both those guys just having a lot of like swings and misses, or, you know, going up for a turn and sort of getting bucked off. So we have a look at Ryan.
Fades the bottom turn here. Nice carve on the backhand, keeping it easy on the rails. Vert finish there for Ryan Calnan, and that is exactly what we were waiting for him to unleash. He's just got a quick backhand whip that he's able to employ, and he's got a pretty good backhand air rotation as well, but that whip right there was impressive. 5.11 is going to take him to the lead. I think he's going to take the lead, Flick.
Yeah, it's just two turns. The first one, a bit of a carving maneuver, almost a setup turn just for that last re-entry, but that last turn, I mean, it was just timed so well, and I think for me, Ryan's backhand is his strength. As we have a look here, is a little bit of a smaller wave. You can see here, goes to this carving maneuver, and he's already eyeing up this last section and times it so well, really releases the fins out the back there, comes out in front of that foam as well, which is super crucial. I mean, if you're coming down with that foam, you're landing with all that energy, all that power, and that's when we see guys fall off today. So yeah, great last wave from Ryan. Needs a 5.11.
Yeah.
Could be close.
So waiting for the score. Ryan on JS Industries surfboards, as well as Ramsey. So two of the guys, you know, with the same factory producing their equipment in this heat. Liam O'Brien, of course, he's on those Darren Hanley designs. And again, the CT Shaper rankings will kick into play at the quarterfinals of this event. 5.11, a 5.07, a heartbreak score for Ryan Calnan. He does improve his situation, but did not take the lead.
Yeah, that was really, really close. I mean, 5.07, and yeah, I mean, definitely improving on that situation though. Makes his requirement for first a little bit less. Now he only needs a 4.34 to go up into that first position, but I mean, there's still sort of small scores, and you've got to be thinking, I mean, I know it's 6.5 minutes on the clock, but Ramsey's sitting out there with priority, and from what I know Ramsey can do on his backhand, I mean, obviously coming from Morocco, a place with amazing right-handers, and just, I mean, you go scroll back through his Instagram, you see his social clips, he's got an incredible backhand.
Yeah. Sure does. Got 6.5 minutes. We're talking about the Shaper rankings, and Ramsey, Ryan in the JAS house, Liam O'Brien with DHD. DHD coming into this event sitting number 3 after stop 1 of the CT Shaper rankings. Who took the show at Pipe? Well, that event belonged to Channel Islands, and they're currently in the lead. Sharp Eye not far behind them. So another exciting element that we're bringing to the championship tour this year, the return of the CT Shaper rankings. There he is, second generation Shaper, Britt Merrick, just hiding for us, from us behind the Brazilian legend Pinga, who's been very, very important in the development of Brazilian professional surfing. We just got so many different, the who's who of surfing all happening in a backyard here at Sunset Beach. In our athlete area.
Yeah, I mean, this athlete area here is pretty special. I mean, you've got surfers from all different generations hanging out, people from all in the industry. You've got partners and wives and girlfriends, and yeah, it's just such a cool vibe. And it's really different to a lot of other contests around the world, just being here in this beautiful house and yeah, really just looking out at beautiful Hawaii.
There it is. Thank you, Red Bull, for a scenic and comfortable backyard situation. We can see Kiko Bacalso on hand and Noah Cohen. There's Pinga, as well as all of the athletes and filmers preparing and actually downloading after their heat, preparing before their heat, and it's a great place for everyone to gather together.
For sure, they've even got a sauna and an ice bath set up.
Oh, yeah.
Got it all going on these days.
4.5 minutes. Liam O'Brien in the lead. Ryan Calnan in a solid second place. Priority with Ramsey Bukhayam. Bukhayam needing a 7.84, so needs a pretty chunky number right now with this less than 5 minutes remaining. And more as the clock ticks down, Flick, it's going to be a one-wave ask for Ramsey. Here he goes. He's going to roll in on this one. It's a foamy one. Oh, no, it prones into that. Caught in the heels on the whitewater, and that is going to be a priority error for Ramsey.
For sure. He sat with priority for a while there, and he's going to be kicking himself. Those kind of takeoffs, though, I personally hate them. They're one of the hardest things to do. And if you just don't, I feel like when I go surfing, I avoid it because I just don't like them. But when you have that sort of foam breaking on your back and you're sort of belly boarding down the face of the wave, it's so hard to like push up and have the strength to actually jet out in front of that foam. So it was super tricky, but yeah, definitely a little bit of an error there for Ramsey. And right now, you've got to be thinking that he's going to be breaking down this 7.84 in just one wave. Good thing is, as we'll get back to that in a second, Arcal
arcing off the top there. That was a well-timed, beautiful backhand hook. Just one turn, but that was a outstanding turn. 4.34 is the need for him to go into the lead. You can see him kicking. He knows that felt good.
Oh, you could see it. I mean, just perfectly timed. I mean, wow. I absolutely loved watching that. That was just really textbook backhand surfing when it comes to Sunset. Here we go. And you can see him just eyeing up this section here, really deep bottom turn, comes flying around, and wasn't easy to kind of stick that. He had two converging bits of water coming down, and yeah, just really standing up tall, solidifying, hey, I made that. One turn, and
one turn for 5.93, and and Ryan Calnan takes the lead. Ramsey Bukhayam needs now a 7.84. Liam O'Brien can play some defense right now. He's sitting at second and advancing position, and Liam with first priority shot of all of our in-water caddies, and a wide shot here of the waves that have continued to pump throughout the entire day. I mean, I feel we're not going to get a break from this. We're going to get even more waves going through, looking into tomorrow. It's been solid all day, Flick. Yeah, it's nice that the oceans become rideable here.
yeah, for sure. It's definitely dropped off compared to the last couple of days, but yeah, we're just seeing so much energy, and even tomorrow, I think that swell height actually picks up a bit. I think it goes up to maybe 10 feet, but the period's still staying the same as today. I think it's sitting around 13, so sort of a lower period.
Shorter period.
Yeah, but the swell height's going to kick up a bit, so definitely no shortage of waves tomorrow as well. You've got to be thinking right now, Ramsey obviously needing that 7.87. I mean, he's doing it in one wave. He's got a minute 30, but unfortunately for him, Liam's got priority, so you've got to be thinking Liam is sitting relatively close. I mean, can't quite see here, but Ramsey's sort of maybe trying to sneak away, and knowing that, hey, Miguel in that last heat, he got an 8, I think it was an 8.2 for 2 turns. So, I mean, it's definitely possible. And I feel like on your backhand, you sort of have the ability on these sort of sections out at Sunset to get really tight in the pocket and really critical. So it's definitely possible for him to get that score. It'll be hard though with a minute left.
Yeah, it's going to come down to just a little bit of luck and a breakaway also from Liam O'Brien. Liam, you can see in this uptight shot from above that Liam's the deepest there, and so he's going to be defending his position. He's got priority. He's eyeing up this wave coming through here. 35 seconds, decision time for lob. Under the lip takeoff, he's going to go down.
Wow. Well, you could see right before he took off, then Ramsey kind of did this, right? Like, hey, I'm looking at it if you don't go. And yeah, obviously Liam didn't want to leave anything to chance, but out the back.
Here we go. A chance for Ramsey up in the lip one time and goes down. That was unfortunate. He definitely attacked that wave, but we're going to see Ramsey Bokhayam in the elimination round.
Yeah, wow. I like the intent. I mean, the section was there, the steepness was there. Just unfortunately, just went maybe a little bit too hard, just overcooked it ever so slightly.
And a little bit of download in the channel with his water caddy. Numbers are in for our surfers. And it's our then moving on to the round of 32, along with Liam O'Brien. Ramsey's going to be in the elimination round. And speaking of elimination round, heat number 1, when we return, Baron Mamio, Federico Moraes, Kai Lenny.
It's time for the elimination round as you see the fans enjoying the beach here for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, also known as Paumalu, the original name for this surf spot in this area on the north shore of Oahu. Baron Mamia, local boy, who just won the most prestigious event on the calendar at Pipeline, wears the yellow jersey but tries to avoid elimination against Federico Moraes and Kai Lenny. Federico Moraes, longtime tour specialist, especially when it comes to big rides like Sunset, and Kai Lenny looking to mix it up on the championship tour. We always look forward to seeing Kai, especially when he's challenging himself against all the best surfers in the world that compete in the world title race. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier. Stage is set for Kai. Never known you're going to get more moments of him in a jersey. We've really got to relish this moment right now.
For sure, and something that I think and truly believe is the bigger the better for Kai, honestly, and the more that it requires sort of watermanship skills, and today is a day like that. I think I've spoken to a few of the surfers as we look here at during the break. This is Kai. Beautiful first turn there, carves through that section and lines up again, so a couple of nice moves there ends up scoring 4 for that last one.
And then Federico Moraes on his opener.
Beautiful layback hack there for Fred. It's just the one turn, but yeah, I really liked where, if he had another opportunity there, that was probably going to be a pretty decent score. Fred obviously dropping that 4-3-3 for just that one maneuver.
Really surprised that Federico finds himself here in the elimination round at Sunset, now into his 48th career championship tour event. And he's had to come back to the tour a couple of times in his career. And pretty emotional seeing him celebrate his comeback last season through the Challenger Series. But Sunset was always a great venue for him when it served as the last qualifying event in the past. Just understood it quickly, had a direct relationship with this wave as we see Federico up now, known as Kikish, back home in Portugal, will knife that end section, coming down with some great turns. Already has another number to support the 4-3-3.
That was an incredibly hard wave to surf. There were multiple moments throughout that wave where you could see backwash hit it, you could see lump, you could see bump, and I think you just got to talk about what you got to echo what you were saying. As you see, that is Richard Dogmarsh, that's his coach, just having a few words to him out in the channel. But yeah, this wave here, just super hard, like even here, just beautiful read. Sort of identifying, hey, I'm going to wait for this first section, times it straight up into the lip there. It's another finishing maneuver, but just so much lump and bump to contend with. But yeah, I really like that decision of just waiting for it here, straight up into the lip, and hits it one more time.
Federico Moraes waiting for that second number to come through, and just seeing how animated Richard Dogmarsh was there. Just to remind you of their great surfer-coach relationship. Richard Marsh was on tour for many years. He was in that famous final back when it was Nicky Wood and himself at Bell's, as 16 and 17-year-olds in a final at one of the most prestigious events on the calendar. The older guard didn't like that too much at the time. As we now see Kai Lenny. Gets that nice rip off the top, just a one maneuver section for Kai. That's how cool and animated that dog is. He was thinking about the turns with his hand. Typically he's got his notebook when he's on dry land. But the dog loves to get in the water. Spent a lot of time still ripping. Great knowledge from his tour experience, and passes it on to Federico. And you'll talk to some of the guys in their crew like Ryan Callanan. I think sometimes Ryan likes to sit back and enjoy the barking that dog can have with Federico, and Federico will give it right back. And, it's just such a great relationship because it's always constructive criticism, and Dogmarsh isn't going to let you get away with anything. Even if it's a heat win, he's going to really be on you to make sure that you tighten up all your mistakes.
I kind of like that. I think it's there's nothing wrong with a little bit of honesty, and no beating around the bush. And I mean, I personally really love that sort of approach. I think it's good and sort of always pushes the athlete to, strive for better,
I think we all need that in life. Like someone you trust that can actually tell you, what they see. And when you know they have your best interest in mind, those people are so valuable. Here's Baron Mamiya, #1 in the world. A former champ out here trying to avoid a loss in the elimination round. Nice clean work through that top turn wrap as he's still just getting started. Called that pipe day the best win of his life, best day of his life. When he won Sunset at the time, that was the best day of his life. You can see he's hitting some major milestones very quickly. What do you think here?
Yeah, just trying to get a couple of turns on the board. Obviously, this one was a smaller wave, a little bit of a foamy face there, but surfing's looking really good. Yeah, I did like this. One interesting thing actually that I found out this morning is from his opening round heat, he was actually surfing the same board that he won Python, which was a 6-3 pipe rook, and then be interested to know if he's still on that board in this elimination round heat.
I like that flick as we focus in on the championship tour at Sunset Beach. One win in the past. He was a wild card back then, and he beat Kanoa Igarashi on finals day. Things just started clicking together. He was working with Chris Gallagher for that event. Galley convinced him to ride a 6-4, and at the time for Baron, it seemed gigantic, but he trusted his coach and just went to town against the best in the world and basically walked into the championship tour. We don't have that same formula with wildcards these days, but for Baron, he was able to take a huge win, and then turn it into a full-time spot when originally he thought he was going to be thinking about a run on the Challenger Series. But Barron obviously here to stay. Let's catch up with winner of the last heat. Ryan Callanan is with AJ.
Yeah, Joey Arcal coming out of the water with some smiles after that heat win to start off your 2024 Hurley Sunset Pro. How did you get it done?
Yeah, it was really challenging out there, actually. I was saying to Dog and Connor and Fred before, like, we've been here for, 5 weeks or something. I've probably surfed Sunset 15 times or so, and it's never once looked like that. So to be out there and, trying to find the lineup that's going to work for the day and, I guess I felt like I just had to lower my standards on wave selection and maneuvers and just kind of, just get some scores on the board and see where the heat went.
Well, you certainly waited until the final waves to make sure you got the ones that you really needed to get you the win. What did you see on those final 2 waves?
Yeah, one of them was pretty small. I was pretty stoked I got such a high score. I mean, like a 5, but in the context of the heat, it was a high score. But yeah, I think I was just kind of looking for a major maneuver. So if I could see that on the wave, I was kind of pulling the trigger, especially after not having much at the start. It was just kind of like get the rhythm going and yeah, they paid off in the end.
I would say so. One of the things we were talking about before we came down here too is just how you have to re-engage after having so much time between pipe and the start of this. How do you do that as a competitor?
I try to switch off as much as I can when it's off, for multiple days. But yeah, I mean, you try to have fun and take your mind off it, but I don't know, I don't want to say you don't have too much fun, but I think everyone, as much as it's off days, everyone knows it's an event. So yeah, we just keep it light and try and surf where we can and just make sure, we're prepared and when it comes time to be on, we're good to go.
Good to go you were today. Congratulations, Ryan Callanan. We'll see you in the round of 32.
Thank you very much.
Always great to hear from Arcal. Thank you, AJ. 31 years of age now, surfing at the top of his game. Starting his 6th year on tour. He's come close to major CT wins. He had a wild card final way back with Julian Wilson in France. And then more recently, last year at Bell's All-Australian final, he was right there with Ethan Ewing. Maybe this will be the year he gets that first win.
Possibly after, he looked so good as we have a look. What's happening in that post-heat interview? This is Barron. You can see him just sort of stalling, sort of identifying there was that little barrel section there. Comes out, backs it up with a carve, but probably didn't open up just the way he wanted it to. As we look out the back at Kikas, beautiful opening first turn, straight up into the lip there, and I just really love his style and technique when he really lays into one of those carving maneuvers. He really opens up his arms and really lays that board on rail, and yeah, it's beautiful to watch. And I think, yeah, obviously he's done so well out here in the past when Sunset was that qualifying series event, but I got to watch him actually in Portugal, Iracira at the Challenger Series event last year, and just on these open face, big sort of right hand waves, he just looks so good. So yeah, already out with an early sort of lead at the moment. But I thought it was really interesting what Ryan said about how he had to lower his standards in that heat and just identifying that, hey, even though Geordie might have just got a 9 in that last heat, that might not necessarily be coming through in my heat. And just knowing that you can get one big score for one turn, and yeah, just identifying that was pretty cool. So being super adaptable.
Yeah, a bit of a theme today. Kelly referenced the same thing. Maybe you're not going to be looking for 9s and 10s, but you're definitely going to be winning with 6s and 7s, just making those adjustments on the fly. Adaptability. It's such a big word in pro surfing. These guys have to just face whatever's thrown at them and then react. Where some professionals in other sports, not taken away from anyone else, but they kind of can practice for something that's always going to be constant, and for surfers, it's up to the ocean. They're dealing with weather. The heat before might have a completely different amount of set waves that come through, and you've got to be able to trust your instincts and really stay in the present moment.
For sure. I think, you look at other sports and there's less variables, right? Like surfing has so many variables and it changes from heat to heat and it changes from day to day. And every day you wake up, that ocean always looks different. I don't think conditions really ever completely replicate themselves either. So yeah, it's just such a unique sport, and I think being able to be flexible and sort of thrive under pressure and make decisions under pressure is something that it makes surfing so special. and the fact that you are sort of harmonizing with nature and having to sort of, really work with nature is a really...
Where do you feel more pressure, on the championship tour and the big wave environment, or surviving as a contestant on Survivor?
I'd say Survivor. I've never felt paranoia like that in my life. Probably didn't sleep for 47 days. Didn't brush my teeth for 47 days. And survived on a handful of rice for 47 days. Yeah, that was a lot. But big wave, definitely challenging. Your heart is in your throat. But I don't know, they all have their different pressures, I'd say.
Really amazing. Done a lot of cool things, Flick. As we have a great overview of this big playing field that has hosted the world's best for decades, from the early days of pro surfing and the Duke Invitational, which was the most prestigious event in the world at the time, to what we see today, kind of a comeback for this event in the last few years, to the championship tour calendar. And Federico Morais is happy that this event's on, because when he first was looking to qualify for the championship tour, it was because of big performances at Haleiwa and Sunset that really put him in the mix in the early days. Big Haleiwa and big Sunset were just a favorite back-to-back program for Federico to finish off his seasons. He ended up having a stellar rookie season, finaled at J-Bay. Came very close to winning Rookie of the Year. Just lost out to Connor O'Leary that season. So now a reinvigorated Federico qualifying once again in 2024 with an early lead with 15 minutes to go.
For sure. I mean, all those waves you just listed. I mean, I think J-Bay, right-hander, here, right, Haleiwa, right.
And then right here, Baron Mamiya hitting the lip well. Nice tempo to this wave. Throwing a nice carve and then kind of a lean back slash on the shoulder as it fades. So 3 maneuvers to enjoy there for Mamiya. Joining forces with Bryn Merrick in the offseason. That magic board you're talking about got him to the victory over John Florence and into a big celebration with his best friends. We've had some good DJs in pro surfing. We've, from Paul Fisher, obviously leading the charge, Shimmy Disco.
Yes, Shimmy.
Also DJ McConaughey.
Yeah.
He was definitely providing the tunes for Baron's after party as we check this one out.
Yeah, this is a groovy little wave from Baron. Really providing a lot of variety there, especially all three of those maneuvers were totally different, which was really cool. Going to be thinking that it's obviously going to replace that 2.93 for Baron, so it's just going to improve on his situation. Needs a 4.91 to go up in the first. So we'll see if he does it. And scores come through, 6.5 up in the first.
Well done for Baron Mamiya, world number 1, back into the lead. Federico down to second. Kai Lenny in third, with priority chasing a 5.33. You can tell this one, though, has really made Baron work for it in these conditions. Didn't want to be here in the first place in the elimination round. But every wave he chooses, he's building. Started with a 0.8, then to the 2.93, then to the 4, then the 6.5. So he's heading the right direction to move into the round of 32 as we prepare for another ride here. We've got Kai Lenny, the wild card from Maui, big wave legend, throwing down a nice arc off the top. Nice pace off the bottom and throws some water on the second effort as Kai's chasing the 5.33. Said he was going to put everything he had into this event, always giving 100% to everything he does in his career, from big waves to whatever it might be, as we check out this one, Flick.
Yeah, this wave had a bit of size to it. You can see he's really waiting here for this first turn. The carving maneuver kind of got a little bit stuck up there, but this last turn here, I really love this. I feel like that timing was a lot better than the first one. And I mean, he needs 5.33, right? So that's the second best wave of the heat. Scores are sort of starting to come through right now, 3.77, so still chasing 5.33.
So Kai Lenny falling short on the score he needed to move into the top 2. And now a big attempt for a huge carve from Baron Mamiya goes incomplete. Kind of the story to tell in the back end of this heat, but also a 3-time world champ coming up next. Trying to avoid elimination, Gabriel Medina suiting up as he prepares for Sammy Pupo and wildcard Keanu Singh.
I've never considered myself the most talented surfer or athlete, but one thing that I will do is work harder than anyone and be persistent.
It seems like Kai never stops.
He's not scared to try innovative things.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Kai Lenny!
As much as I could say he'll never beat me, he's definitely the person pushing me more than maybe anyone.
Oh my God.
Kai down. Oh, gnarly. Kai down, Kai down.
Oh my gosh, look at the harbor.
Life of Kai Season 4. The first episode of the new season of Life of Kai drops on Red Bull TV February 23rd. I can't wait. The guy has provided so many wild, entertaining moments and continues to push the limits and prove that he's got none. When he partners with guys like Lucas Chianca and Big Nazare, when he's battling for a big wave world title, whatever it is, we'll be watching. Kai wildcard opportunity here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. He's got second priority now, but still needs a 5.33. It's interesting when you talk to big wave surfers like yourself, Flick. I think some people think, oh, it needs to be big all the time to have fun. But Kai reminds you remind everyone that they surf no matter if it's 1 to 2 foot and fun. They still enjoy smaller waves. And Kai is finding the enjoyment because he sees a big area where he can improve and really trying to build some CT type turns in the future.
For sure. I think when you think about, the best big wave surfers in the world, I think they have a really good understanding of how to surf small waves as well. And generally, we look at the guys right at the top now. Those best guys, they shred when it's small. They have a really good understanding. And I feel like if you can surf small waves really well, then you have enough guts and, to go when it's big, you're going to have a good read of the wave when it gets big as well. Back to that Life of Kai, I think it's season 3. It was actually the first time I've ever seen Kai scared. He goes snowboarding with Travis Rice. And, Kai, you could really see the look on his face while watching this episode that he was like, whoa, okay, like that this could be a little bit out of my comfort zone. And that's the first time in my life I've ever seen that. So Kai always continuing to push those boundaries and those limits. But yeah, I've never seen him look like that out at Piahi or anywhere else in the world. He just looks like, this is easy. Well, that's what he makes it look like. I don't know if he's thinking.
Yeah, he puts in some long days over at Jaws or Piahi, and oftentimes he just is fueled by about 40 burritos from Taco Bell and feeds the entire lineup. He knows he's going to be there all day. And
secret sauce.
Yeah, that's his for sure. He relies on it. That's a secret there. Kai right now is looking for a 5.33, avoiding a loss in the elimination round. This is heat number 1. We'll have 4 surfers out of the draw before we leave the beach today. And when it comes to the mid-season cut, this is the last thing you want attached to your name. It's really no points at all. A clear throwaway result. Right now for Kai is a wild card, so that won't affect the cut. But up next will be Medina, Sammy Pupo. That'll be on the hot seat.
For sure, and I think, you know, if you're a surfer and you're in that elimination round and you also already have a throwaway event at pipe, I mean, it's scary times. You can only have one throwaway event before the cut at night.
Rolling into this one, Federico Moraes with a ton of speed and looking to burn some of that speed for the pit. Just a quick look at the barrel as he had so much momentum. Probably wanted more time in there.
For sure, it definitely looked like that. So you see Dog paddling alongside Kikas, getting all fired up.
Oh, he might bite him in a second, for sure.
Oh.
He could turn into one of those wild dogs on your street. You're trying to run across the street really fast. Don't make eye contact. A lot of great energy coming out of Richard Dogmarsh. One more look at this one.
Yeah, this was really hard wave to read. You could see he was eyeing up this barrel here, sort of gets in it for a hot little minute. But yeah, it looks like he wanted to hit that second section, but it just broke so fast. And yeah, really hard waves to read. You got to be thinking that Dog probably would have been in his ear telling him what to do. I mean, obviously, you know, you're not going to have priority getting back out the back. Maybe you're going to force Kai into a wave at him, you know, so that you can regain that priority over Kai.
When Federico heads to the next stop of the tour, he's an absolute superstar. He can't even walk down the beach. There's cameras rolling. He's got big media responsibilities. And it was cool to see that relationship with the fans at home with Federico back when he was getting wild cards as we watch Kai Lenny deep on this one.
Sort of looked like that was going to be a really nice wave. I reckon it ran off. It's hard to tell, but that one looked like it sort of really stood up and it sort of ran off in front of him. So could be kicking himself, but now Fred has good news for Fred because he has priority over Kai.
And Fred is so dangerous when it just comes down to playing the game with priority, not making too many mistakes. He's been around for a long time.
Yeah, you've really got to think that he's definitely going to be closing this heat out. I mean, this isn't his first rodeo, and I think maybe a little bit of an error from Kai again, just a little bit deep on that last wave, and yeah, he's still searching for that 5.33 and 3.5 minutes on the clock. I mean, he might be able to squeak out the side and maybe finds, if he slow paddles his way back out, puts enough distance between himself and Fred, he might be able to find something.
Kai Lenny also having a pretty wild season this winter, recovering from a pretty heavy wipeout on the North Shore and taking some time to recover, to prepare for this wild card. So a lot more going on behind the scenes than probably what he was hoping for to prepare for this call-up.
Oh, for sure. I think we all saw the photos on social media. But yeah, Kai went to go surf pipe one day, and it was actually the first time he decided to wear a helmet. And, you know, sure enough, had that contact and with the reef, and wow, I mean, that helmet just absolutely split in two. So definitely saved his life. And I mean, yeah, definitely coming back from that injury is not an easy thing to do. So pretty impressive that he's actually here today and surfing in this event.
Definitely. Kai Lenny is such a warrior in all aspects of the game. Starting to run out of time, 2:50 to go. Federico out front, Barron back in first, and critical for Barron to take the lead because the guy right behind him in second on the rankings is John Florence, who was lights out in his performance today. So Barron knows that he gets knocked out in the elimination round. I mean, that yellow jersey is going to change hands. As he has a nice look at the pit here, Barron Mamiya straight into the pocket, pulls in and gets shut down on the exit.
Yeah, it's such a good read there for that wave. Just knew it was going to barrel and just really had both hands in the wall of the wave there, really slowed himself down. But that barrel just different to the ones that we've seen throughout the day. That one didn't really stay open, sort of had that crumbly section, and yeah, he just couldn't really find the exit. But Fred now sort of out the back with priority. He needs a 6, and I've got to be thinking if Fred sort of finds that wave that's going to allow more than, those 2 turns or even 2 turns, just with the way he's been attacking it and surfing, I feel like it's well within his wheelhouse to get that 6-point ride for sure.
Federico Moraes just famous for the big forehand swoop. He can combo it up vertically and switch gears well when he's got a big open face to work with. It reminds you of all the different types of waves he has to surf in Portugal that would prepare him for a wave like this. Barron's up now. Hollowed out for a moment. He'll throw that one away. And next wave setting up for Kikish. Federico Moraes wrapping comeback. Deep off the bottom and uses a lot of that rail line. Creative track there on the wrapping comeback. Trying to stick that into his top 2 as we hit the final minute.
I mean, that was a hard decision for Fred. He had priority over Kai and chose to use that. And knowing that Kai only needs a 5.33, I mean, he had to sort of go. But yeah, nervous times right now, definitely for Fred. As we have a look at this replay. And just a carving maneuver there. Maybe he thought that this wave was going to stand up a little bit more. That turn there was just a little bit funky. He just kind of hit this big wobble, but yeah, he had to use his priority. He wanted to keep Kai off the wave. But yeah, just hitting a lot of lump and bump and sort of looking a little bit out of sorts on that second maneuver there.
Yeah, did a good job to hang on, but definitely it looked like he had some turbulence to knife through. 19 seconds. Watching Kai Lenny with priority as he's hoping for a last chance to keep himself in this event. Down to the 5-second mark. Kai still searching. Left this heat with a 4.377. And he'll run out of time. So Kai Lenny eliminated from the event. Federico Moraes moves on into the round of 32 in second. And world number 1, Baron Mamiya, looking solid as he will enjoy that ride in. I'm sure there was a lot of pressure on him to perform and to make sure that he stays world number 1. He'll be heading into the beach and probably be dancing to some DJ Pang very shortly until we see him again in the round of 32. We'll take a quick break. Heat number 2 coming up next with Medina, Sammy Pupo, and Keanu Singh. We'll bring in Glenn Micro Hall and Molly Picklum in for the call right after this.
So when you made Thicker Than Water, that was the first film you ever made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is pretty insane to think about how rad that film is. You had zero experience before that.
We did, and Jack had ran a Bolex a little bit. My cousin was editing, so we had I think what you should have when you set out to make your first film, like not enough information or money. Like that's how we were. Like we had no right to do that. But then if you think about the process, it's like if I can get to the Bay of Bengal with 12 rolls of 16 and Jack, and we Tamayo Perry, Josh Bradbury, Hans Hagen, just such great guys. It'll be a fun little thing, we made it, we did it. It was almost like out of respect for the the Bruce Browns and that, you know, like we were listening, you know, we were watching. It informed us.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
Hey everybody, you're watching the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. We're getting right into action with a 3-time world champ, Gabriel Medina, coming off a big first turn. Throwing down a nice maneuver again down the stretch, and he will kick off with an early lead. But hang on, Sammy Pupo's already got an answer. Air drop controls it. Now Samuel throws down a bit of a redirect there. A lot of speed and momentum into a radical looking arc. Running out open face as well. I loved how he just fit that thing in there. Medina again. Chipping away, wave number 2, 1 maneuver section, and he is out. So we've seen the Brazilians already. Sammy and Gabe, and also a wild card representing Hawaii, and Eva Beach on the island of Oahu. Keanu Asing, a familiar face that we saw full-time on the championship tour, getting the call up from his great performance on the Challenger Series to represent himself and Hawaii in this event. Nice arc there from Anu Boy. Whoa! Little air under the board there, and he pulls it off. Whew, I gotta settle down. That was exciting. Thanks for being with us. A great time to be on set. Joe Turpel, world number 2. Molly Picklum, great coach, longtime competitor, Glenn Micro Hall. Thanks for joining us, Molly.
Thanks for having us in here.
And Glenn.
Thanks, mate.
And Molly, I was really stoked. You're the first person to pick up one of the books. Yeah.
They were all for look, right?
People think it's a decoration, but feel free.
They're real, guys.
At any time.
Yeah, I was just having a look. I mean, it's always interesting when you pick up a book about surfing because here it says 50 places to surf, and I mean, I've only been to a few places, but there could be way more.
Can you imagine how many places you've surfed? Like Glenn, have you ever thought about that?
No, I haven't actually, but yeah, it'd be good to sit back one day and do that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really thrilled to have you both in here. Obviously, your relationship is all around the world with being a coach and a surfer, but where did it all begin? Where did you meet Glenn for the first time?
I'm actually happy Glenn's in here because I feel like my story, it was like, I don't actually remember the traditional starting of ours and where it kicked off, but I remember thinking like, okay, if I want to do the surfing, obviously he was the closest coach to me and he was doing so well at the time, like leading the world in charge of coaching and winning world titles at that stage. And yeah, honestly, I just remember thinking, I don't know, did I hit you up on Instagram?
I think it was actually one of the local surfers at home that, you know, Molly was obviously a young talent and super energetic and a bit of a go-getter in whatever she did. So Riley Lang was one of the first kids to kind of give me word of, hey, like, there's this young girl, she just goes for it. And at the time, she wasn't, like, really winning things and but she just showed that enthusiasm and that intent to just go big, and that was the first thing I remember from him. And like, we only live, you know, 15 minutes apart, but the word kind of spread of this young girl who's just going big at the local beach, and yeah, and then we kind of got connected through a few mutual friends, and then yeah, like just Molly's infectious kind of character. It was like fun to work with her from then on, and I've been she's been asking questions ever since.
Non-stop.
Yeah.
What a great connection. Thanks for joining us for the call here. Medina, 6.5433 already. Keanu Asing a 6 and Sammy Pupo 4.5. You get to spend a lot of time with Samuel and Medina, but starting with Medina, Molly, what have you been able to learn from him on how he prepares for big events?
Yeah, fortunately staying in the Ripco house this year, and I mean, every season in the Hawaii, we get this house and all the athletes. So obviously Medina has been long-time Ripco athlete, and I mean, it's just crazy how much time and effort a lot of these athletes put into whether it's their craft or their body or their nutrition. And I think with Gabe, it's like he's trying to enjoy his time on the road as well and keep it real and just keep grounded, because obviously he's at a lengthy stage of his career. And yeah, it's cool to see them still have the drive and enthusiasm as what they did before.
So many great memories as well, Micro, with you and Medina, you know, from, gosh, on the qualifying series lowers. He's kind of the early parts of your coaching program with your good friend Ace, where the only guy to beat you guys was Gabe in that final. And you were runner-up, right?
Yeah, I got runner-up.
And Ace got a semifinal finish. But then the famous heat at Snapper, which when he was like the defending world champ, and you guys ended up posing for a photo together saying everything was all good, but that was headline news at the time.
Yeah, that was like, that definitely got blown out. Like, I truly admire Gabriel for who he is in and out of the water, and I always did and I always will. He's an absolute gentleman, and he's a world champ in the water. He's hungry, he's passionate, and all the traits that, and we all want to have. It's just that he's really, really good at surfing as well. So, like, when I competed against him, it was like, we were both similar-minded in the sense of, like, we're going out there to go all in on this battle, and he was just a whole lot more skilled than I was, and my way of trying to beat him wasn't through out surfing him, because he was just way better than I was. So, he's just a hungry, passionate, unbelievable surfer, and surfing against him was like just so much fun. It was probably like the heats I enjoyed the most.
It's cool because you kind of hear a similar theme here, bringing up something that pushes you more than anyone, bringing out the best in you. When I mentioned Betty Lou around you, Molly, you get pretty fired up.
Yeah, like what Glenn just said, I think when you have two athletes that, whether the talent difference or anything, it's just like the similarity they hold of being a really passionate competitor, and not just a surfer. Of course, everyone here loves surfing, but it's different when you put a jersey on and when you really find every single detail to try and win. And I think when you have two competitors that are into that and really like ready to get down and dirty and get the victory, I think you see these real confrontational and just like explosions happen in the water, but hopefully they put on a show and they're positive explosions. But no, myself and Betty Lou, I think she's just like a fierce competitor, like myself, and we have so much mutual respect. It's like we know we're helping each other by pushing each other as well, and I don't know, it's just like we enjoy that, pushing each other.
Heat of the year, Betty Lou, Molly Picklum, semifinal at Pipe. Where do we go with that, Glenn? That was one of the best things I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think I screamed at the whole heat. Was this the best heat I've ever watched in my life? It was unbelievable. Like just the conditions alone, and then Molly and Betty Lou from the first siren. It was just unbelievable. It was like complete fearless surfing that I hadn't seen before from these women, and it was so cool to watch. I think that was a win for surfing that day.
Certainly was. We're going to be celebrating that for a very long time, forever, really. Keanu Singh, we just saw come off a carve. So cool to see this man. He's such a special human being. Puts his heart into everything he's got. He had that crazy roll in France that year, where we kind of that running left sandbar for finals day. Remember how mobile we used to go for that event. He beat Medina and John to win a CT event, as we see Gabriel coming off a backside snap and stepping out, looking to better a 4.33. Well, I think Keanu would always remind everybody that he's in the mix. He loved being that kind of underdog, and he did a huge alley-oop in Rio once against Medina that kind of shocked the world at the time when, no one was backing him for the win when you looked at the numbers and the fan picks, and Keanu didn't mind that. He always knew that he was capable of beating anyone, anywhere, and that alley-oop became famous for that season. As we take another look at Medina's last wave, Molly, what'd you see here?
Yeah, I think Medina is just starting to put some salt and pepper on his turns. I think obviously being in the elimination round, no one wants to be there and everyone wants to try and get out of it. So, just staying strong on his feet, getting one turn off. And I think it's a bit of a wave catching contest out there today, just because the conditions are a little rogue and sunset. It kind of dominates you, so you got to work in with it. But nonetheless, I don't know if it'll go into his top two there.
Been trying to ask goofy footers about the backhand approach at sunset, Glenn, and I mean, you've had a 10 out here in the past. Okay. Obviously, that's a great memory. Tell me about the challenges of it, but what you can do to really score well out here.
For sure, it's a challenging wave regardless. So I think it's on par whether you're goofy or regular, in the sense of figuring out that giant ocean and putting yourself on waves with some surfing opportunity. And then, and if you're front side, you obviously just go to a big carve and you kind of can see the wave a bit clearer, and then riding the bowl in the barrel, I think that's kind of the advantage. But as a goofy footer, you watch guys like Ryan Callanan and Ace back in the day and Connor O'Leary, like they're able to square up a bit more. So there's actually some there's some advantages in there too if you really kind of try and view it that way rather than view it like you're up against it. And I think, the last few years there's been some really good backside surfing out here, and I think it's if you pick the right waves on your back end, you can square up and get big scores.
6.5 and a 5.6 for the three-time world champ out in front. Singh in second. Sammy Pupo had the 4.5 at the start of the heat, as he still holds priority, needing a 3.21. Let's catch up with world number one. Baron Mamiya is with AJ.
Baron, congratulations. I know you want to avoid that elimination round, but how did you recover from the opening round loss to get things together here in the elimination round?
Yeah, a little bit of a reality check. Just couldn't even catch a wave in my first heat. It's kind of crazy. Like the last event, I did get good all the way, and then I finally had like a complete shocker in my first round here. So yeah, it felt good to get that out of the way, you know, brush it off and just forget about it. And then it was really hard out there just now. Like it's like really hard to surf. Like it looks like it's 10 to 12 feet, but like the waves you're actually riding are like 3 to 4 feet. So it's like kind of hard to find them, but yeah, I'm stoked to squeak it.
In a situation like that, your board has to give you a lot of confidence. What are you riding out here?
Yeah, so I'm riding the same board I rode at Pipe. It's a Pipe Rook. We did some modifications. Britt's calling it the Goldie with the gold logo and stuff. So yeah, I'm super stoked on it. It worked insane at Pipe, and then I've been riding it at Sunset, and it feels really good. I just need to get some waves. But yeah, I'm stoked.
So riding the Goldie, wearing the gold yellow leader jersey, what did it feel like putting that on this morning?
Yeah, it was a pretty crazy feeling, you know. It finally actually like sunk in, like, oh yeah, I won Pipe. Like you actually did it. You weren't just, you know, dreaming of it. But yeah, you know, it's back to reality, you know, back to comp mode, and it was a nice little reality check to get smoked in my first heat. Kind of put me back in like, okay, like you're back in a comp, like forget about the last comp and just, you know, keep it rolling and focus on what's in front of you, and that's kind of what I did, and yeah.
Worked out. We'll see you in the round of 32.
Right on. Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Yeah, we're happy for Baron that it wasn't one of those stories of winning the event and then out in the elimination round. That happens a lot in pro surfing. And Baron is able to get that check in the opening round and then competed really well with 11-point total to move on into the round of 32. Meanwhile, just had some action. Gabriel Medina just got another wave. Let's see what happened here, Molly.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's just trying to better his scores and get out of this elimination round. We saw him tag this, and then, I mean, it's so hard, Sunset, because as soon as you get near the whitewater, it just explodes you off. But I feel like that's real uncharacteristic for Gabriel. I feel like he's normally cat-like and makes everything. Here's Samuel.
Sammy trying to throw down an arc right there. This is his second scoring wave of the matchup. And that was a pretty wild section as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's like nearly the humor in Sunset is exactly what that wave looked like for Samuel, because I feel we all have moments that feel like that out Sunset, and it's just a part of it. Like, you feel like, oh, I'm a professional surfer, but you fall off doing, like, getting to your feet sometimes out here, and I've seen everyone do it. So it's definitely an interesting and humbling wave.
It's always great to get insight, too, from what you do when you watch it on land to compare to what it is like in the water. And Micro, you were just out there doing some caddying responsibilities for Rio White. As soon as you came in, it was like a whole different story once you got out there compared to what you're watching on the beach.
For sure, and I think, yeah, being out there with Rio was just eye-opening, and just the feeling, the energy of the ocean. Like, we were in the channel copping some proper slabs on the head, which is just like, we're completely in the channel, and there's these big dumpers that we're duck diving, and it's like you can see there, but it's just like, you realise how much energy there is in that ocean. To just be in position is one thing, to like where the wash throughs, and then keep an eye on your landmarks and see where you are and get yourself in a position to be on waves. That's the biggest challenge of Sunset, I think.
And also for caddies, you know, you've got to pick a caddy that's willing to get smoked, potentially along with you.
Yeah, I feel like it's such a good point. We were talking about it before. Like, the jet skis, they obviously help them out if the competitors aren't using the jet ski with the caddies, if you break a board and they have to swap. But meanwhile, while the surfer's gone to the caddy, grabbed a snap board, like, the other caddy's bolting in as fast as they can to grab up the next backup surfboard to then get back out in the channel and have it there for you. So it's definitely, caddies, you got to be smart about it. And luckily, Glenn's still fit as anything.
Super
and
fit.
paddles way faster than I do.
What do you bring with you, Glenn, when you're caddying? Like, what are you prepared with?
As in equipment?
Beyond backup board, do you have anything else?
No, you just kind of go, you know, you get prepared to do the bolt, like Molly said, and you've got to be prepared to get in and back out. So the other backup board's on the beach ready to go. You're straight over Val's Reef and straight back out there, and it's you just wear your wetsuit, wear your boardies. It's actually freezing out there today. Everyone was so cold, but it's you're just kind of sitting there on call, ready to go if something happens, and then you do get little moments within the heat where you get to communicate with your surfer and give them anything that you see that can give them a little tip on the way back as they're paddling back out or going past the ski, and it's cool. It's a bit more interactive. It's actually super helpful.
Really love it. Enjoying our chat with Glenn Hall, coach of Molly Picklum, world number 2, as we enjoy the action in elimination round. Heat number 2, Medina out front, enjoying this gorgeous day on the North Shore of Oahu. We'll be right back. Great day on the North Shore of Oahu, but we are still buzzing from how we kicked off the season. Just down the road at a wave called Pipeline, and we got a 10-point ride. First of Molly Picklum's career. Locked in, got blown out into the channel. An easy call for a 10-point ride. Getting the Yeti Tundra filled with Yeti goodies. Molly, I got to call it. What about you? How about that, your first 10 of your career?
Yeah, I think for me, I've said it 100 times, but I think a 10-out Pipeline feels really fitting for me, just because of how much time and effort and energy I've put in to kind of figuring out that whole wave and backside barrel riding, and I'm still so far from where I want to be, but nonetheless, it's a pretty cool opportunity, and I don't know, that day was just really, really special.
Did it feel like a 10 as soon as you kicked out? Were you even thinking numbers at that point, or was it just pure joy of getting a bomb like that?
Yeah, it was just pure joy. I was like so in what the wave was doing and trying to make it and trying to make the heat and just enjoy the situation I was in. And I just knew that it was going to help my situation to try and make the heat, so I was all pumped on that. But I definitely didn't think it was going to be a 10 just because I was in the moment. Like, I just didn't even think about it.
It's magic. Sometimes it's hard to talk about your own strengths. So I'm going to have Micro do it for you. Seeing Molly's growth in waves like that since you guys first started working together, how do you break that down?
Yeah, it's like we had a really good chat the following day after Sammy.
Yeah, we'll get back to that. Sammy Pupo, an important ride. Nice swoop to start, Glenn.
Yeah, you got a good section here. Oh, that was such a nice wrap. That was his boards look incredible.
JS Industries this year. And how about this angle, Molly? What'd you think?
Yeah, again, I think Sammy just trying to push his scores a bit further away from last place there. But, I mean, the turn's good. His equipment looks magic and he looks connected. Real nice out there.
So powerful, really strong, has accomplished a lot in a short period of time. Remember, got sent to the Challenger Series, was heartbroken with that news. You can have empathy for that. And then had to come back to get himself back on tour. He made it so dramatic, though. He won Snapper and then couldn't win a heat for a while. It was actually really stressful watching when it came down to Sakurama, Micro.
For sure, yeah. Like there's a lot of heartbreak stories of qualification or re-qualification on the QS in the old day or the Challenger Series now. There's a lot of stories. You start out strong and then you got to back it up for the year, and it's tough. The caliber of surfers on the Challenger Series now is unbelievable. There's a whole schedule of surfers that anyone can beat anyone, and that's genuinely and it's a testament to the passion people have for surfing all around the world, and it's good to watch. Those events are so fun to watch because you've got crew you've never heard of just going absolutely mad, and then you've got these Sammy Pupos up there trying to make heats to make the tour. It's pretty cool.
We've got Sammy up again trying to get out of third position. Not at speed there and knifes it. Great read on that section. They'll try to track down some open face and he'll step out. So Pupo, wave previous 4.47. Right there needs a 5.11 to take second off Keanu Singh. So he's got the great time, little lean back hack off that lip line molly. That was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Samuel's repertoire is crazy. He's honestly got everything in there to make a score happen. And here he's on the inside of the bowl, just trying to get any bit of score to just keep pushing away from Keanu here. And then he obviously commits that turn. And I think today too, I guess all my watching, I probably noticed that the judges were really enjoying the surfers that committed completely into each section. And there he did quite fine of that. So it'll be interesting to see what this score comes in at, whether they're going to mark it as one major manoeuvre added in with that carve before it, but that was a pretty committed turn.
Enjoyed it, and it's a reliable turn for the natural footers out at Sunset. Kind of that lean back approach, not completely laid back, but doing it on a critical section. So judges will make their comparisons to see if it's enough to take second off Keanu Singh. So Keanu, a well-prepared wild card and an interesting part of his career. Just got a really cool job opportunity with a brand that he's been working with for a very long time. He's a father now and, represents Eva Beach and Hawaii for his life, but he's been hanging a lot in San Clemente. He's got a baby girl, now a baby boy on the way.
He's such a good dad, Keanu.
Oh, he's the best, isn't he?
He's just such good vibes and such a legend to be around, always positive, always trying to look at the good side of life.
He really is. He always had his quotes that one of them he'd say in his post-seat interviews. And
that one.
That was, oh, yeah. Glenn, you can really relate to having that spirit to take down the giants of the tour. Micro, from a coaching lens, break down this heat check for me. What have we seen so far?
Yeah, I think it's definitely shown that Gabby has come out swinging after his first round loss, and yeah, it looked like he adjusted boards from what I could see too, and he's clearly fired up and made the adjustments needed to be getting scores. I think he fell on one wave, which would have been a huge number, but and then Keanu and Sammy are actually having quite a decent heat. It's just I think Keanu just needs to find that one bigger wave through the bowl, and it's going to be a real tight battle for second. But yeah, like you said, Keanu's doing it for the little guys. I love it. I'm always cheering for the little fellas.
I mean, it's pretty cool that I just love your personality, Glenn, first of all, but also embracing your nickname from your childhood, Micro, and then now that's the name of your surf academy, and it kind of has a lot of rad meaning because it just reminds you to believe in yourself, to be proud of who you are, and you can take down some huge names no matter what your size is, as we see Keanu fly out of the sky going for a Hail Mary type finishing move.
That was exactly what he needed. A 383, if he made that, it would have been right there.
Yeah, I think you just got to embrace who you are. It's like, we're all different and we all have different passions and beliefs, and we're all different shapes and sizes. So it's, just embrace who you are, and it's Keanu's representing one of the little ones.
Love it. And I love that we have a chance to catch up with you both at the same time, because the coaching role is really unique, with surfers, and obviously very important these days. It kind of in the old days, sometimes you didn't hear about it too much, but now it's really cool to see how these coaching corners really work. But it's not like a different sport where you might see your coach in practice in the game and that's it. You guys are traveling the world together. So how does that dynamic work from coaching, but also being a good friend as well?
I agree. I think as a rookie and growing and learning all about this sport and being on tour for a few years, it's like, it's something I'm learning of how important it is. And, you know, at the end of the day, like, Glenn probably spends more time with me than his own family. So it's definitely crucial to make sure our relationship's fun and loving and kind-hearted. Here goes Gabriel to finish up this heat.
Wrap right there for Medina, still out in front, trying to better a 5.6. Wow, crushes that big section with a hack. Remember, he got clipped on riding out of what Glenn was telling me probably would have been an 8, so definitely made an adjustment to ride out clean. Sammy Pupo's turn. Nice, cool-looking forehand gouge.
These boys are ripping. Samuel wants his heat so bad.
These two obviously spending a lot of time together, sharing the same major sponsor. Sammy and Medina hoping to avoid elimination. But a local boy, Keanu Singh's got priority and still a minute 20 to go, Glenn.
Yeah, it's not over. It's like Sammy's actually definitely showing he's all in, and he's got the passion, and he's actually ripping as well. He just hasn't had that one big closeout moment like he's 5.33, but Keanu doesn't need a big score, so yeah, it's going to come right down the wire here. And at sunset, he's got a big ocean to go and find one little wave. It's pretty full on. If there's ever a tough spot to do it, it's sunset, but Keanu he'll have belief. I know that.
Gabriel Medina 7.33 on the last. Really impressive on that finishing move. Sammy Pupo still standing by for his number to really see what Keanu will be chasing. He's going to go for it now. Singh stops that big drop and just a little bit behind.
It's always a tricky decision at the end of a heat when you're like, time's ticking down right to the wire, and then obviously you got to make a decision whether the wave's got your score in it or not. But as we saw there, unfortunately, that wave did not pan out for Keanu.
Tough one for Keanu, down to 15 seconds. It's always a pleasure hanging out with Keanu Singh. Always love seeing him in the CT jersey. Famous for big things like that win at the Quicksilver Pro France over John and Medina on that finals day. And my favorite part, just being a great human. Keanu Singh will end up being eliminated here in heat number 2 of the elimination round. Sammy Pupo and Medina will be reseeded into the round of 32. Molly Picklum, Glenn Micro Hall, can't thank you guys enough for joining me today.
Thank you. It was short but sweet, Joe.
Yeah, it was great.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Let's do this more often. And if you want to take that book for the afternoon, just bring it back.
I need another book.
No, you're welcome. Take that one with you, and we'll take you guys to break.
Let's do it.
Thanks, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
Good one, you guys. Take care. Coming up next, Ian Gentile, Ramsey Bookham, and David Silva bringing Kaipu and Jesse for the call.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL, by Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Pacifico. Live life anchors up.
Back at Sunset Beach, Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, Gabe Medina just survived the elimination round, moving into the round of 32 along with Sammy Pupo. We got another heat in the water. Ian Gentile, Ramsey Bukhayam, and David Silva, DVD, out there third in this elimination round, eliminated from competition, and take away a 33rd, which is a no-go in the world of the World Surf League. Hi, I'm Kai Pagura, along with Jesse Mendes, former CT surfer. This is the nitty-gritty. Last couple heats of the day, we're going to see 2 more surfers eliminated from competition.
I know, it's a dramatic afternoon for whoever's on those heats. And the last 2 heats look very stacked, and you don't want to go home being the only 4 people that lost. And the difference of points is dramatic there, so yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, paltry points for an equal 33rd when we're talking about elimination here, Amir. 265 points, and with a maximum of 10,000 points for win, that 265 is a straight throwaway, and that will not keep you on tour. So big stakes here for our surfers. And we just got one wave ridden so far by Ian Gentile, 2023 Rookie of the Year. He's out there in the red jersey, 27 years old, out of Paia Maui. Put up a 2.33. DVD, David Silva, up and out for the Brazilian. 4th year on tour for David Silva, 28 years old, representing Guarujá, Brazil.
Yeah, I've been noticing the last few heats more and more energy with the new swell filling in and actually moving a little bit more to the channel with that north direction. And you actually see the surfers having to adjust the position right there and sitting closer to the channel, and Ramsey up and riding.
Ramsey looking to hammer the lip there. Runs out of steam. Ramsey Bukhayam, 30-year-old out of Morocco. And Ramsey being the replacement for Felipe Toledo. So Ramsey's going to be on for the rest of the tour. Ramsey looking to make that mid-season cut and have his first full season on the championship tour. This is his 4th career CT event. Ramsey taking away a 9th at Pipeline, so a decent start for Ramsey, who you would consider a rookie. Although technically he did qualify for the 2023 championship tour, but that ankle injury kept him out of competition for that year. So good to see Ramsey back healthy and fit and ready to go.
Yeah, it's nice to see him having an opportunity. See the surfers kind of, David is actually paddling in right now. On the other hand, you see both of the other opponents just paddling out, trying to position themselves, a lot of water moving, very tricky.
And Jesse, tricky with the incoming swell, correct?
Yeah, it's like the more water pushing down the lineup, it just gets harder for you to position yourself. More work as well as far as fatigue, like you get more tired because you have so much water moving down and you're constantly paddling, and Ian up and riding.
Ian Gentile, and again, you can see the water working up against itself. At Sunset Beach, you know, there's the exit point, all this energy's coming in through Sunset proper, and then all that water needs to go somewhere. So where does it go? It goes cross shore on the shoreline, and then the current actually sucks out through that deep channel right there out towards the next break on the left of your screen, Camiland. So that creation of that opposing incoming swell but outgoing rip through the channel just makes the wave really difficult to catch and to surf.
Yes, and the more water moving, the harder it will be, mostly on the end bow. Like the end bow gets so messy and gets just very bouncy. And it goes into deep water, so it's just a tricky wave to ride on a cleaner day, and today being more challenging for sure.
That channel right there, created by centuries of freshwater runoff from the Paumalu stream. And that's why we call this break in Hawaiian Paumalu. There's our 3-time world champ, Gabe Medina, survived the elimination round. We'll see him in the round of 32. Get some time with the fans right here on the beach.
Yeah, great heat for Gabriel right there. Very smart. Actually capitalizing on that heat in the first 5 minutes. He already had 2 scores back-to-back. Was not comfortable in the heat because the heat was pretty close the whole time, but he was always sitting in front and always with the edge.
And you know Gabe much better than I do, Jesse, but I see Gabe last year and even into this year as a more fun-loving, relaxed Gabe Medina.
Definitely, you're not mistaken. Actually, was in the athletes area just about 20 minutes ago, and before his heat pedal out, he was actually having a conversation with Miggy and Adriana, and usually you don't see that type of Gabriel. You know, usually he'll be on his own with headphones, and he was talking to them, having a laugh, and he actually mentioned, "Oh, I gotta go," and he ran and grabbed his jersey to paddle out. Because it also takes about 10 minutes for you to paddle out here. It's like that rip that you mentioned, it makes it tricky for you to come up, even though it helps you a little bit, but it's so messy there that it's hard to engage like even the paddle to come outside. So it takes you quite a lot of time to get out there.
Yeah, Ian Gentile shared a funny story at the Lexus WSL Awards. He's the Rookie of the Year, but he was looking back on some of the mistakes that he made through the year. And one of them was showing up late and paddling out late to Sunset, where he kind of didn't give him a chance because the other competitors already had his number by the time he got out there.
Yeah, and he mentioned also that it was against John, which is probably
the worst guy.
Yeah, the worst guy for you to have out here. But he learned the hard way, and he went on the year to do great and have amazing results and be the Rookie of the Year. But I'm pretty sure nowadays he probably gives himself about 10 minutes extra.
Yeah. Well, he's had a great start to the season as we look at our championship tour leaderboard for the men. He's in number 3 with that semifinal finish over at Pipeline. Connor O'Leary, another surfer with a great start to this season. And then, of course, we've got our 2 front runners, Baron Mamiya and John Florence up there, both still in competition here. Let's hear from the 3-time world champ, Gabe Medina.
Gabe, it's never easy to have to surf in that elimination round, but you came out there, made a statement. How did you recover, get ready for this elimination round after the opening round?
Yeah, after the opening round was tough because it's hard to lose the first heat. You know, you feel bad and you start thinking what went wrong. And but yeah, I mean, I tried to keep focus. I know it's challenge out there. It's one of those days, you know, and yeah, I'm happy to make it through, you know. Hopefully I can get better waves in my next round, and feels good to, I didn't spend much time here, you know, like it's been flat and then went so big, so I didn't spend much time here, so I'm looking for make some hits and spend more time and get the rhythm.
Knowing that you didn't have as many practices out here as you would have liked, that 7.33 had to feel really good to have that be the way you ended your elimination round. Walk us through that wave.
Yeah, that was a nice one. Everyone is kind of looking for that wall, you know, and I could find on my last one, and I fell off in a good one as well. I felt like it was going to be a good one, but yeah, it is what it is. I'm just happy to make through. As I say, today is really challenge out there, and yeah, hopefully I can keep going.
E para o Brasil não é fácil competir no Elimination Round, mas você estava competindo em Championship Tour por muitos anos. Como você trabalhou seu mindset?
Português. O segundo round é um round que ninguém gosta, né? Mas tem que estar preparado para qualquer situação, transformar, né, as coisas que parecem ruins em coisas boas, né? Mais uma oportunidade de surfar lá, aprender mais. E é isso, deu tudo certo agora. Agora o próximo round é isso, tentar pegar uma das melhores e, se Deus quiser, vai dar tudo certo. E é isso, obrigado, senhor, por mais um dia. O dia tá lindo. É isso, vamos para o próximo.
Parabéns, see you in the round of 32.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Gabe Medina. What do you say?
AJ asked him, how do you prepare? You've been on tour for so long, and obviously it's not easy to be on second round, and those guys are not really used to being on second round. And he said it's tough. It doesn't feel good to be in second round, but I guess you just got to take the positive sides of things and reset and keep on going. And he's stoked. Thank God for the beautiful day, and that was it.
It's good thanking God for the beautiful day. I like that. Replay here of DVD David Silva.
Yeah, just what we were mentioning about, see how much bump there is in that wave is way close to the channel, so it just gets very tricky to navigate, and nothing much he could have done right there. Made the most of what he had, but just all that water coming out, like you mentioned, going to Cami Land just makes it very turbulent and just hard to ride.
So David Silva, he's riding Slater Designs. Likely he's going to be on a step-up model from Slater Designs, a model that it was a collab between Wade Tokoro and Slater Designs, the Houdini model, likely what David's riding. But to Gabe Medina, well, we're going to get to that because Ramsey is up and looking for a spot to hook a lip right there. So nice snap there for Ramsey, so we'll see the score. But for Gabe Medina, usually he's riding Johnny Cabianca Designs, but did you notice, is he on a Cabianca or on a Tokoro today?
I didn't notice, but he tends to ride Tokoros here in Hawaii. Like the past, as long as I can remember, he usually rides Tokoros here in Hawaii. But I did not notice, I didn't really see him around with the board. Caddy had the board way before him on the beach already.
Yeah.
And we almost saw it right there.
We almost...
Right there.
It is, okay. So confirmation from the field. So Gabe Medina, just much like his boards at Pipeline, riding Tokoro Designs here. He got a big quiver of Tokoros when he arrived in Hawaiian Islands. Had to drive to the east side, Kahaluu, pick him up over there at the factory. But works well for him, and he's developed a great relationship with that factory over the years.
Yeah, and the advantage of having someone like Wade in your corner is the fact that he knows this wave so well, and he actually tries the boards himself because he's an amazing surfer. Mostly out at Pipeline, one of the best surfers from his generation at Pipeline. Such a charger, so he knows exactly how a board should feel out here, and him himself just give him the feedback and develop on the boards, and Gabriel taking advantage of that.
Ian Gentile swinging into mayhem through a nice carve there. Hits the deep water of the channel, dives off of the board. He's going to get a score in his score line to increase his heat total. Off the bottom, chatter there, but a snap off the top for David Silva. One more time, vertical for the finish. So Silva picking up steam here, had a 3.17 on his last wave. Did well to connect the dots there on wave number 3 for David Silva. We can see him on the paddle back out here.
Yeah, impressive second bottom turn right there, able to really pivot off the back foot, and that second section into the channel is so hard for you to find it because it goes beyond vertical and it goes flat, like very tight, and then it goes flat very quick. So it was impressive of him to actually be able to find that second turn and come out clean. So good surfing there for him. And here you see Ian, beautiful opening carve right here. Like there's turns that you have the backwash give you advantage, and that was one of them. Just a lot of spray, a lot of drive draw the turn, and you see David here on the wave behind. Nice setup right here, great first turn, and this is what I'm saying right there. Beautiful second bottom turn, just going very vertical. Even though it wasn't that critical of a turn, it was just very hard to manage to do that. Nice first opening right here. And he starts to notice that the wave is going to be very pockety and die out right after, and he pivots off his back foot and goes way beyond vertical right there.
Yeah.
And just lands it. See how the waves disappear and dissipates? It's so hard for you to fit your board through that section. That was impressive of him, and I'm going to get a little bit more of a score because of that second turn.
Yeah, 4.67 for David Silva, 4.67 for Ian Gentile, both of them splitting the difference on their that backhand approach. We really got to see, you know, and show the whole world his backhand approach. 2021, when he had a runner-up finish to Jack Robinson over at Barra de la Cruz in Mexico, that right-hand sand point break, and David Silva just absolutely shredded that wave, heat after heat after heat. And what I was so impressed with in his surfing at that event, Jesse, is his impeccable timing, that he was able to really stall his long bottom turns and really pick the point on the lip to come off the top.
Yeah, it's impressive. His technique, I remember actually Callie mentioning after that, he said, I mean, we'll go back to that after Ramsey's wave.
Here we go. Ramsey fades this one, and just a little chippy snap there. Bit of warble on the face, and rightfully he just gives up on that wave. That wave just did not provide any kind of like open face or opportunity right there. You could see it was a wonky one from the beginning.
Yeah, it was like a little smaller wave, so it like missed that the shallow shelf of the reef and just went into nothing, just deep water right there. But yeah, back to Kelly. He mentioned after that event, he was like, he probably has the most lethal backhand snap on tour right now. Like as far as just a strong snap, and he takes advantage of that every time he has an opportunity. Just very consistent overall.
And when we talk about David, he's also he's had to grind. You know, in last year, 2023, on the Challenger Series, he was the last guy to make the cut onto the championship tour. He never gave up. He put his all in every heat. You could see when he did lose throughout the whole Challenger Series, like he took it hard, you know, and he came back fighting over and over again. And that roller coaster right there to survive is really, really, it's impressive for these surfers that have to go through these highs and lows to try to requalify.
Totally, and also he didn't get actually a decent, good result until his win at Ericeira.
Yeah.
So it was a tough year for him, a lot of losses, but he was able to bounce back every time and capitalize on the last 2 events because that was enough for him.
And you know the feeling, Jesse. I remember you winning an event in Cascais, and you had a famous speech on. You said, "I'm back," after being off of competition for a while, coming back and winning. So you've had that feeling yourself.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like it's a lot that goes on, a lot of commitment that is behind the jersey that no one sees it, and yeah, it's just I guess sometimes you let it all out and. For him, it worked out in that end bit, and it's good to see guys that are strong-minded to actually have such a shocker of a year and somehow bounce back in the end, you know? And I'm stoked for him because he has another crack here on tour.
I'm stoked for him, too. He's out in the lead. David Silva with a 4.67 and a 3.17. Ian Gentile currently in second place. Ramsey looking for a 5-point ride to come back. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat after this. WSL Fantasy, make sure to lock in your team before the start of the round of 32. What a slash off the top as we come back to live action by Ian Gentile, the Maui boy. Right behind him, David Silva winding up off the bottom, hooking it off the top. Silva again, long bottom turn, hitting the deep water of the channel before kicking out. Silva currently in the lead. Ian Gentile currently in second place is Kai Pagura along with Jesse Mendez on the call here. Heat number 3 of 4 total heats that will run today in this elimination round.
Yeah, that was an amazing turn from Ian, and both pretty similar rides, but just different in contrast, like 2 one big turn waves. But definitely Ian getting the knot on that one with a lot of spark. Like Ian has this thing on him. He's able to like sometimes be light on his foot and just apply pressure when needed on the turn. And it kind of impresses you more than you expect. Like he gives that like 10% more on the turn that you're like thinking that he was going to do it. Mostly out here at Sunset, important place for you to do that and make your turn look big.
Let's take another look at it.
Yeah, right here. Check this out. Like just light on his foot right there and just right there, just pushing off his back foot and driving through the turn with his fins. And yeah, amazing turn right there for Ian. Right here, right on the money right there. Having some release on that fin, which is very hard to control out here. And that's all because the pressure he was applying on the bottom turn. Very light on his foot, and as soon as he hit the part that he was actually needed to do the turn, he applied all that weight on his back foot and just jammed right there. That was a huge turn for Ian, and yeah, judges love that.
There you go, 7-point ride for Ian Gentile. That 6.8, that 7.5 got thrown away. The high and low average out the other 7. Flat 7 was easy math there for Ian Gentile and the lead. Here's David Silva on the replay.
And right here, a different contrast. Like actually, probably even he put it more pressure in it, but just not the spark wasn't there. So maybe the wave wasn't as clean as Ian's. That's why it kind of like didn't explode as much as he was hoping for. But that was the difference in between the turns. And yeah, most likely he's going to get way less rewarded than what Ian got.
And he did. 3.57 for David Silva. So Silva maintains a strong second place. Gentile here currently leading the heat. And picks off another one. Getting a turn there, looking to replace a 4.67. Really the story at this point, as we see a support squad on the beach. Ian Gentile, like with that strong lead. Here we go with Ramsey and catching up with the end of that wave. So we'll figure out what happened with Ramsey. He did have priority. He used his priority. He needs a 6.24. And we'll see if he did enough on that last wave and that use of priority.
Yeah, and you see such a different scores and drastic difference on both of them, but similar waves. So that's just all props to Ian on the timing and the pressure that he managed to put on the right time and the right spot. And you see Ramsey right here taking off on the whitewash. Just off timed a little bit because he had to take off on the bottom turn already. That's just bad timing right there for him.
Yeah, 2.5-point ride for Ramsey. He remains in third place. Under 5 minutes remaining. And Ramsey needs to get busy. I noticed in the channel, it looked like Billy Kemper assisting, being the water caddy for Ramsey. So he's in good hands as far as a coach and a water caddy. Here we go. Silva. Long arc snap. That's all he's going to get. These waves seem way in the channel right now. Jesse, can you talk to us a little bit about what's going on in there in the lineup?
Yeah, it's crazy. Just this north swell, it does that. It really shifts them over, and it's gaining power, so it's even more down the point right now. And what that does, it's a one-turn wonder, sometimes a barrel. If you find 2 turns, it's almost like like 2 solid turns, right? Like most of them, you saw one big turn in that second, just in the channel type of turn. And yeah, it's just tricky right now. You really got to pick and choose the right waves to give you that big opportunity.
And I feel because of the angle and the shorter period, you don't have the waves that really connect further up the reef. There are north swells with a longer period that the waves will connect way up on top of the reef, and that's really when sunset turns into a point. But not really the case at this moment.
Yeah, you're right, Kaipo. And it's just like 2 separate points. Like there's the way deep one that you're mentioning, the north one, that once it's lined up, you can take off there and actually run all the way through, which is the ideal right here for sunset. At least in my opinion, it's my favorite type of surf here. It's when it's north and like with the solid swell. But now it's breaking out the back, but because the period is so low, it's just kind of disappearing and reforming underneath in the channel. And it's only giving them like a split second to actually take off and do one big turn, and it's kind of into the channel in deep water. So not easy right there for them.
Yeah, you can see the whitewater lines. You can see the the peak further up the point, but not like one continuous line from the point through this inside section. Look at this one. Oh my goodness. That one was a miss right there for David Silva. One of the waves with a little bit of a longer wall. Here we go, Ian Gentile way deep on this one. He's going to get around this whitewater, no problem. Nice carve there, clean rails. Big snap there for Ian Gentile, unloading on that second turn. So he found some clean water out there and put in a dynamite turn.
Yeah, once again, just perfect timing, perfect application of pressure on the right time, right place, and yeah, he's doing very good in this heat, surfing well, surfing light. Doesn't seem like he is heavy shoulder, like, you know, with the pressure of being in the second round. And as you see right here, just beginning a little flat of a section, just carving it through, but being calm and smart. Right there, just on the money. Not the most critical section, but still very hard to do it, very technical, and getting more than you expect on that wave.
So Jesse, it's a bummer to be in the elimination round, but if you're someone like Ian Gentile and have a good run in the elimination round, can that actually help your head and help your confidence going into the next round, the round of 32?
Yes, obviously. You come, like I think Gabriel actually mentioned, it's like you start, when you go to the second round, you ask yourself, like, what am I doing wrong? So, like, definitely your confidence goes down. But here, on a day like today, the scores that he has, and might even improve more on the second, on the next one, it's definitely a booster of confidence for the next round, and you actually get to find your feet on the board and get the lineup dialed a little bit more. It's, yeah, a lot of benefits about it.
Yeah, I like it. I think you're proving to yourself that you can make numbers happen. Ian Gentile with a 7-point ride and a flat 6. So Gentile, 13-point heat total. So a strong showing for Ian in this elimination round.
Yep. And as much as it's very hard right now, Kaipo, the good thing about it is that it's also very simple in the competitor's mind, because you only need one big turn. Like you see in this heat, Ian has a 7 and a 6, and basically 80% of those points came from that one turn he got. So it's simple in their head. It's just a little hard to execute because it's hard to find waves right now. But it's as much as Ramsey's behind 5.7, he's one turn away from that.
Yeah. We talked about the time bandit, however, at Sunset Beach. Ramsey sitting with priority for a long time, and now the clock has come down to just 5 seconds. He's going to have to whip it on this one, and unfortunately, Ramsey eliminated from competition. David Silva and Ian Gentile with a strong showing moving into the round of 32. We'll be back with the final heat of the day when we return. Callum Robson, Seth Moniz, Cade Matson, all out in the lineup. Back at Sunset Beach, last heat of the opening day here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach Elimination Round. Heat number 4, Callum Robson, Seth Moniz, Cade Matson out in the lineups. 3 regular foots, and one of these 3 are going to be eliminated from competition. Kaipo Guerrero along with another goofy foot, Jesse Mendez. Last heat of the day, and this is a good one. This is a tale of kind of your mid kind of career. Callum Robson just on his 3rd season on the championship tour. Seth Moniz, who at 26 years old, you feel like he's almost a veteran, 5th go around on the championship tour. And then the rookie out of San Clemente, California, Big Cade Matson. So 3 just, I mean, and different builds in all these 3 surfers, but the one thing that all these 3 surfers have in common is that they're what you would consider power surfers when it comes to rail surfing, Jesse.
Yes, totally. That's a good contrast of as far as career paths go, different stages of life, and we see here Callum up and riding.
Robson, seam in that wave right there hinders him from any real surf ability on that. Cade Matson, and Cade just having some traction issue right there, slipping off his board, setting up Seth Moniz with priority. So a couple of fractional scores, non-scores basically moving in right now for both Robson and Matson.
Yeah, it looks like Seth is having a look on this double up here. He's going to go for it.
Here we go with Seth Moniz, the Hawaiian from Kuli'o'o, east side of Oahu. Nice carve there, up in the lip there, and goes down, and that hurts.
Yeah, it does. That's what I love about Seth, though. Like, he never pulls back, no matter the situation of the heat, no matter what's going on. He always goes 120%, and that was a big section. He was going to get very rewarded, and he kind of had to do that because that was kind of his own. The section sometimes is so big and so powerful that you actually just have to try and match the power with, because if you try and go small, you're just going to get Ethan. And yeah, that's what happened right there, unfortunately for him, but he's going to swing another time.
Set a high sidebar there with Seth's career at Sunset, quarterfinals 2022, 9th place last year here at Sunset. When we look at Seth and his heat winning percentage for Sunset, he's split right down the middle. 50% heat winning percentage for Seth Moniz. He's surfed 8 heats here in the past 2 CTs and won 4 of them. He has had 1 excellent score in competition in the last couple of CTs out here. He had an 8.33. So he's hit the mark of excellent out here, and he would love to replicate that kind of performance in this heat and ensure himself. 8.33 right now is definitely going to get you through the heat.
Yes, it's a big chance, this Kaipo, because you see the previous heat, an 8.33, you'd have actually got second with only 1 wave. So, yeah, it's not easy. Mostly, right, the last, 2 heats, it's been very tricky. It's like 1-turn wonders. But the surfers have been making the most of it, and Callum Robson up and riding.
Robson off the bottom. Nice long bomb. Top, looking for 1 more. Little hook under the lip there, so well executed just by the placement of the turns, and more so, Jesse, just to hang on through that one.
Yeah, and it's because I'm going to sound like a broken record, but that's basically what's going on right now. It's so hard to do that last turn because it gets so tight and it goes into very deep water, so it's almost like it gets very tricky for you to fit your board in, and mostly because those guys, you're surfing Sunset, you're riding way bigger boards than the usual break. So it's even harder for you to fit the board in there. But great effort there for Colin. First turn was very big, right on the spot. Turned a lot of water. And we're going to see the replay right here. As you see, it just solid on his foot as usual. Great bottom turn, and right there. Great timing with the backwash, so that helps you actually get the maneuver a bit of a 10% more than it should have. And the second turn was just like survive, because I know I needed like an average score right now. It's the beginning of the heat, and yeah, smart surfing for him overall. But just see what I mentioned, like it gets very tight and then it goes flat, like it goes completely dead the wave. It's just a tricky section to hit.
It's so easy to catch a rail right at the end of that. 5.5 checks in with Callum Robson. Let's hear from Ian Gentile. Did a great job and avoid elimination. We'll see him in the round of 32.
Yeah, Kaipo, we certainly will see him in the round of 32. Ian, I know it's never the round that you want to surf in with the elimination round, but how did you recover, get ready, and come out and surf a great heat?
Yeah, I've actually been in quite a bit of the elimination rounds. I got to figure out what's going on with that because I seem to perform a lot better like after the first heat, and so yeah, that's something I need to work on. But happy to just be able to just erase the first heat from memory and get back out there. It's pretty tricky, but I was trying to make the most of it and kept rolling until it worked out.
Despite how tricky it was, you found 2 pretty good scores in there. Walk me through what you saw in those waves that you were able to find those.
I got my best one in second priority, and I was hoping he wasn't going to go. I knew like it was the only one that had that look like it was going to bowl at least for one turn, and then he kind of just like looked at it, and I was like, oh, I'm going. And yeah, that was the only obvious pick. The rest I was just going. I was just rolling and seeing how it went, you know. It's not perfect, but there's still some opportunity out there.
We've heard all day just how tricky Sunset is, how many different moods this wave has. What did you learn today that you hope will help you in the round of 32?
Just keep rolling.
All right, keep on rolling. We'll send it back to you, Kaipo.
That's right. You know that. Run DMC said it's tricky out here at Sunset. But during that interview, we saw Seth Moniz able to find a barrel. And Moniz was patient with his priority, waited out there, and found a tube ride. So let's take a look at some of these replays, starting with Seth.
Yeah, just that inside bowl that usually provides on this north swells, and if there's someone that is happy about this north swell to come in the next few days, that's Seth. And just perfect read him. A lot of bumps. You see his rail trying to disengage a lot of times, got some air under his board actually inside the barrel. So that was very critical from Seth. It's gonna look like, I think it's gonna be a good score.
Nothing like a paddle battle. Here we go with Callum Robson and Cade Madsen racing to get second priority at the peak, waiting for the score for Seth Moniz. Seth Moniz already established priority, and now the fun part. Fun to watch. Probably not that fun to paddle in. Been in many paddle battles, Jesse?
Yeah, I've been in a few, and man, it's so bad once you get out the back. Your heart's just about to drop, and you have no air. So you're just hoping actually there's a break of waves for like 2 minutes so you can regroup. But it seems like Cade has already given up right there. Callum has the priority. So yeah, they're going to be tired right now.
And they will get a little bit of a breather as there is a bit of a lull. Score comes in for Seth Moniz on that barrel that we were watching through the replay. A 5.7 for Moniz. He goes to first. Callum Robson drops to second place. Cade Madsen now looking for 4.18 to get into that second and advancing position. We've got plenty of time on the clock, however, 20 minutes.
Yeah, good timing for Seth to get that wave and come back with priority. So now he sits with the best wave of the heat and has priority, so he can kind of, not safe yet, obviously, still early stages and only one score, but definitely gives you an advantage and gives you more of a peace of mind, and you can actually react more calmly and make better decisions throughout the heat.
Yeah. Now it's called, with the lead and priority, you have heat control, so you're able to control now a little bit of the tempo. Of course, you talked about the short period. It's pretty consistent. There's a lot of waves breaking. Maybe not a lot of good waves, but there is a lot of waves breaking, so there's going to be a lot of decisions that these surfers are going to need to make with more waves hitting the reef right here on this inside section.
Yeah, for sure, and also a lot of waves, very hard to predict. So it keeps him on his toes to really pay attention. Is this the one that I'm going to swing or not? Because how many waves we've seen it today. Like guys took off and it looked like a great wave and the wave disappeared. So yeah, like he's going to have to be just paying attention very well what's down the line to see if it's worth it swinging or not.
Yeah, for more on the waves, let's join the conversation with Surfline's Kevin Wallace. Thanks for joining us, Kevin.
Yeah, good afternoon, Kaipo, Jesse. Seen a fair bit of change in the lineup from this morning, haven't we?
Yeah, and we're watching live action right now with Seth Moniz, and we'll get through this ride and we'll get back to you because Seth finds a little backup here. Big slash there through the foam, and he's going to better his two-wave score right now with that last effort. But back to the change of conditions and personalities out here at Sunset. Give me an assessment of what's going on right now, Kevin.
Yeah, so we've seen a shift in dominant swell direction from still a little bit more westerly this morning, northwest, to now dominant north and even north-northeast swell. And that's going to continue overnight. This is actually the first of 2 northerly swells that's going to fill in. The second one will be bigger, filling in overnight tonight, peaking overnight into early tomorrow. So bigger tomorrow by a fair bit, actually. It should probably be pretty big and washy first thing. But that swell should settle a little bit through the day. So we'll see how things look tomorrow. Going to be challenging, that's for sure, but might get an opportunity as that swell starts to settle a little bit through the day.
Kevin, Jesse and I were talking about how swell period affects, not just direction, but the period affects the connectivity, if you would, of the wall here at Sunset. Can you talk to us a little bit about what period swell you're expecting coming in and what that's going to do to the lineup?
Yeah, so just right now, we've got this really broad spectrum of swells. Energy anywhere from short periods like 6-7 seconds all the way up to kind of mid to long periods, 13 to 15 seconds. And that's a big reason you're seeing this confusion in the lineup where it's just real jumbled. Going into tomorrow, kind of same deal where it's like more mid-period energy, but there's just so many swells running that it's just big and washy and all over the place. We'll contrast that to next week as we head into like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Obviously, we're off Monday for the holiday, but as we get into the middle part of next week, a lot of this energy is going to settle out. The short period energy settles out. We got a new long period swell that fills in. Not super big, but it's going to be much more groomed, clean, and it'll just look a lot cleaner than what we're seeing now. And we'll also have better wind too. We'll go to easterly trades, so straight offshore as we move to the middle part of next week. So an interesting contrast from now through middle part of next week.
Yeah, but I guess that's really good news on the long-term forecast for us for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and the finish.
Yeah, it looks like a great few days. I don't expect real big surf by sunset standards, but solid overhead, probably 2 times overhead, and just clean and groomed and really nice conditions. So I think we'll get a great couple of days in.
Thank you so much, Kevin, and all the folks over at Surfline. We're really lucky to have you on hand.
Yeah.
Kevin Wallace, Surfline, and Kevin's just been bringing so much in-depth forecasting to us, and it's been super helpful. The great people at Surfline, again, it's worth, if you're a surfer and you want to schedule, no matter where you are, if you're a surfer and you want to schedule your life around surfing and your work schedule, become a premium member of Surfline. That way you can figure out the days to call in sick. Callum Robson. Oh, I just got a little too loose there. Callum, 5.5 is really what's standing out for him. He needs to get a backup. Seth Moniz at 5.7 and 4.5. That's enough for Moniz to be up in the lead. Right now we're at the halfway mark, Jesse. And so a lot of things can change. But we are halfway through this heat.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a missed opportunity, even though I didn't think that wave was going to come into a very good score. But he only needs to better 0.97. He had priority, so might as well capitalize. But that being said, Callum's one of the most solid, less mistaken athlete surfers that we have on tour right now. And it shows how hard it is actually for you to complete any type of maneuver. That was kind of a simple, just carve snap, like in between type of turn, and the bump just hit him and he just like lost his foot on the board and ended up falling. So he's going to come back now at third priority, and this is a good chance for Kate to actually capitalize. See the opportunity. He didn't better his score. I have priority. I just got to swing in the right wave now and make the most of it.
Yeah, Cade, the rookie on tour, just 21 years old here. Finished the Challenger Series number 9, and that was enough to make the cut and join his good friends Crosby Colapinto, Cole Hauschman, and Eli Hanneman on tour this year. That whole pack traveled as a group throughout that Challenger Series, and it all came down to Saquarema. There's the group right there. There's Cole and Griffin and Eli. And collectively, I'm really, and there's Crosby. Collectively, Jesse, I want to see what these guys are going to bring as a group, because I think they're going to help boost each other. And when we look at the whole of the tour. Callum Robson here with a couple turns out into the channel, just trying to get rid of that fractional score he has. But the talk there, I feel like, you guys had it with the Brazilian Storm and that group kind of energy that you're able to have with traveling with all your friends, pushing all your friends. I possible that it's the same thing that's going to happen with that group out of San Clemente.
I totally agree, and I've noticed that last year, and they're sticking together on tour the whole time, and that just feeds off. It's just good energy. Someone does good, and that pushes you to do even better. So it's a healthy relationship that they got going on. Callum doing a board change right there. I wonder what's going on.
So a little bit of switch in the water for Callum and adjustment. I think that's Jesse Ferguson, his in-water caddy, exciting junior from out of Australia. You know, it's just this area right here. We got Strider. We got him out of the water now, but he's just roaming around. And I just want to know, Strider, who'd you find out there?
Thanks, guys. Down here with Zach Hale. He's actually from Utah. He's a Hurley team rider for the snowboard program. He's been building product and having a good time. What are you doing in Hawaii?
Yeah, I've been asking myself that question. No, just kind of coming down, checking out this event and seeing what it's all about for Hurley, and it's been an awesome week, that's for sure.
What have you guys been getting into while you've been here?
Went out on the boat yesterday to a sandbar, shot some swim trunks, came down here, watched some surfing today, kind of just living the dream.
We were supposed to do the interview in the water. What happened?
Yeah, I was honestly, when I heard you were doing it, I was looking really forward to doing it out in the water. Then now we're up here, but I think it's probably a good thing we're staying on land, so we don't have to, call someone to come get me.
How much more time you got here in Hawaii?
Only till tomorrow night. Just a quick 4-day trip, checked it out, and then got to head back to the snow. So, middle of the season, so vacation's over.
All right, well, right now, what do you think about the waves and the competition? Pretty heavy?
Yeah, it's really fun to watch. I mean, I grew up kind of watching these events, and the North Shore is like a pretty iconic place for surfing, and just coming over that hill today and seeing it firsthand, I was like, this is unbelievable. And seeing, how much water's out there moving around, I'm like, it's even gnarlier in person. So hyped to see it, and it's fun watching everyone.
Well, you're gnarly. I checked out your Instagram. Go check out Zach Hale. He's blowing up. Guy's doing flips, having a good time in the powder. He's in the backcountry, and right now he's in the country watching surfing.
Oh, awesome stuff. We're going to step away. We'll be back, taking a break. We'll be back for the conclusion. Who's going to get eliminated? We'll find out when we return to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. The fun's not done after this final heat. We're going to have the 8:05 post show where we're going to look at today's best heats. Cole Hauschman, he's going to talk about his Mayhem quiver. And of course, we'll be searching for the cup noodle wave of the day. That's all the 8:05 post show. Stick around for after this heat. Joe, Flick, and Jesse will talk you through all the action. Live time back. Elimination heat round, heat number 4. Cade Madsen with a big snap opener off the bottom, and one more time gets connected. A little disconnected, then reconnected for Cade Madsen. Pumps his fist in the channel. Here we go with Seth Moniz, our heat leader. Long bottom turn, nice carve on the sharp eye for Seth Moniz. And he runs out of water in the channel there.
Yeah, smart move there for Cade with priority. probably getting the best wave of the heat so far. Just nice turn right there. A lot of flare, good release. And right here, just finish it off strong, very critical, air dropping. And he's going to be very stoked with that score.
Here's Seth.
Seth on a dramatic takeoff on the whitewash and just beautiful carve. Ended up getting a little bit on that last 20% of it. Got the rail a little bit, but still a beautiful turn. Very critical. A lot of drive throughout, a lot of power. And Cade once again.
Staying busy in the back half of this heat, Cade Madsen, a sense of urgency from the surfer from San Clemente. Nice snap there, and he is putting it together. Previous wave for Madsen, a 6.5. He's reduced his need to go into second and advancing position. He now needs a 3.53. Quick decision making by Cade Madsen, and that could pay off for him right now.
Yeah, that was a smart move for him. Like, Callum didn't even probably hear his last score as a 6.5, and he's already coming with another wave. Smart, without priority underneath, only needing a 3.53. He did cut short a little bit that second turn. I would have liked him to extend a little bit more, getting more out of it, but I still think he's going to get a decent score for that wave.
Getting words right now from Jake Patterson in the channel, Cade's coach, paddling along with him, giving him some words of advice. Jake Patterson, a two-time Sunset champ. And Cade, like we said, making a late charge of it, waiting for the last score. A 3.53 turns the heat for him. Let's take another look at it.
Yeah, check this out. That wave way wide on the channel right there. Nice first setup carve, just waiting for that wave to build. And right here where the wave gets more hollow, see how he cut it a little short? I would have liked him to maybe time it a little bit better and get it open up a little bit more, but still was a great turn, was critical. He airdropped out of it, so yeah, I think he's looking good to be making this heat so far, but we still has a few minutes on the clock, and Callan's so dangerous.
6 minutes remaining. Judges still deliberating over the last score for Madsen. So no doubt in the judges' tower, they're taking a couple of looks at the replays. They just put in their decision. A 4-point ride. It's enough for Cade to go to second. Callum now has dropped to third. Robson, second priority. Robson needs a 5.04, under 6 minutes on the clock, and sets hitting the reef, Jetsy.
Yeah, just in about a minute and a half difference in between the first, not the first, the second and fourth wave. Turn the heat over. Time's ticking now for Callum, second priority. Doesn't need much, a 5.04, but let's do a task out there. He's one big turn away from it. And let's see how it's gonna plan out.
You can see these waves just kind of mowing through the lineup, but so far in the channel, not really offering any kind of wall. And you don't want to take off on one of those, just Cutback City. You don't want to take, the exit ramp to Cutback City, because that's not going to give you even a mid-range score. So here we go. Moniz using his priority. A little sticky there off the top for Seth. He's going to stick with it. Wave rises up on the inside, but he kicks out, so that's not going to change the situation for Seth Moniz. It will change the situation for Callum Robson, because Callum now has first priority, needs a mid-range score, and has 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's like he has control of the lineup at least, so this is playing in his favor. It's about making the right decision and being confident, feeling loose on top of the board, and pushing as hard as you can, I guess, and making the most of the next opportunity he gets.
Well, Callum, in a way, really is in the driver's seat, because he's got ample time on the clock, and he does have priority. So he can put it together, like you said, Jesse, one big turn away from putting Cade back into third place.
Yes. Let's see how it goes. It's going to be a nerve-wracking heat, and if for us it's nerve-wracking, I can only imagine for them. You don't want to come out here with the last place, being the only 4 people on that last place, and a huge gap in between points. But it looks like he's having a look at this wave.
Okay, keeps him honest by paddling for that, and Callum up and riding through this one up above. Nice snap for Callum Robson. Does he have more to it? Oh, and a finish would have been beneficial for Callum, but maybe that one snap. We're probably going to have to take a look at that from another angle because we were flying from above on that one.
Yeah, for flying from above, it's hard to judge and actually break it down how that turn looked. It looked like a good turn. I'm not sure if it was a 5.04. As we see here, him paddling, he scratched so hard for that wave, but he knew it was one of his last chances, so he had to give it a crack on it. And that was a great turn. Unfortunately, I think he needed that finish right there. He needed that finish to get that exclamation. I think it's going to be under his requirement right now.
You're right. A 3.47. So needed that 5, and just the finish there would have done the deal. How gut-wrenching is that?
Yeah, that's tough. I don't think I'll take anything out from him because that last section is so tricky. He was late. He had to kind of come in a side angle, so it wasn't easy to do it. I don't think that was a big mistake. Obviously, he could have capitalized on it, but it wasn't that big of a mistake. It was like, oh, that was critical. You know, you had to land that turn. That was very hard to do. But that being said, they might have a chance right here. Cade's having a look as well. Ooh, priority change maybe?
Well, did Cade make an effort for that wave? Cade Matson with priority and in the advancing position of second place right now. Looks like he's hanging on to that priority, and that's so, oh my goodness, no. The priority judge has made his decision. There's a switch of priority right here. You can see Callum paddling. Cade made him look, and Cade loses priority. So again, opportunity to Callum Robson at the 90-second mark here.
Yeah, that's stressful right there. I think it was right. I think Callum should have got priority over because Cade took him out of that wave, had intention. I know it's for a split second, but he had intention and took Cade out of it. Took Callum out of the wave, so.
Play by the rules right there. And so opportunity for Callum Robson. He's got to sneak away from Seth Moniz, who doesn't have first priority, but Callum actually putting himself in a decent position. There is the support squad for Callum Robson. Jacob Wilcox and Liam O'Brien. 50 seconds remaining in this heat, and we'll see if Callum can make a comeback right now.
Yeah, it looks like we have some waves approaching. I'm not sure they're going to be right in time, and he has to sneak out of Seth as well because Seth's not going to just give him a wave right now. They're all so tight in the heat that you can't let anything pass by. 30 seconds, looks like something coming.
30 seconds, something coming, and you can see Callum in the red jersey right there. He's duck diving that. That's going to eat up some time. He's going to have one more opportunity. 20 seconds coming. Callum Robson just needs a mid-range 5. Here comes the wave, and where is Callum? He's on the inside here. He needs to paddle. We're down to 9 seconds. Hands need to leave the rail. They do. Here we go. Callum coming around this. Nice carve there to begin, and that wave just goes into the deep water channel, and you can't say that he didn't put in 100% effort in that final seconds.
Yeah, definitely. He always does. He's those type of guys that commit to it, knows what his job, what his work is, and he usually gets the job done. Unfortunately, there for him, just wave selection maybe wasn't the best, just lack of luck sometimes. That's just how it rolls.
So there you go. Seth Moniz, Cade Matson, the rookie with a late charge, survives the elimination round. Seth and Matson into the round of 32. Callum Robson leaving Sunset Beach with an equal 33rd. Action's not over yet. Stick around for the 8:05 post show. Joe, Flick, Jesse, they'll unwrap all of this opening day happenings here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
Welcome, everybody, to the 8:05 Post Show to break down the opening day of competition for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Ton of lay days. You can see the Hawaiian Water Patrol making their grand exit. Incredible job for the entire crew, taking care of our lineup, our spectators, and setting up some big heats for the round of 32, and had to make our first eliminations today as some of our competitors are already moving on towards Portugal for stop number 3 of the season. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and Felicity Palmatier. Jesse, always fun to get started when Sunset is showing some power and some big sections to work with. Every heat wasn't always easy to find the right waves, but it's a lot of great competition today.
Yeah, definitely. There's amazing tube rides that went down. Jordy had an amazing tube ride, John, and there's an amazing rail game as well. And we come here expecting for big walls, big turns, and we got some.
Exactly, Flick. I know you love these big playing fields at Sunset Beach. What really impressed you the most today?
Oh, look, especially when you come to Sunset, I think you expect to see a lot of turns, a lot of rail surfing and power surfing. We saw that today, but I was just surprised with how many barrels were going down. It was a barrel fest out there today.
Gosh, so many good barrels. You know, John got on a roll. Even Kelly started using the barrel. Kaiwa Belly seems like a magnet, Jesse, out there at Sunset.
I think Kelly mentioned on the post-heat interview, he said Kyle's good at getting good waves everywhere, but here he has a special, intimacy with the wave, and he nailed it. He killed it. That was it.
That was it. Winner of the last heat, Seth Moniz, standing by with AJ.
Yeah, Seth, really excited to get a heat win here in 2024. Doing it in the elimination round is not obviously the round that you want to be in, but when you have a moment like this where you get the heat win, how does that help propel you forward in the competition?
Just a little momentum, some confidence there. Just really wanted some opportunity in that heat. The last 2 events been pretty hard for me, just opportunity-wise. So I'm stoked to get the momentum going. I feel good. My boards I've been practicing out here and pipe all winter long, putting in a lot of time. So I think it's just about timing and getting in the flow at the ocean.
How did all those hours and waves ridden out here at Sunset pay off in this elimination round?
You know what? Today was just wild. Honestly, I've been surfing here for the last 2 months, and I don't think I've seen a day like this out here. Sunset throws everything at you. So, yeah, I'm stoked. Found a couple waves under the guys out there, and won the heat.
You talked about how much confidence you have in your equipment. What are you riding, and how did it set you up today?
I'm riding a 6.4. It's a SG1 by Marcio at Sharp Eye Surfboards. Thank you guys. I've been on new equipment this year and just really testing out new boards in Hawaii and new models. So I'm finally finding my feet on them.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Next round, we're going to see Seth Moniz have a big matchup with Gabriel Medina. We'll talk about Medina in a moment as we dive into the stories of the elimination round. Pretty crazy when you see some big names, especially world number 1, dealing with this round today, the round you really want to avoid. And Barron said it was kind of a wake-up call. After having a shocker in his first heat, he bounced back big time in the ER.
For sure. I think we were all pretty shocked to see Barron end up in that elimination round. He sort of had a hard heat too. He was coming up against Frederico and Kai Lenny, and obviously we know that Kai does so well. The bigger it gets, the better Kai goes. But yeah, Barron managed to find his feet in this heat. We obviously know he's won out here before as a wild card, so he does really well out here, and yeah, just sort of shaking out those cobwebs for that opening round heat.
Yeah, it looks sharp. I think there's a common theme today, Jesse. You couldn't really plan on anything that you warmed up on, the last month or so out here at Sunset. You kind of had to be very present to find the right waves to move on.
Yeah, you just got to be positive, keep focused, and hope for the best. You was tough out there today.
Barron Mamiya still number 1 in the world, advancing on to the round of 32 with Frederico Moraes. Kikish, always dangerous at Sunset, is hoping to go a long way in this event. We will lose Kai Lenny already from the draw. Always great to see Kai, and can't wait to see him potentially back in the jersey on the CT level. Well, Mamiya and Moraes getting used to each other because it's going to be a one-on-one heat with both of them once we get into the round of 32. I think we've seen the momentum from Barron. That's clear right in front of our face. But what about Frederico, Flick? What do you love about him at Sunset?
Oh, I think his surfing goes hand in hand with waves like this. I think back, he's had great performances at J-Bay before, Irisira. So Bells Beach. I just love his open forehand carve, and yeah, it's going to be dangerous in that next round.
Yeah, he kind of built his reputation on this wave back when it was the final stop of the Triple Crown.
Yeah, totally. He had great results with the back against the wall a few times as well. So he knows what it takes to get a good result here, to get big scores, and he's one of the most dangerous underdogs out here to have.
Well, let's focus on the Medina factor because he was knocked out at Pipeline around a 32. So expecting a big result, then opening round, it didn't really go his way. He just wasn't connecting with the best waves. Completely flipped that around when he performed this afternoon.
Yeah, the first heat he had something going on that his bottom turns weren't really helping him to get with good speed and good control on the turns, but definitely adjusting on the second round. And check out this turn right here. Just a massive closeout turn, so much power, so much spray, getting rewarded at 7.33, which is a big score for today.
Yeah, that one backhand turn that we saw Gabby pull off, I think was my single favorite maneuver of the whole day. It was just so critical, it was so late, and also on such a really big section as well. So it's kind of really cool to see Gabby find his feet again. He looks really fired up, and yeah, he's so dangerous out here.
As we see Gabriel Medina moving on into the round of 32. Gabriel Medina does have Seth Bonice, like we mentioned before. Sammy Pupo will move on to take on Jordy Smith in that next round. And we lose Keanu Singh, local boy, former CT standout. I know he's got some great things coming up for him this year, and great to have him back in the championship tour jersey. It's interesting, though. We do reseed once again in that next round, so we'll see how that shakes up the leaderboard moving forward, or some key matchups to look forward to, like the Gabe and Seth, Goofy versus regular, Hawaii versus Brazil. You know how that one's going to play out.
Yeah, I'm excited for that one, mostly because we have some north swells coming in Butin throughout the night, so it's going to be bigger tomorrow, and that favors a lot Seth. Like, we might see some big barrels tomorrow on the end bow, and yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch that match.
One of the great parts about the 805 post show is wondering who's going to get the Cup Noodles wave of the day. The big man from South Africa, showing his special relationship with Sunset Beach Flick.
Yeah, this wave was pretty incredible. I mean, he could see this section here. He pulls in, and this barrel just kept on giving and giving and giving. And it was a really long tube for Sunset. And yeah, he just had a perfect read on this wave. He went through so many deep, it was so deep, and he had to cross through so many different sections here. You could see it even got a little bit crumbly. He just kept on going. I honestly looked away for a second because I didn't think he was coming out, and then all of a sudden he shot out of the barrel. I was like, bah! Should never look away.
Those are the great moments. And really cool to see Jordy just showing how much experience he has out here. He had a lot of surprise makes as well as backdoor. Long, lengthy tube rides, and he's still keeping the magic going for stop 2 so far.
I think you said the perfect word. That wave right there was a little bit of a barrel and a little bit of magic. Like, probably 80% of that barrel, he couldn't see anything. So much chandelier coming down. He was so deep, and he somehow pulled it off. That was impressive.
Well, we expect a guy like Jordy to have his boards just dialed for an event like this. He's been around a long time, but what about a rookie like Cole Hausman? Let's get an inside look on his quiver for Sunset Beach.
This is the Sunset board. A little thinner than the pipe boards, a little flatter deck, a little more closer to a shortboard almost. A little bit of area in the nose, not so gunny up there. Gives you some drive off the front foot, keeping the nose a little wider. And still a bit of concave in between the feet, which keeps some rail rocker between the feet. A little turning point, a little fulcrum. And with Cole, you know, he's so big and strong, he doesn't need a ton of rocker. So there's not too much bend out the tail, so you can really just push and drive. Plenty of nose rocker so it doesn't catch. You know, flat rail to rail up here, not too much concave. But plenty of bend here. Like once you get up in front of his front foot, it bends away. So as soon as he puts pressure on it and turns, it's going to redirect. It doesn't track out to the shoulder. That's the thing backside at Sunset, is to stay in the pocket. And that bottom turn has to come all the way up. So you don't want too flat of a board. You need some curve so you can bring it up and stay in the pocket and do what the criteria asks for. Most of the guys are riding boards a 1/4 inch thinner than yours, you know. So And we just always focus on the radius of the board. Like Sunset has a bigger bottom radius. You know, yours is almost like I would call it like a silver, the radius of a silver dollar. You know, or almost like a ping pong ball, right? Whereas the other guys and girls, you know, from 150 to 180 pounds, their radius is like a 50-cent piece or something.
Yeah, crazy.
And yours is just, but it feels proportionately the same.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like an egg rail. It's just like a nice.
No, they feel really
radius.
good.
It's at its biggest, right where the rail rocker is at its curviest. So the apex of the rail rocker, you cut through it with a soft rail tuck, and that allows the kind of three-dimensional through the water performance kind of surfing. These boards also have a thicker stringer called 4-ply. It's got 4 individual plies glued together. It's almost a 1/4 inch, I would say. So it gives a little more resistance under your feet, like all the G-forces with your size and those giant waves turning. It doesn't flex out and kind of roll.
Right.
So it gives you more stability as well.
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's good to know.
And it allows us to do a little lighter glass drop and still keep some inertia and weight built into the surfboard. We're pretty happy with that.
Pretty crazy. So much goes into it. Awesome.
Okey-dokey.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay.
Appreciate it, always.
Only your shaper's allowed to like whack your board like that and touch it as much as Matt Biolos was there, right? He'd be the only one. If anyone else did that, you'd be like, "What are you doing?"
I'm sure he was cringing inside himself. It was like, "Are you serious? Are you doing that to Magic Board?"
Biolos, obviously, Vissa's CT Shaper of the Year from last year, and happy to have more people on tour like Cole Hausman, who has Jack Robinson in the round of 32 as a matchup flick.
Wow, that is one heavy hitting heat. And obviously we know Jack's had success out here in the past, but wow, some of the turns that I've seen Cole put together, and even in one of his heats today, I was like, whoa, if he would have done 2 of those turns, it would have been in the excellent range. So it's definitely going to be a heat to watch.
Also, Jack knocked out early at Pipe for his standards. You know, we'll definitely want to get past the rookie.
Yeah, Jack navigates through this waters as good as anyone. Like the way he's able to identify good waves, put himself in great positions in the lineup. It's impressive, and his surfing in big conditions. The bigger it gets, it's the type of guy that it's like you said about Kyle Lanny. The bigger it gets, the more comfortable the guy would be. So it's an amazing heat.
We've heard a lot of talk around the area that it's going to get bigger tomorrow. Kevin Wallace has been here for Surfline, and we're hoping to see some of this size. He said it's already on the buoys as we break down the forecast for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach Flick.
Yeah, exactly what you're talking about. I had a look at the forecast on Surfline myself, and that swell's already starting to fill in. It's already hit the buoys. We're probably going to see that swell start building through tonight and tomorrow morning. I think it's going to be looking pretty juicy. The period stays sort of similar, but we're seeing a peak in that swell height. So yeah, some big conditions tomorrow. Winds are looking all right. So yeah, buckle up for tomorrow.
Looking forward to that. Also mid-size long period swell coming up as we check the next 4 days, Jesse.
Yeah, and the good thing about it, like as the day goes on, or I mean the few days go on, like this fading swell from the northwest that we had huge conditions the last few days, it's going to start to disappear. So we're probably going to see cleaner conditions and actually seeing sunset turn into that right-hand point break and maybe some big barrels on the inside. It's exciting.
Great. A lot of great looking numbers heading our way. A lot of size tomorrow. And just another note, Monday, our permit doesn't allow us to run on that day. So that'll be a day off from competition. The free surf's going to be going off, and just anticipating fireworks once we get to Tuesday and Wednesday, which could be finals day, Flick.
For sure. I think there's a lot of opportunity Tuesday and Wednesday. It looks really good. The winds are looking nice. The swell drops off a bit. And yeah, I think what you said, Jesse, we might get to see those long classic rights that we do at sunset.
Here we go. Fun time on the 805 Post Show. The top 5 moments from the opening day of competition. There's a lot to get excited about here, especially if you love Australia and Ethan Ewan's buttery style, getting in the excellent range, an 8-point ride. How about that roundhouse cutback, Jesse?
Yeah, that's impressive. That might be my favorite of the day because you don't typically see that big of a cutback out here. It's so hard to do it. He used every inch of that wave, and only a few guys are actually capable of doing that, and finish it up with the with a crack, a big crack. So that was impressive from him. Beautiful surfing.
Coming in at number 4, Kyle Ibelli, tube hunting.
Oh, absolute tube pig out there. He definitely has this special connection with these waves. I even think back to him at Margaret River at the box as well. He just performs and just is able to sniff out a tube. I mean, 7.17 and a 7-point ride. Just beautiful surfing from Kaio today. And yeah, looking forward to seeing him take that momentum into the next round.
Exactly. Number 3, Matthew McGillivray. Guy's a hammer.
Yeah, we were actually watching that heat with Felipe, and he was impressed with that layback right there. And that's basically where all the points came in that wave. Not all of it, but a big portion of just identifying that critical section, putting as much as he could into it. Second turn pretty nice, and then finish it off strong.
Well done for McGillivray. Moving on to the round of 32. Number 2 on the list, John Florence, playing with his lineup at Sunset Beach, 7 and a 7.83.
Yeah, he was definitely playing with it. That's the word. It was funny when he came in from his post-heat interview, he said to AJ, you know what, I actually went out there looking for turns, but all I could find was barrels. These waves just kept coming through that would double up and then just allow him to do just that and just completely play with it.
Poor guy, just finding barrels. I don't feel bad for him. Number 1, winning the post show today, Jordy Smith, 9.33, 6.17.
Crazy entry right there, getting lipped, and then all of the rest is basically fuel. He couldn't see anything, just all the filling under his board. Trying to set his braille and go through every bump possible, and then backing it up in the end. It was like right in the end with that huge turn, getting I think around 6-point right. Yeah, 6.17. Yeah, great heat for Jordy. He's stoked.
He's always had that really cool connection with Sunset Beach. I think when we first saw Jordy when he was a young Grom out here, it was hard not to make a Joel Parkinson, comparison, kind of a modern day update, because he's got progression, he's got that smooth style, a great read, and he's doing one for the older crew, Flick. He could go a long way in this event.
For sure, and I think when we saw him at Pipe, I think he's on a good roll. He seemed like he was really fired up. That cut on his foot wasn't stopping him, and then I reckon he's was obviously taking this momentum straight here to Sunset, where his surfing goes hand in hand, so he's looking dangerous.
Watching these guys grow up quickly. Jordy and Kelly have the same birthday. They both just got older, and they're the 2 oldest guys on tour. Kelly now 52, Jordy turned 36. Happy belated birthday. We will be checking in tomorrow morning pretty early, 7:45 call here local time. Enjoy the website till we get there, worldsurfleague.com, for all the athlete updates and all the biggest highlights of the day. We're going to leave you with some of those great moments from the opening day of competition. We'll see you bright and early. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.